A Son of Two Heroes by Darling and the Fox, Chapter 1. Naruto. Huh. Found you, Eureka-sensei, a 9-year-old Naruto said to the scarred Chunin. With a swift, firm smack to the back of his head, Eureka shouted back, "I found you, idiot." Eyes to the ground, Naruto didn't say anything. "Naruto, when are you gonna take your studies seriously?" Frowning, Iruka continued. "At this rate, you'll fail the academy." With a faint mumble, Naruto responded, "It's not like they listen to me." "Say it again." "They don't listen to me. They look down on me and ignore me and go out of their way to make my life harder. I've tried, sensei. I really have." Naruto frowned and sighed. "I can't learn when they won't teach me." "Naruto," Iruka sighed. Flashback. Iruka. "Yes, Lord Third." "Naruto is a very special boy. A boy who I have no doubt has the potential to be the most gifted shinobi ever produced by the Hidden Leaf. However, talent, like using water for power, must be tapped and cultivated to be molded into something greater." The most gifted, Lord Third?" Iruka replied, eyes wide. "Iruka, what I'm about to tell you is an S-class secret, known only to 6 people in this village. I tell you because you have shown to me you care for the boy." "Lord Hokage, are you..." With a stern tone, Hiruzen cut him off. "Iruka, please, just listen. Many mistakes have been made by this old man. Many I have much regret," Sarutobi said in an almost weak voice. He suddenly regained the tone of a battle-hardened Hokage and continued on. "However, Uzumaki Naruto will not be one of those many mistakes. For Naruto is not only the hero of the Hidden Leaf for jailing the Nine-Tails, but he is the son of our very own 4th Hokage." Iruka's eyes shot wide open and his mouth would have dropped open were it not for his restraints as a shinobi. "The son of Lord Fourth? All this time we've..." "Indeed. It was Minato's wish for Naruto to be seen as a hero," Hiruzen sighed. "I may have failed Minato, but I will not fail young Naruto. Please, Iruka, instruct him to the greatest of your ability and lay the foundations for him to become a splendid shinobi." Flashback end. "Alright then," Iruka suddenly shouted. "Huh? Naruto, do you wish to learn and become a splendid shinobi?" "Of course I do. I really do want to learn, sensei. But do you really think I can be a good ninja?" Iruka smiled down at the boy, ruffled his hair, and replied, "Naruto, I believe you have what it takes to not only become a wonderful shinobi, but also the greatest Hokage." Naruto's eyes widened at that statement, and for the first time, he felt the determination and resolve in him harden into something he knew that was completely unbreakable. Little did Iruka know, he had just placed Uzumaki Naruto on a path that would later become one of legends. "Alright, Naruto, meet me outside the academy in an hour after classes are out every day. Got it?" "Yes, sensei." 3-year time skip. Over the next 3 years, Iruka gave extra training and lessons to Naruto to help him catch up on what he had been missing because of the bias academy teachers had. Iruka taught the basics of shinobi to Naruto: Tai, Nin, and Genjutsu. Although, as it turns out, Naruto is terrible at Genjutsu, and it seems he may actually be incapable of it. However, Iruka learned many things about the once dead last. By now, he had raised to number 2 in the class, just behind Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto, as it turns out, was quite a bit more like his father than Iruka ever have originally thought. It seemed now that he was no longer desperate for attention or any sort of acknowledgement. He had put aside his exuberant, brash, and inattentive actions and begun to lose his lack of formality or social standings. Naruto's true personality, with a proper adult influence in his life, had become something quite akin to his father's. He seemed to be more perceptive and collected. For the most part, he was respectful, but could still be overly excitable and quick-tempered. He still possessed his indomitable spirit and fierce ambition that drove him through all his choices in life. He was of unwavering loyalty to Konoha and his precious people. The young Uzumaki proved to be mature and very serious. He had also shown to have a sharp wit, carefully thinking before acting, and able to see the underlying nature of the situation at hand, while for the most part remaining calm and collected. He had since changed his clothing styles and upgraded his gear. Along with these changes, he had let his hair grow to the point that it started to imitate Minato's. It was a wonder why the villagers never noticed the uncanny resemblance. One of his greatest strengths was when it came to close-range combat. He had surprised his faithful instructor with his talent. The most impressive part was his seamless mastery over the substitution. The scar tuning. I had never seen someone use the technique in such a way before. Naruto's style of combat had become truly unique in a way completely unexpected. Through the use of lightning-fast substitutions with kunais, he had found a way to almost instantaneously close a gap in close quarters, as well as get behind his foe in seconds. The only problem Naruto had with his new technique was replacing himself with something so small. It was extremely taxing on his stamina and his chakra reserves. If he didn't focus enough during the execution, an unnecessary amount of residual chakra would slam back into his chakra coils, putting immense strain on them, effectively semi-handicapping his super trump card. Naruto had undergone almost brutal training on chakra control from his instructor to try to get the clone jutsu down. In the end, after finally being able to do the leaf sticking exercise, the boy was able to make the clone if done in sets of 4. Among the many accomplishments Naruto had made in the past 3 years, one was very special to him, his first real friend, and the second person to acknowledge him, even though the idiot would never admit it. Sasuke acknowledged Naruto's skill. Not that Naruto gave him much of a choice. They met up for spars or jutsu practice almost every day before or after the academy. Together they had honed their taijutsu to near perfection, along with drilling chakra control into their skulls. Unless at the training grounds, they never talked very much. It had also been pretty difficult for the rest of the students of the academy to accept that the one person Sasuke talked to was Naruto. A dull thunk was heard as a small male academy student landed in the dirt. "Winner, Inuzuka Kiba," came the loud and authoritative voice of Umino Iruka. A loud laugh rang out for the victorious boy. "Yeah, anyone else want some?" Kiba stood in the fight circle with a feral grin on his face. "I'll happily take my chances," a calm voice called out, belonging to one Uzumaki Naruto. Walking out towards the fighting mat, standing at a solid 5 foot 2 inches tall, Naruto was about equal in height with his classmates, and in some cases he was physically taller than some students. A long overdue change up on his diet was practically forced upon him by Iruka, although he still managed to put down at least 3 bowls of ramen each day. It's the milk he's drinking making his bones super strong. Wait, how is he drinking milk? Minato hasn't been back yet. Dressed in a black t-shirt with orange stripes in the middle of the sleeves, metal arm protectors, leather straps around his back and chest, and dark pants, Naruto really did look the part of a shinobi. "Do you have the energy to run another match, Kiba?" asked the scarred Chunin with a slightly concerned look. "For a scrub like Naruto?" Kiba laughed. "Of course I do, sensei." Kiba cracked his knuckles with a predatory grin. "Act cocky all you want, Kiba. I respect your skill and all, but you and I both know it's been half a year since you've beaten me in a spar." "I'm no scrub," Naruto countered with half a smile. "Alright, Naruto versus Kiba. Yurik announced and held up his hand. Ready? A resounding yes from both ways was heard. Begin. Instantly, Naruto was on Kiba. Whoa. Charging in with a burst of speed to send a right hook at the dog whisperer. Kiba was put on the defensive, but the boy was no pushover. Considering his training in his family taijutsu, he was one of the best in the academy. But Naruto's hard work and inherently prodigal mind had turned him into a polished and effective neutralizer. Kiba threw a hard right across at Naruto, who let it hit, but only to grab Kiba's arm and slam him into the ground. 2 quick consecutive hits to the back of the head on the way down sent Kiba's head reeling with stars in his eyes. Managing to right himself and continue fighting, he charged at Naruto, connecting his fists to his target's abdomen. Taking the hit, he launched back, observing the feral boy. Naruto waited for him to reinitiate. The marked boy rushed in low and attempted to sweep out the blonde's leg. The attack was dodged and he immediately made space, but in a burst of speed, Naruto was at his side with a spin kick to his left hip. The sound of Naruto's foot connecting resounded, and the feral Unozuka was sent flying out of the fight area. Winner: Uzumaki Naruto, the instructor announced. Alright, make the unison sign. Kiba and Naruto met in the middle and smiled at one another, quickly making the sign and then letting go. They broke apart. Sliding his hands into his pockets and slowly walking away, Naruto smiled. Considering his progress in the last 3 years, I will be Hokage one day, and I'm just one step closer every day, thought the blonde as another student began to duke it out as other students. Naruto stood unmoving, staring at the Hokage monument. Oi, Naruto, what are you doing? Asked a rather large boy crunching on a bag of chips as he spoke. Naruto spun around to face the voice and immediately saw who was speaking. Oh, sorry Choji. I was just thinking about how hard I had to work to get here, and how much harder I'm gonna have to work in a week after we graduate. The golden-haired boy said with a smile. Man, you're so troublesome, Naruto. Working so hard is a drag. I don't understand how you can go at it like that. A spiky ponytailed boy in the trademark lazy and irritated voice said. Of course you wouldn't understand, Shika. Your goal in life is to be mediocre. But me, I'm aiming for the top. Naruto called out to him with a ear-to-ear grin. At last, as if you'll ever hit the top, rang the voice of one Uchiha Sasuke. It's been a long time since I've been the dead last, Sasuke, called out Naruto. You're still a loser though, the black-haired boy replied with a glare at the subtle insults. Alright, enough you two. Class is over. Everyone head home, called out the tuning instructor. Later guys, called out Naruto as he took off down the streets. The blonde academy student made his way towards training ground 14, one that wasn't often used by anyone in Konoha's shinobi forces, made up of a medium-sized clearing with a small stream running through it. It was a quiet and secluded space. Naruto approached the water and slowly stepped onto it to continue practicing water walking. With his high chakra reserves, the Hokage and Iruka sensei had deemed it best that he learned tree climbing due to his high need of chakra control. Later down the line, he had seen a few leaf nins sparring in another training ground and had watched as they ran across water. Logically, he deduced that the tree climbing exercise would be practical for use of walking across the water as well. Over the course of the next 4 months, he had practiced to the point he could steadily walk on water, but still needed to concentrate fairly hard on keeping his chakra in check. His goal now was to do it subconsciously. He began throwing kunai at his targets and he had set up, simultaneously moving across the water, but halted when he sensed the chakra signature appear behind him. Can I help you? He asked to said Anbu agent as she appeared seemingly out of thin air. They had long since stopped being surprised at his ability to sense them. Flashback. Naruto sat at the stall in Ichiraku with the Hokage as they chattered about Naruto's schooling. So, Naruto, how's your trip? Oh, hey. Naruto interrupted the aged shinobi as an Anbu with a cat mask suddenly appeared behind them. Naruto, how did you know Cat was here? Asked the slightly surprised leader. What? Oh, I'm not sure. I guess I kinda, knew. I felt her, I suppose. Why? Is that strange? Donning a look of slight concern, the boy asked. Wait, did I do something wrong? The Hokage chuckled and looked down at Naruto. No, my dear Hey, yo. I mean, I guess it's old people. No, my dear boy. It's just uncommon. It seems you have a fairly rare ability among shinobi. Naruto's facial expression went from concern to shock and then to excitement. A rare ability? No way. Do I have a sweet, awesome bloodline technique or something? I knew I was the best, you know? Chuckling again with a grin of his own but speaking in his professor voice, Sarutobi started. No, young man, not a bloodline, but you do seem to be a sensor. This is quite a convenient ability to have for a shinobi. You can sense chakra signatures of others around you. Try stretching your chakra out. Clearing her throat rather loudly and interrupting, Kat announced her leader. Hokage, please, you are needed urgently by the council. I apologize for my interruption, but this is very important. Ah, yes, my dear. Alright then. Sorry, my boy, but I must be going. The duty of the Hokage calls, Hiruzen said. Don't worry, old man. You won't have to do it much longer, because I'm gonna come get that hat from you soon, you know? Naruto shouted at the back of the aged Kage as he made his way off with the Anbu. I look forward to that day then, Hiruzen stated with a chuckle. Flashback end. The Anbu agent looked at the blonde and responded, Lord Third Hokage has requested your presence in the tower. Please come with me. Alright, let's get going then, Naruto said, grinning a serious look on his face as the agent used the body flicker to take them both to the office of the Hokage. Lord Third, sir, Naruto said as they entered. Hello, Naruto. I trust you're working hard in your training? Walk with me, boy. Hiruzen began to walk out the door and headed up the stairs to the roof of the tower. I am Hokage. I'm working on my... I am Lord Hokage. I'm working on my water walking right now. If you don't mind me asking, why am I here? Naruto asked while rushing to catch up to the elder. They arrived on the roof overlooking the village. It was sunny and warm with a cool breeze floating through the air. The Hokage passed his gaze over the village and then behind him and up to the Hokage monument. Naruto, my boy, you'll be a ninja soon if you pass your test at the academy. Assuming you will, and I do believe you are capable, there are many things you need to be informed of. Naruto, donning a look of confusion and suspicion on his face, then asked, What do you mean by that, sir? There are things you need to know to help with your development as a shinobi and your service to the village. I also intend to, upon your reaching the rank of Genin, inform you of the identity of your mother, my boy. Hiruzen said, gaining a softer look and a sad tone in remembrance of Kushina as he finished his statement. Eyes widening and tears slightly appearing in the corner of his eyes as he began to slightly shake, Naruto peered up at the old Sarutobi. My mother? You knew her? My real mother? You never told me. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he continued. I'm sure you have your reasons, sir, but why'd you never tell me? That I did. I knew her quite well in that, right? I couldn't tell you because your mother had many enemies, but after you graduate, you will know, my boy. He was inside, saddened by the way the boy completely controlled his almost breakdown, but inwardly gained a new respect for the boy's discipline and his emotions, a key necessity in the life of a shinobi. Only a week was left before the Genin graduation exams. Naruto was slightly excited but still kept himself well composed. He had finished his water walking training and now had a much better grasp on his chakra control. He had also gained better mastery of his most prized and favorite technique, the substitution with his kunai. He was now able to do it a total of 8 times during spars with Sasuke or training sessions without tearing apart his chakra coils. He could still use the substitution in its usual implications, like substituting a log with no problems, even after using his kunai substitution. Still, substituting the kunai was very strenuous. He needed to let himself rest afterwards so his coils could expand and cushion themselves for more of the extreme stress the technique would cause. Honing his taijutsu and ninjutsu skills, Naruto knew that he was ready to take on the exam. He practiced his bunshin and substitution along with his transformation, which he had managed to make entirely solid. The blonde decided to spend his week studying as well as practicing his techniques. It was going to be a long week no matter what, and he had to be at his peak. Chapter 2. This was it. He was ready. It was time to become a genin and he could finally learn about his mother. Naruto was positively ecstatic and ready to go. Sliding on his black t-shirt, he strapped on his metal arm protectors and donned his black pants. Closing the door with a thud, he took off for the academy. Having finished the written portion and completed the demonstration of the ninja genin of ninjutsu, the genin hopefuls found themselves aside for a taijutsu test. Alright class, listen up, the white-haired Chunin instructor called out. Each of you will spar with me, and Iruka will assess your skills. Got it? A chorus of yes came from the class and the matches started. Most had quite a bit of trouble with Mizuki, but still managed to pass. The clan kids however did fairly well against the hardened Chunin, Kiba giving him a considerable amount of trouble. Inuzuka Kiba. Pass, Iruka announced. Hinata Hyuga, please come up. Hinata then began her match, doing well and subsequently passing as many others did. The students one by one were called up and tested. Uchiha Sasuke. As his name was called, the stoic and bored-looking last survivor walked up to the mat and took a stance, preparing for Mizuki's inevitable assaults. Mizuki dashed at the confident Uchiha. They quickly engaged in a fierce taijutsu bout. Sasuke threw himself into a heel drop on the Chunin, but his superior speed allowed him a quick dodge. When the Uchiha's foot impacted the ground, however, he quickly adjusted into a spin kick, catching Mizuki in the back. At that point, Iruka called the match and Sasuke was casually strolled off the mat, causing his fangirls to ooh and ah about how cool he was. Alright, Uzumaki Naruto. Hearing Iruka call his name, the boy made his way to the mat. Mizuki smiled at him and wished him good luck, telling him to do his best. But something seemed off to Naruto. In the Chunin's mind, he intended to rough up the Jinchuriki something fierce. Naruto meanwhile sensed something was off, but pushed the thought to the back of his mind, as he knew he had to pass this test so he could learn of his mother and start his path to the Hokage. Naruto settled onto his stance and readied himself. The Chunin immediately kicked off at speeds higher than what he was used to. Naruto's eyes widened slightly in surprise at this, but once again he pushed it to the back of his mind and engaged. The blonde slid under a hardened spin kick, pouncing on one hand and slamming his foot into Mizuki's hip. This brat hits hard, Mizuki thought with a snarl. He twisted around and caught the boy in the ribs with his fist, launching the boy backwards. However, Naruto caught himself in a handstand and spun around onto his feet, facing his opponent. With a chakra and hand sprint, he cleared the space between them in what seemed like an instant. He found himself wishing in the back of his mind he could have used his kunai substitution. Just as he reached the Chunin, he did the unexpected and slid into the ground, catching Mizuki by the ankles and pulling his feet out from under, slamming him face first into the ground. A slightly stunned Iruka stared for a moment before regaining his composure, clearing his throat and announcing, Uzumaki Naruto, pass. Naruto stood beside... It's kind of weird that Iruka's doing a smash on pads on these kids. Bad jokes, bad joke. I'll continue. Naruto stood beside a still down Mizuki and smiled at the scarred Chunin. The other instructor got up and dusted himself off and made his way to Iruka's side, muttering, "About brats and demons. You'll pay for this one, you demon brat," Mizuki thought to himself as he tried to hide his humiliation and shame by putting up a fake smile and told the boy well done. The class all then filed back into the academy and took seats. "Alright everyone, on Monday be right here at 8 a.m. sharp for team assignments. Enjoy your downtime because life's about to get a lot more interesting." Iruka finished off with a smile. "Everyone head home," he said with a wave as he and Mitsuki left the room to go write reports on all of the soon to be beginning. After they left the academy, Naruto and Sasuke met up at the training ground 14. "Hey there, bastard," Naruto called out with a grin as he arrived. "Huh," Sasuke grunted with a smirk of his own. "Ready to lose again?" he asked arrogantly. Sure, little Sasuke," Naruto said mockingly, sticking out his tongue. "Let's get wild." Hey, no. This author is tweaking. The Uchiha grunted at the taunt. Sasuke and Naruto took their stances and Naruto threw a kunai in the air. When it hit the ground, they burst into a fierce bout of taijutsu, engaging each other with hard blows. These two never were and never would be ordinary genin. It was late in the evening when Naruto, who was committing himself to another round of physical training, sensed the presence of his second sensei moving quickly past his training ground. That's strange. Naruto thought to himself, past this training ground is just the edge of the village. Wait, he couldn't be. Is he deserting the village? No one I know sensei doesn't like me, but I'm sure he wouldn't turn traitor. And so the boy chose to investigate and took off in the direction of his teacher. "Uzumaki Naruto has stolen the scroll of seals," a leaf Jonin yelled. "Mobilize the Chunin corps." Now, a voice broke throughout the chaos. "You will all find young Uzumaki and bring him to me unharmed, and with the scroll in tow. Is that understood?" The third Hokage commanded his shinobi. "Lord Third," a Chunin asked, "but he stole the scroll." "I said, is that understood?" the Hokage asked in a no-nonsense tone. "Yes, sir." "Good now. Go." The village leader waved his hand in a dismissive tone, and the shinobi scattered. Inu, a tall Anbu with a dog mask and spiky silver hair, landed next to the aged Hokage in a kneeling position. "Go find Naruto. There's a traitor amongst us who has tried to impersonate Naruto as a cover for his escape. The scroll he stole is fake, but we must catch him. But if I know our boy, he will find his way into this trouble, or the traitor may try to harm him." The Hokage then sighed. "Keep him safe, Inu." "Yes, Lord Hokage." And with the wind, the Anbu was gone. The forest was quiet as Naruto watched the Chunin scout the area and prepared his things. Deeply troubling the boy was the large scroll with the Hokage seal on it. No Chunin should be out in the forest on the edge of the village with a scroll of high importance alone. This could only be one thing. "Dang it, could that possibly mean you're a traitor after all?" Naruto questioned himself. The Chunin was rushing himself, obviously in a slight panic. Wonder what's got him so shook up. Dropping down a few yards away from the supposed traitor, Naruto called out, "Hey, Mizuki-sensei. What are you doing out here at this time? Are you lost, sensei?" When Mizuki heard the voice, he turned around, and when he saw the young blonde, he thought to himself, "Things just might work out a little better now." Naruto approached his sensei and smiled at him. "I can help if you want." "Oh, what's that super big scroll?" Mizuki's eyes narrowed, and in seconds a large Fumishorkin appeared in his hand and slammed into the spot Naruto had been standing. He had not had the reflexes he possessed from his rigorous training. Had he not had the reflexes he possessed from his rigorous training, he would have been killed right then and there. Naruto leapt back to create space, instinctively throwing a volley of shuriken at his foe. "So you really are a traitor?" he wondered out loud. Hopefully someone comes along to assist, but I'm not just gonna let you take off on the village like this, so I'll keep you here until someone does show up. Huh, as if you keep up with me, demon brat. Mizuki chuckled darkly. You're weak in that form, aren't you, monster fox? Monster fox? You mean the Ninetales? Why do you people all keep calling me that? You know, you bastard, tell me, Naruto exclaimed, composure crumbling down under a tidal wave of emotion. It's simple. You demon. 12 years ago, when the 4th Hokage fought the Ninetales Fox, he sealed it in you. You are the Ninetales. You are the monster. Mizuki began to cackle at Naruto's expression. That's why they all hate you. Even Iruka, and now I'm gonna get rid of you for good, he yelled, laughing as the boy fell onto his rear in disbelief. He then wrenched his arm back and launched his Fuma Shuriken. No, a voice cried out, and a dull thud and steel impacting flesh rang through the small clearing. It's true. There is a demon fox inside you, but you are its jailers. You're no monster, Naruto. You're a great student, and I acknowledge you and your incredible talent, along with the immense potential you possess as a shinobi. Iruka coughed up a bit of blood but smiled at him, hunched over the boy with the large shuriken sticking out of his back. You are Uzumaki Naruto of Konoha. As heartwarming as this is, it's time to die, both of you, Mizuki yelled out. Naruto stood laying Iruka down against a tree while removing the shuriken. Rest now, sensei. I'll take things from here. Thank you. That was when Iruka noticed the look of absolute determination and unshakable resolve the boy had in his face. He smiled at the blonde. Good luck, Iruka said to him softly. Sensei, I make my own luck, the boy replied with a smile. Oi, bastard. If you lay one finger on my sensei ever again, Naruto pointed at his forehead with his thumb. I'll toaster bath you. You can try, Fox, yelled Mizuki, who charged at the boy. A volley of shuriken come his way, but Naruto deflected them with his kunai. He then launched his own volley, but of the kunai they flew towards Mizuki at the Chunin were all deflected but one, only to tilt his head to the side and avoided. Then the blonde disappeared. Reappearing his place was a kunai, and Naruto's foot slammed into the elder man's back. Stumbling, Mizuki found himself about to fall right in front of the kunai from before, only to see it disappear, and felt the boy's sandals plant itself in his face. The traitorous Nin was launched backwards, righting himself in time to see the young boy launch it into a spin kick that planted himself firmly in Mizuki's chest, slamming him into a tree. Eyes widened in shock, the Chunin thought to himself, How did he get so strong? No matter, I'll use the power Lord Orochimaru has given me and destroy this pest. Mizuki's body was suddenly covered in black markings and his chakra began to flare up. Naruto's eyebrows rose in confusion. What's with this malevolent chakra? The boy wondered to himself. But suddenly a loud chirping sound rang through the clearing, and a flash of blue light, a hand rammed out of Mizuki's chest. The Chunin coughed up blood and managed to get out a gurgled what before abruptly ending. His body slid off the arm and landed on the ground. Naruto's gaze focused on the arm but slowly followed it up to its owner. A dog-masked Ambu. Inu? What are you doing here? Naruto was shocked but relieved to see the Black Ops Nin. Hokage's orders. He stared blankly. He walked to Iruka and checked on him, bandaging his back. He then stood to look at the young man. You did well, Naruto. Be proud. Now stay with him while I go grab a medic. I'd rather not have him moved. Yes, sir. Thank you. Naruto managed to get out, straightening his stance and out to look more presentable, and the Anbu disappeared in a swirl of leaves. One day, I need to learn how to do that, he muttered to himself. Naruto, the plain voice of Iruka came. Come here. He grunted as he fully sat himself up against the tree. What is it? Sensei, you shouldn't move. The boy knelt down next to the Chunin, a look of worry etched onto his face. You did well, Naruto, Iruka said with a smile. I have no doubt you'll make a great Hokage one day. And with that, for the first time in at least 3 years, Naruto cried. Taking the empty seat next to Sasuke, Naruto settled in for team assignments. Iruka entered and began a long speech. After that was finished, Iruka smiled at his class. Alright, team assignments are as follows. Naruto spaced out, only listening for his name. And Hinazuka Rika, you guys are team 2. Your Jonin sensei will be Satimo Yuta. Rika? Where have I heard that before? Naruto questioned to himself. Unsure, he thought on it longer but couldn't come up with anything for why he would recognize that name. Team 7, Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, and Uzumaki Naruto. Your Jonin sensei will be Hatake Kakashi, drawled out Iruka, who became suddenly surprised at Kakashi being a Jonin sensei. I thought the worst and the best in the class are supposed to be on the same team. Why is the second rank with the Rookie of the Year? That's too much, Kiba shouted out. Well, after scores were taken, Sasuke and Naruto were tied for Rookie of the Year, and it's a direct order from Lord Third. Kiba's eyes widened in shock, and he slightly cowered in his seat at the tone. Anything else, Kiba? No, Sensei, Kiba called out. Good. Teammate is Inuzuka Kiba, Aburame Shino, and Hinata Hyuga. Your Jonin sensei will be Yuki Kurenai. Iruka continued on in hopes of preventing any idle chatter. Team 9 is still in service, so Team 10 will be Nar Shikamaru, Akamichi Choji, and Yamanaka Ino. Your Jonin sensei will be Sarutobi Asuma. Wiping his brow in relief, Iruka continued. Alright, that's it. Everyone hang around and wait for your sensei. I look forward to watching you develop as shinobi. This was it. He was a ninja now, and he could finally know who his mother was. Naruto sprinted across rooftops headed for the Hokage Tower. He earned these answers and had every intention of getting them. Finally, arriving at the tower, the boy walked in. Walking up to the secretary, someone who had never been bad to him but had always been indifferent. He put a big smile on his face and said, How's it going? Is the Lord Third in a meeting? She grunted and replied, No, he's just got out of one. You can go up. Thanks a ton, he said, taking off up the stairs, and right before bursting through the doors, he stopped himself. He reminded himself he was a genin now and he had duties and responsibilities to handle, as well as a reputation to uphold. I'm to go find out about Mom, he thought to himself. To be honest, he was nervous, but that wasn't gonna stop him. He grabbed the door handle and turned it. The Hokage smiled as he sensed the boy standing behind the door. He was slightly surprised that the boy didn't just throw them open. He heard a turn and a click and watched the door open. The boy stepped into his office, a slight look of apprehension in his face that soon shifted to one of determination. Sarutobi smiled. This boy really was something. I have a feeling your son's gonna take the ninja world by storm, Minato. Hello, Lord Third, Naruto said, slowly approaching the desk. Ah, good to see you, Naruto boy. Please come take a seat. I assume you're here to find out about your mother, no? Yes, sir. I've been looking forward to it since you told me. Not only have you earned your headband and become a genin, but you also stopped a very important traitor, which, by the way, will be added to your record as a B-rank mission. You will be paid accordingly, Hiruzen smiled at Naruto. You've made a fine progress, Naruto. Thank you, Lord Hokage, Naruto smiled back. But I believe you know why I'm here. Ah yes, to learn of your mother. And no need to be so formal, my boy. It's just us in here right now. Alright, old man. So what's her name? Naruto asked. Hiruzen stood, turning around and staring at the window over the village. Your mother's name was Uzumaki Kushina. Uzumaki Kushina? That's a beautiful name. Naruto smiled at the Hokage's back. Hey, my boy. A beautiful name it is. She was much more beautiful in person, Sarutobi sighed. I wish with all my heart that she could be here to see you grow, Naruto. Naruto stared at the floor. He didn't really know what to say. Do you have a picture of her? He heard the old Hokage sigh sadly and a drawer open. He looked up as he heard something slide across the desk towards him. Staring back at him was a beautiful red-haired woman smiling contently. That's my mother? Uzumaki Kushina. Yes, Sarutobi stared simply. Old man Hokage, did she love me? Naruto asked, voice breaking and tears starting to leak from his eyes. It's an odd question to ask. I guess it's not. Your mother loved you more than anything on this planet. That I can say with absolute certainty. Sarutobi looked upon the boy with soft eyes. Even in her last moments, she thought of nothing but you, Naruto. Sarutobi sighed, remembering the day he hated most in his long life. Flashback. The third Hokage arrived at the spot where the Nine-Tails had last been seen, and what greeted him was a dead Hokage, his near-death wife, and a small baby boy with whisker marks on his cheeks. A Jonin leaned over the body of Minato. Lord Fourth. Getting no response, he realized the man was, not alive. At the same time, another Jonin lifted Kushina into a sitting position. Lady Kushina. Ignoring the Jonin, Kushina spoke. Third. Sarutobi was in front of her in a second. Naruto securely held in his arms. Kushina. Please look after my child. His name is Naruto, she said shakily, drawing small breaths. Why did I say that? Breaths. I don't know. Maybe I'm tripping. Minato and I took him from a novel by Jiraiya Sensei. Naruto, Sarutobi said. I'll remember. I'll take full responsibility. The amount of cap in that statement. The Hokage looked down at the boy, continuing. So please, don't speak anymore, for his sake too. However, when he looked up again, Kushina was dead. Flashback end. Old man, how did she dead? Naruto asked sadly. Protecting you, directly from the Nine-Tails. She gave her life for yours. She loved you so much, my boy, Sarutobi said softly. Naruto smiled sadly. Do you have more pictures? Did you know her? Can you tell me about her? The boy asked rapidly. Of course, my boy, the Hokage smiled more brightly this time, and Naruto grinned in response. Little did they know they would spend the next 4 hours chatting about Kushina. The office that had minutes before been filled with an air of sadness slowly turned into a room that was so cheerful, even Sasuke would smile just by stepping inside. Naruto was to be a real ninja soon. With knowledge of his mother and her will of fire, nothing could stop him. He would uphold her legacy to the highest of standards. He was ecstatic. Chapter 3. Naruto was, for lack of a better term, extremely disappointed. This is a Jonin? Said Jonin had been 3 hours late to pick up his team. Naruto was not happy, and when the man walked in, he simply leveled a light glare at the man. Sasuke bore a scowl, and Sakura had a worried look after seeing the anger in her teammates' faces. Kakashi strolled into the room casually, but was met with an atmosphere of killing intent and worry. Looking at the two boys, he saw their glares and Sakura's worry. My first impressions of you all is... You're extremely hostile, the Jonin stated with a bored tone, causing a sweat drop from all three fresh genin. Meet me on the roof in 5 minutes. He then disappeared in a swirl of leaves. Naruto smiled slightly, but then he noticed something. Why does his tracker signature feel so familiar? He mentally asked himself. Naruto quickly got up and walked out, making his way to the roof and prompting the other two of the Team 7 to follow. Arriving on the roof, the three new shinobi found their new sensei leaning against a railing. Alright, my cute little genin, come sit down, he chuckled lightly. Let's introduce ourselves, then tell me about your likes and dislikes, and your dreams, Kakashi said. Can you go first as an example, sensei? The pink one asked. Does she really need an example for this? Kakashi mentally sweat dropped. Yeah, sure, I suppose. Sighing, he continued. My name is Hatake Kakashi. Unlike some things and dislike others, my dreams are none of your business. I smiled at them. We only got his name. The Genin sweat dropped at their sensei. Alright, Pinky, you're up first. My name is Haruno Sakura. The thing I like, she trailed off giggling and glanced at Sasuke. I dislike Ino and foods that are too spicy. She giggled again. Oh, my dream is to be a strong Konoichi and one day start a family. Good enough, I suppose. You're next, Whiskers. Naruto grunted at the nickname but spoke up anyways. I have a name. It's Uzumaki Naruto, he shouted. Calming himself, he continued. I like ramen, ayami, and my friends. I dislike traitors. My dream is to be Hokage, the greatest one yet, and to be the faster than Lord 4th Hokage himself, as well as surpass my mother as a shinobi. Alright, Duck Butt, you're up. The last Uchiha grunted at the insult. Fine. My name is Uchiha Sasuke. I like nothing and dislike a lot of things. I don't have a dream, but an ambition. I will toaster bath a certain man and restore my clan. You actually like tomatoes though, and training, and me of course, Naruto said with an ear-splitting grin. Shut up, Dobe, Sasuke retorted. Hey, I resent that, Naruto started. Alright, enough banter, Kakashi interrupted. Meet me at the training ground 7 tomorrow at 8 in the morning sharp for our first team exercise. And you shouldn't eat breakfast. You just might throw it up, he said with an eye smile, and then he was gone. The three Genin were silent. So you guys wanna go get some ramen? Naruto then broke said silence. Fine, you're paying, Dobe, Sasuke replied. Why would I pay? You're the one with all the money, Naruto retorted. Huh. Alright, fine, I'll pay. The blonde grumbled as they began to walk off. A few steps down the stairs, Naruto stopped and turned around. You coming? I can? Right, sorry, I'm coming, she replied, lighting up at being included. Kakashi stood in front of the memorial stone, collecting his thoughts. He stretched his chakra, making sure he was alone, and then sighed aloud. Sensei, I have your son on my team. I'll train him well. I won't let what happened to our team happen again. Kakashi looked at the ground and smiled slightly. He wants to surpass you, not only in strength, but in speed, and even more so as a Hokage. I have no doubt that he will one day. It seems Lord Third has also told them of Lady Kushina. Guide me please, Sensei. I'm glad I convinced Lord Third to give him and Sasuke to me. Flashback. Inu stood before the Hokage. Sir. Stand and remove your mask, Inu, the professor ordered. Kakashi, you will take a Genin team again this year. Sir, no team has passed with me before. Why would we keep doing this? Kakashi inquired. You will train Uchiha Sasuke. You're the only one who can. The old Hokage puffed out his pipe. Fine, but I want Sensei's son too. Kakashi made his demand. If he was going to do this, he was going to protect the Sensei's legacy. You cannot train respectfully, Lord Third. I won't miss my chance to train him. He needs someone who knows. How many years have you had me watch over him from the shadows? It's time, sir, Kakashi demanded again, with more determination than the old Hokage has seen since the day Minato tasked Kakashi with overwatching Kushina's pregnancy. Fine. on the condition that you do not reveal his heritage to him, Sarutobi sighed. He must not be told. Not yet. When the time comes, Jiraiya will return to the village to help train the boy. Eventually, he will tell him. Flashback end. Kakashi's thoughts wandered to Obito, wondering how things would be if they had traded places. Obito, I'll look after Sasuke and try to save him from his hatred, like you once did for me. Thank you, Obito. The dawn of the new day saw 3 new Genins stroll into a training ground. Sasuke, stoic as ever, made no comment as they saw their sensei was indeed not there yet. Sakura was looking quite annoyed with their sensei, and Naruto, well, he was currently snacking on a stick of dango and looked extremely bored. Naruto, why are you eating? Sensei said not to eat breakfast. Sakura broke the silence. Nah, his mouth full of food was then swallowed and he cleared his throat. He said we shouldn't eat breakfast, not that we couldn't. That is absolutely... A voice promising punishment started as Kakashi landed behind the Genin. Tone suddenly softening, he continued. Correct. Sakura nearly face-faulted, and Sasuke even deemed it worthy of a sweat drop. Naruto simply laughed. Alright, Kakashi said, clapping his hands together. Time for your real Genin test. What? Came the outraged shout of 2 of the 3 students. Sasuke settling for a questioning grunt. Kakashi I smiled at them and then pulled out a timer, setting it on a post next to him. He then pulled out 2 bells and tied them to his waist. To become Genin, you must first take a bell from me. Any of you with a bell by the time this timer goes off, pass. He lowered his tone slightly and continued. However, any without will be sent back to the academy. But sensei, there's only 2 bells, Sakura questioned. Does that mean... Yes, Kakashi interrupted. Only if 2 of you can pass this test. No matter what, 1 of you is going back to the academy. High stakes then. Alright, let's get this done, Naruto stated. Come at me with intent to toaster bath. Otherwise, you will not succeed, the Jonin stated. Your test starts now. The Genin immediately scattered and hid off in the trees. Naruto observed the lazy Jonin with a calculating gaze, wondering what exactly his game was. This test can't be normal. Why separate from a 3-man squad to a 2-man squad? No, he intended to put us against each other. I see. Alright, I'll play along, Naruto thought to himself. Now who's gonna make the first move? If I know Sasuke. The last Uchiha burst from the trees with a hail of kunai in front of him, aiming at the Jonin. Speeding through hand seals, he shot off a jutsu. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. A large fireball left the boy's mouth, barreling at Kakashi. When the jutsu cleared, all that remained was a burning log with many kunai. A substitution. He's good, thought Sasuke. Weren't you ever taught not to play with fire? Kakashi asked from behind him, a book in hand. Don't underestimate me. I'm an Uchiha, Sasuke shouted. Immediately he engaged Kakashi in a bout of taijutsu, eventually forcing Kakashi to stash his book away. I'm no ordinary Genin, he continued as he came down with a heel drop, intent on caving in the Jonin's skull. Kakashi caught his leg and slammed him face first into the ground. First up, taijutsu. Not bad. He then disappeared, following the Uchiha to flip back onto his feet. Sasuke warily looked around, trying to find a Jonin. Earth style, headhunter jutsu, Kakashi called out. His hand shot out of the ground, grabbing his student's leg and dragging him into the earth, leaving only his head above the surface. Second up, ninjutsu. I'll stay here and think about what you did, the Jonin said with an eye smile, subsequently disappearing. Sakura snuck her way through the forest, trying to find a good line of sight on the clearing. Third up, genjutsu. The Jonin appeared behind the pink-haired girl. Demonic illusion. Death mirage jutsu. The girl found herself alone. Sakura, help me, Sasuke said, collapsing. With that, the pink-haired girl fainted. Kakashi would be lying if he said he wasn't disappointed. That was way too easy. He would need to change that. Alright, Blondie, you're up, Kakashi thought to himself, disappearing in a body flicker back to the tree at the center of the clearing. Naruto had seen enough. He was ready. He was fairly confident the Jonin wouldn't expect his kunai substitution. However, he wasn't going to fall for it more than once. Kakashi was just about to get bored enough to initiate the fight when a volley of kunai shot out of the trees at him. He dodged them and simply waited, and his wait was rewarded as 12 Narutos came charging out of the trees, all jumping at him, fists cocked back. They all phased right through him, the clones being only an illusion. Naruto came from behind with a burst of speed, launching into a spin kick. The white-haired man batted the boy's leg away, but was almost stunned to see Naruto instantly transition into a handstand that brought his opposite leg back around. Leveled at the Chunin's head, he quickly caught the leg moving to throw Naruto, only for him to suddenly be caught holding a log as another volley of kunai came at him from behind. He dodged and simultaneously dropped the log, only for Naruto to appear out of thin air, hand gliding across the bell but not even to grip it. But not enough to get a grip. Realizing he couldn't make the grab, Naruto transitioned into a handstand, spinning in place to bring his leg around to stroke Kakashi in the side. When Kakashi moved to catch the leg, Naruto suddenly let his arm buckle a bit, causing the height of his leg to drop from the sensei's midsection to his hip, just enough to avoid the hand poised to catch his leg and connect the kick with a log. Naruto ate the dirt. A substitution with a kunai. Impressive. Almost remind me of Sensei, thought Kakashi as he slammed Naruto face down into the dirt. Neat trick. Certainly impressive, but you'll have to do better than that, he said to the boy. The blonde craned his neck to smirk at his sensei as a large fireball, courtesy of the last Uchiha, barreled towards them. Kakashi tossed Naruto out of the line of fire and quickly replaced himself with a log. Finally dug yourself out, eh, Sasuke? Naruto said with a grin. Shut up, loser. I've got a bell to steal, said Sasuke with his ever so present attitude. No can do. Sorry, Sasuke. With that, Naruto grabbed Sasuke by the torso and dashed into the trees. Finally deep enough, he stopped as the Uchiha has been kicking the crap out of him. Loser, stop, Sasuke hissed. Quiet, you're really not as smart as you thought to be. You know that, right? Naruto said with a quiet chuckle. This is a test of teamwork, think about it. Or do I need to explain it to you? You're right. As much as I hate to admit it, it makes sense, Sasuke said begrudgingly. Of course I'm right, Naruto growled. Anyways, we gotta find Sakura. Huh, was his only reply. Naruto stuck his finger into the ground and began spreading his chakra out over the clearing. Finally, he locked into the Pinkette's chakra signature. Alright, I've got her. Let's go. Kakashi stood, unmoving in the clearing. Huh. I didn't really expect that Sasuke would rescue Naruto. Think I'll wait and see what happens next. This could be interesting, the masked Jonin thought to himself. Just as he began to consider pulling out his book, a volley of shurikens came at him from the woods. Quickly turning, the Jonin moved to deflect them when a hail of kunai shot out from the opposite side of the clearing. A pincer, Kakashi thought quickly. One of those kunais might end up being Naruto in a second. The former Anbu deflected the shuriken and quickly substituted with a log appearing across the clearing from where he had been standing. Fire style, fireball jutsu. A fireball barreled toward Kakashi, ripping apart the clearing as it moved. Kakashi quickly dodged and was confronted with a hail of shuriken. After deflecting them, he then immediately caught Sasuke's foot as it moved to catch him in the shoulder. The Jonin threw the boy away. He righted himself and threw another hail of shuriken at Kakashi. As Sasuke landed, Kakashi called out, "You'll get nowhere doing this on your own." "Not alone," the last Uchiha yelled back. In the back of his mind he thought, "I haven't been alone for a while now because of you, Naruto." He landed and flashed through hand seals again. Fire style, fireball jutsu. He smirked as it burnt towards the silver cyclops. "Naruto now," he called out to his friend. Two hails of kunai ripped from the trees at the new Jonin sensei. He deflected them all and dodged others. As expected, one suddenly became Naruto, who launched a new set of kunai at the instructor as he returned to face the new combatant. The Jonin's eyes widened and he substituted with a log to escape and create distance. Good. But where's the other one? He called out. Right here, sensei, Sakura called out as Kakashi looked and saw her standing alone with one hand holding a snake hand seal. Explode, she yelled. Kakashi's eyes widened as the 100 explosive tags around the field began to glow. Microseconds later, they resounded with a ball of fire and a thunderclap like boom. Kakashi appeared behind Sakura and caught her wrist as she tried to swing a kunai at him. Enough, he said. Well done, all of you. You pass. He smiled at the genin. Huh? Came the voice of Sakura and Naruto. But we didn't get the bells, Sakura continued. It was never about the bells, my little genin. It was all about teamwork, and you've shown you have that in spades. I'm proud of all of you, and you're all ready to be ninja. Kakashi had them all gathered around the three posts at the far side of the clearing. Here, he let them help themselves to the bento lunches he had waiting. As they ate, he contemplated what to say next. Ushering them over to the memorial stone, he began. Upon this stone, we engraved the names of the heroes of Konoha. These are all shinobi who gave their lives in the line of duty for the village. Many of my friends' names rest upon this stone, along with that of my sensei. Who is your sensei, Kakashi? Sakura asked gently. He smiled down at her. Minato Namikaze, or as you may know him, Lord 4th Hokage. What? No way. My sensei was trained by the 4th Hokage himself? You've got to be super strong, you know? Naruto's hands clapped over his mouth at the surprise of letting his verbal tick go in front of everyone, in front of his new teammates and sensei. Kushina would be very proud of you, Naruto. He smiled at the boy who looked oh so much like his late sensei. Wait, you knew my mom? Yes, I did. And I can tell you that the verbal tick of yours comes directly from her. Kakashi replied in a cheerful voice. Thanks, Kakashi, Naruto said softly with a huge grin plastered on his face. The masked man looked at the last Uchiha. Sasuke, you've done well by your clan's name, and if they were here right now, I'm sure that they would be very proud of you. Sasuke's eyes widened and a rare flicker of pure emotion shined through them. After a moment, he settled back into his nonchalant, uncaring demeanor once again. Thanks. The Jonin finally turned to the pinkhead. Sakura, you have potential, but there are many things you need to work on. But I'm sure you do your family proud as well. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei, she said, smiling widely. A very wise shinobi once taught me a very valuable lesson, Kakashi began. Those that break the rules are trash, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than trash. Kakashi sighed, remembering Obito. It's a saying that should be beaten into your heads at the academy, but that doesn't happen, so I'll do it myself. He smiled once again. Over the next 3 months, Team 7 would meet every day in the morning and do team and individual training until the early afternoon. After that, they would head to the Hokage Tower and acquire and complete 6 D-rank missions. They quickly become Konoha's top rookie genin team with 546 completed D-ranks under their belts. Adding to their feats, the instructor taught Sasuke and Sakura tree climbing and water climbing. While doing so, he also helped Naruto complete his water walking training. Kakashi felt they would be ready. Team 7 walked through the door of the Hokage's office. Kakashi smiled at the Hokage and gave a greeting. Yo. Kakashi. Here to start your daily D-ranks? Sarutobi smiled. I have a few here, he trailed off while shuffling around papers. Actually, Lord Hokage, I'm here to request a C rank for my little genin. Oh, it is about time now, isn't it? Let me see here. Bandits have been seen around Neba village. Abnormally large wolves have been terrorizing Hashikawa village. There's also the Lord Hokage. We'll take the bandit mission, sir. Kakashi interrupted. Alright, it's settled. Team 7 is to dispatch immediately to Neba village in eastern Hai no Kuni. You will meet with the village elder Aijimo Tohaku. The Hokage gave his orders and the team set out. After exiting the tower, Kakashi turned to face his team. Alright guys, I want you to go home. Pack 1 week worth of gear and meet me at the east gate. Understood? A chorus of yes Kakashi sensei came from the three child soldiers. He chuckled. It's about a full day's travel to Neba village, so be ready for a walk. Got it, the team scattered. Nice to meet you, Mr. Aijima, Kakashi said as he and his team bowed before the village elder. Thank you for coming to assist us, Mr. Hatake, the elderly man bowed. We've had trade caravans and travelers reporting that they have been confronted by bandits all around the village outskirts. Please take care of this problem for us. Of course, Mr. Aijima. We'll be off then. We shall report back when the mission is complete, the white-haired man replied. The team turned sharp and headed outside of the village. The Jonin turned to face his team. I won't lie to you. It would be wrong to do so. There is a high probability that you will either witness a toaster bath or toaster bath someone yourself on this mission. I'm hoping you don't freeze up if you do so. However, don't worry, as I will be watching over all 3 of you. Another possibility is that if the bandit group is large, there may be missing nin amongst them, so be careful. Understood? Yes, sensei, came the reply of all 3 students. The masked man stared at them a minute longer before signaling for them to follow him towards the spot that a carriage had been attacked. Upon arriving at the day-old scene, Kakashi began to investigate. Taking note of the area, he found a series of drag marks. With closer inspection, he deduced that the chests of goods had been dragged sloppily back to the bandit camp. Come, he said, we'll follow this trail to the camp. Scout it out, make a plan, and then take care of the problem. Understood? The 3 genin all nodded their heads at him. With that, they took off along the trail. Team 7 was on the hunt. Chapter 4. When Naruto had heard the term bandit camp, he had not envisioned what he was seeing currently. The team was perched on a rocky outcrop looking over the forest below them. In it was a large clearing filled to the brim with tents and carts. When he heard bandit problem, he had thought of maybe a group of 10 to 20. Not the view that greeted him of somewhere between 1 to 200 bandits strolling about. All sorts of weapons floated around between them, from swords to scythes and even axes. If you could think of it, someone down there probably had one. Kakashi sensei, how exactly do you plan for us to deal with all of this? Naruto quietly broke the silence with his question. I'm sure we could take these guys out, but there's a lot of them. I'm ashamed to admit it, but the idiot's right. There is a lot. Sasuke stared down, scouting and trying to see a plan. Gotta be something between 150 to 200 guys down there. Let's back off for now, kiddies. That's like almost as bad as Discord killing. Kakashi needs to be stopped, man. Kakashi said and began making his way away from the edge. The 3 genin quickly moved to follow them. Later that day, about an hour before dusk, Kakashi gathered his team around. Alright, listen up. Making sure he had the attention of all 3, he then continued. There is a ravine at the end of the clearing they are camped in. I'm gonna use a water-style jutsu fire followed by an earth-style jutsu to force them from the camp and into the ravine. Kakashi sighed. My jutsu will most likely neutralize a large amount of them, however, it won't get everyone. That is why you 3 will be using the ravine as a kill box. Wait, a kill box? Sakura asked. But these are people, we can't just toaster bath them like animals. Kakashi sighed once again and crouched level with the pink cat. I know that it doesn't seem right, but as shinobi, this is what we do, Sakura. On top of it, those men are scum, who have chosen a path of torture and, I can't say that, that's unconsensual stuff. Along with killing and kidnapping people for their own greed. They sell people into forced permanent labor. As such, we put them down like rabid dogs. Sakura's eyes widened, unbelieving his words. Is this really what it means to be a shinobi? The masked Jonin looked at her as if trying to find the right words. Sakura, look at your teammates. They've already steeled their resolve and are ready to do this. They understand what they signed up for. I know it feels wrong, but one day, all of you will find a way to cope with such acts. This is the life of a shinobi, and if you can't handle it, I won't force you down this path any further. Sure enough, when Sakura turned around to her teammates, she could see that they had steeled themselves and understood exactly what it meant to be a shinobi. Alright, sensei, I'll do it. I picked this path and I'm not just gonna go abandoning it, the sole female shinobi said with an air of confidence. He ruffled her hair. That's the spirit. Turning to the boys, she asked, are you guys ready? The two boys shared a glance at one another and turned their attention back to their sensei. Let's get this done, they replied in unison. Be ready when you see my jutsu go off, Kakashi said. The team began to set up along the ravine. Sakura at the end, where the ravine started to turn into open ground once again. Naruto and Sasuke positioned along opposite sides of the path, spaced to cover more distance. Sakura planted sets of paper bombs all along the ravine so she could set them off as bandits passed, to neutralize them as well as force them to keep going forward. Well, all was done. Kakashi moved away to the rock outcropping they used to overwatch the camp just hours before, carefully making his way down to where he was only above the clearing by about 40 feet. He began to flash through hand seals. Water style. Exploding water shockwave. A massive wave of water swept through the camp, smashing men into everything around them. When the water began to settle, some men had drowned, but most were injured or heading for the ravine. The Jonin sped through another set of hand seals. Earth style, mud river. A raging avalanche of mud and earth slid down the slope, effectively washing away the camp and destroying everything in its path, as well as swallowing up any stragglers who hadn't made it to the ravine. In total, only about 80 men made it in. As the first group got to the farthest along, a paper bomb went off underneath them. The loud echoing boom resounded through the passage as more paper bombs went off courtesy of the pink cat. Only about 40 bandits were left. However, in a hail of kunai and shuriken from Naruto and Sasuke, respectively, that number was cut in half. Unbeknownst to them, 4 men slid past and ran towards Sakura, who threw a handful of shuriken at them, but it only dropped 3. The thrown weapons buried in their heart, the last man having caught one in his shoulder. Sakura froze at seeing the 3 men she had just ended so close to her. You're dead, girlie, the last man said, bringing his sword to bear, poised to strike the girl down like nothing. Suddenly a swath of kunai landed behind him, and as he turned, he caught sight of black with a hint of orange before a kunai enclosed in a fist slammed into his skull, which burst with blood covering Naruto's face. He froze momentarily, registering the look of shock and utter fear on the man's face as he toaster bathed him. But remembering he had done so to save Sakura, he regained his composure. Sakura, are you alright? Naruto yelled at the girl. Naruto? She said, still dazed. You just saved my life, didn't you? Thank you, she said, falling to her knees. No problem, he said, then turned and called out through the ravine over Sasuke's little kill zone. Kakashi-sensei, come look after Sakura. And with that, Naruto flew back into the fray with Sasuke. Between the two of them, they utterly bodied the rest of the bandits with taijutsu and kunai alone. Kakashi watched as Naruto pierced the skull of the last bandit with a kunai. As the bandit dropped dead, he noticed a look of sadness in his eyes. Sasuke and Naruto then landed next to him, covered in a fairly large amount of blood. Good work, team. I'm proud of you. You all did well for your first time doing something like this. Kakashi sighed. Head down the hill about another half mile. There's a stream. You boys go get cleaned up, and I'll take care of Sakura, alright? Yes, sir, the boys said together and disappeared from view. Sakura, I need you to look at me. Can you do that for me? Kakashi asked the shell-shocked girl. Her 1,000-yard stare turned to meet Kakashi's dark gray eyes. She nodded dumbly. Sakura, you did what you did. You did what you had to do, and what was required of a shinobi. On top of it, it was kill or be killed. If you hadn't killed those 3 men, they most definitely would have killed you before Naruto could have possibly got them all. Kakashi sighed. Harden your heart, for this is something we deal with every day. However, don't forget that it's alright to feel remorse and regret overtaking a life. That remorse and that feeling is what keeps us human. If you ever begin to enjoy it, that is when you become a monster. And you're no monster, Sakura. Trust me, I've seen many. Sakura stopped slightly but took shaky deep breaths and replied, Thank you, sensei. Of course. What, Naruto? How you doing? Shouldn't you be focused on how you are doing and not how I'm doing, loser? Sasuke grumbled. Naruto stared into the river, his reflection in the bloody water staring back at him. It's easier for me to worry about others than it is to worry about myself. That's why you're a loser, Sasuke sighed. But I'm fine. Thanks, loser. What can I say? I've never had friends, so that's why every new friend I make matters so much to me. You were my first friend, you're my best friend, and you're almost closer to family to me than even the old man, Naruto said. He didn't exactly know why he was actually admitting this, but he figured it was just the shell shock he was still experiencing. Upon Naruto finishing his statement, Sasuke's eyes widened to a gigantic portion and his gaze turned to the golden-haired shinobi. In the back of Sasuke's mind rang the words of his brother on that night long ago. There is no value in killing the likes of you, my foolish little brother. If you want to kill me, curse me, hate me, and live a long, unsightly life, run away, and cling to your pitiful life. And then someday, when you have the same eyes as I do, come before me. Sasuke stared wide-eyed still at Naruto. This boy who had forced his way into Sasuke's life was more of a brother to him than even Itachi had been in their childhood. Could it be that the path I'm on is not the correct one? Is hatred truly the answer? Or has Naruto been right from the start? Sasuke thought to himself. Yeah, he grunted out in reply to Naruto. Naruto turned to Sasuke and threw a rock at him. Get clean, he said, laughing as he walked off. Sasuke grunted and stood up. Stupid Uzumaki. The team was now back in Neba village, standing before the village elder. Our mission is complete, sir. The bandits are taken care of. Thank you very much. It's always a pleasure to have you Konoha ninja around. I bid you safe travels home. Thank you, sir, Kakashi said as he bowed. He and his team then begun their journey home. So, my little Genin, other than the obvious bad part, how was your first excursion outside of the village? It's really neat to see a new place like this, Kakashi-sensei. Will we be taking more missions like this in the future? Naruto asked with an almost excited tone. I rather enjoy the views myself as well, Sakura said, but I'm glad to be going home. Huh. Sasuke grunted. It was alright, nothing special. You're always such a downer, Sasuke. At least be slightly enthusiastic, Naruto said, crossing his arms. Oh please, loser. You have enough enthusiasm to make up for the entire team, the raven-haired boy replied. Glad to see you all having fun, the sensei of the team 7 remarked. Unfortunately, he and Sakura would have to listen to the boys bicker the entire way home. Kakashi and his team stood before the aging Hokage. Team 7 reporting from 1st C-rank mission, sir. I'm happy to report that the mission was a complete success and these Genin handled themselves quite well. Ah yes, good to have you back, Kakashi, the old shinobi replied, packing and igniting his pipe. That's one C-rank added to your official record. Well done. If that is all, Kakashi, would you mind staying behind a moment? Of course, sir. Kakashi turned to the students. You three should go get some ramen or barbecue. I'll meet you there after I'm done here. He finished with an eye smile. Sounds good. Later, sensei. And the three were off. So, Kakashi, how did they handle the first time toaster bathing? It really broke Sakura down quite a bit, Kakashi said sadly. However, she's back to her normal self. I believe Naruto and Sasuke dealt with it by talking amongst each other. I'm really not all that worried about those two. They will make fine careers as shinobi, Kakashi finished with a nice smile. Hey, that they will, the Hokage said, exhaling a plume of smoke. And how exactly is Naruto coming along in his training? Well, Lord Third, he finished his water walking training while I trained the other two in tree climbing, so that's out of the way. Mentally as a shinobi, when we get into battles, his head is clear, so he's calm and collected. He's almost like Minato sensei if I'm to be honest. He still hasn't seemed to make contact with nor use the power of the nine-tailed fox. Kakashi recounted his progress with Team 7, deciding they needed to be a lot more stronger before they went running into the next mission. Good. I'm glad to hear the boys making progress. The professor then snuffed out his pipe and put it away. Well, I suppose that'll be all then, Actually, Lord Third, there was something I wanted to ask you. The Jonin interrupted, tones completely serious. Oh, please, do ask away, the god of shinobi said with a raised eyebrow. It's well known that the elemental jutsu training is mostly reserved for Chunin and above. However, I believe the potential in this team is extremely high. I would like your permission to begin teaching them fairly high-level techniques and test their elemental affinities. Also, sir, I'd like to train Naruto in the 4th Hummingbird Fist Taijutsu, Kakashi said, voice in full business mode. I suppose it can't hurt to properly start our most promising team off with some new jutsus. Alright, I approve your request, along with your request to train Naruto in Minato's style. However, not a word is to be spoken about who he really is to Naruto. Is that understood, Hatake? The third Hokage said in a tone that promised severe punishment for any disobedience of his order. Yes, sir, Lord Third, the former Anbu said. I'll take my leave then. The three Genin sat eating and bickering at Ichiraku. Naruto suddenly spun around in his seat and smiled. Sensei, what's up? He said to the empty street, cause Sakura, Toichi, and Ayame to all causing Sakura, Toichi, and Ayame to all adopt a confused expression. However, just as Sakura was about to ask what he was talking about, Kakashi appeared right before the blonde boy. Yo, Naruto, he laughed. Sakura was visibly stunned. Well, how? She muttered out. Sakura, you dolt. Naruto says a sensor type. How have you not picked that up? Sasuke quipped. Wow, I guess I never really noticed it. Sorry, Naruto, the girl said. Yeah, it's fine, Naruto stated. Now, you kids gotta come with me. There's training to be done, Kakashi said. I suppose I can pay just this once. He leaned over and paid for their meals. Turning around, he bid the father-daughter duo goodbye. Later, Toichi, Ayame. We'll have to catch up sometimes. Of course, Kakashi. Stop by anytime, to which he called out to the team's backs as they made their way from the shop. The team followed their sensei to training ground 7. Here, they gathered around the 3 wooden posts. Alright, listen closely, as I don't want to repeat myself. The Jonin started. And I lost where I was. The Jonin started with an authoritative tone. We're gonna test your elemental affinities today. Wait, really? Oh wait, that's awesome, Naruto said enthusiastically. Pipe down, Naruto, I'm not done, Kakashi said with a stern look. Now, I was saying, I'm gonna test your affinities, after which I intend to give you all a jutsu to learn before our next mission that we'll be taking at the end of the next week. I want all of you to try to have them mastered by then, or at least be proficient with the jutsu. Understood? Yes, sensei, the 3 called back to him. Alright then, let's get this started. Hatake opened a pouch on his vest and produced 3 pieces of chakra paper. Take these in your dominant hand and then slowly push your chakra into them. He then handed the papers out. If your affinity is fire, it'll burn. Water, it'll turn soggy. Wind, it'll split. Lightning, it'll crinkle. And earth, it'll crumble. Go ahead and start, he ordered to his team. He thought to himself, let's see what we're working with. Sakura went first, pushing her chakra into the paper and it crumbled in her hand. Earth isn't... not... Earth. It's not rare, but it's a strong element. Especially good for defensive jutsu, the masked man commented. Sasuke took his turn and followed after Sakura. Paper crinkling before setting alight. Fire and lightning. Not bad. I'm also a lightning type. He eye-smiled at the Uchiha boy. Naruto finished for the group by pushing his chakra into the paper, causing it to split in half before turning soggy and dissolving into water. Wind and water. Wind is very rare in the land of fire, as I know of only 2 shinobi in Konoha that have natural wind affinities, one of whom being Sarutobi Asuma, and water to boot, also a good element. I'm surprised to see 2 of my students have dual affinities. Kakashi then put his hands into this clone seal. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 2 identical Kakashis appeared next to him. Any one of you who can get their jutsu down before the weekend is over, I will teach a second jutsu to. He then had Sasuke and Sakura head off with one of his clones each. Kakashi stared at Naruto before eye-smiling at him. Ready? He asked. Of course, sensei, the boy responded, ready to learn. Alright, Naruto, now, just so you know, high-level techniques require additional chakra control training as well as elemental control training. So don't go off trying to learn any high-level wind or water techniques without having me there to help, alright? Kakashi's clones were also giving the same talk to his other two students. Yes, sir. The boy was practically bouncing up and down at this point. Because of this, the Jonin gave him a rather stern look and the boy immediately composed himself and quieted. The jutsu I'm gonna teach you is called Wind Style, Great Breakthrough. Watch my hands, alright? Kakashi then began to move through the seals for the technique, aiming for the middle of the clearing. Tiger, ox, dog, rabbit, snake, wind style, great breakthrough, he yelled, and a massive gust of wind burst through the clearing, ripping the leaves of many trees. You got that? Yeah, can I try it now? He asked impatiently. Yes, but let me walk you through it, alright? After you run through the hand seals, you'll gather wind chakra in your lungs and blow it out in a stream of air. Go ahead and try it now. The instructor was curious as to how exactly this was going to go. Naruto burst into action, sliding through the hand seals and releasing the jutsu. Wind style, great breakthrough, he yelled and watched in pure disbelief as his first wind jutsu rippled a single leaf of a tree. He face planted in shame. Get up, Naruto. That's to be expected on your first try. Again, Kakashi ordered. Yes, sir, the boy grumbled, flashing through hand seals and repeating the process, however still only tearing a single leaf from a tree. When mastered and filled with chakra, this jutsu can go from C to A rank in no time. You have the potential for that, Kakashi advised again. Once again, wind rippled through the trees. Again. This time 2 leaves left the tree. Again. The same result. Again. This continued until dark, at which point Naruto was about to ruffle the entire tree and shake it, as well as taking some leaves off of it. Unfortunately, he still did not have mastery over the jutsu. We'll meet her tomorrow morning. Be on time. It was early morning when Sakura and Sasuke entered the clearing to find Naruto and Kakashi standing at the far side. Again, Kakashi's voice floated across the field, followed by a gust of wind that ripped a branch off the tree. Ha! Look, I did it! Naruto's hands clapped over his mouth, letting out his verbal tick. Sometimes you really are just like Kushina, Kakashi said with an eye smile. Thank you. Naruto then noticed the rest of the team standing there. Oh hey guys, what's up? Hi Naruto, responded Sakura. Loser, Sasuke grunted. What jutsu are you learning? He asked, wondering. Wind style, great breakthrough, Naruto smiled. How about you guys? The pinkette spoke first. Earth style, hidden mold jutsu. Sasuke followed up with fire style, phoenix flower jutsu. Sasuke, think we can combine our jutsus for a combination? Naruto asked. I don't see why it wouldn't work, the Uchiha replied. Thinking ahead, aren't we? Your chakra natures are a perfect match, not only to go against each other in spars, but also to work together in unison for a better effect. Kakashi interdicted. You also have great potential, he chuckled and continued. Alright, Sakura, head off with the clone. Naruto, my other clone will stay here and oversee your progress. Sasuke, come with me. The clearing was once again filled with the repetition of again, followed by a gust of wind. It would continue until dusk. Naruto, with this much chakra, you're capable of being an artillery battery of jutsu. I'm going to expand your ninjutsu arsenal as much as I can. Kakashi eye-smiled at the boy. Now one more time. Again. Naruto inhaled and then released his jutsu, only to watch as it ripped the tree in the center of the clearing right out of the ground. Kakashi's eyes widened. Naruto, how exactly did you pull that off? Naruto rubbed the back of his neck. Well, you see, Sensei, I kinda got frustrated and poured a bunch of chakra into it. Again. Huh? Do it again. We need to see if you can replicate that. Yes, sir, he said, speeding through hand seals and inhaling heavily. He poured chakra into his lungs and released his jutsu. Wind style, great breakthrough. The wind tore through the clearing and tossed down the tree, another tree, 20 yards across the clearing. Well done, Naruto. I truly am impressed. I'm gonna dispel now to let the original know what happened. The clone burst into smoke. Over the next 3 days, Sasuke would master his jutsu as well, meaning that the boys would get a second jutsu to work on. Sakura had not, but Kakashi knew she was getting close. He also had her firing on all cylinders. He worked her half to death every day to try to build up her chakra reserves. Kakashi would teach Naruto and Sasuke their new jutsu over the next week, as well as helping Sakura perfect hers. He also began having her learn medical ninjutsu. For Naruto, he taught him the water style, water clone jutsu. He felt that with Naruto's reserves it would be a great asset. He didn't want to try with the shadow clone yet, as he would need to convince the Hokage that it was a good idea. In the long run, the multi-shadow clone jutsu could turn out to be one of the most deadly in Naruto's arsenal. He had taught the self-proclaimed Avenger a lightning jutsu, lightning style, lightning bolt, a C-rank jutsu that was essentially the lightning version of the water style water pistol jutsu. Sasuke has picked up the lightning jutsu much faster than Kakashi was expecting, and was proud of his team. It was time to get their next C rank, so they made their way to the Hokage Tower. Chapter 5. Kakashi and his team were currently making their way down a road. Client in tow, they were en route to the land of waves. Tazuna the bridge builder had requested a C-rank escort mission to his home country, located south of the Land of Fire. The Land of Waves needed Tazuna to complete his bridge to increase trade opportunities. Naruto was walking alongside Sasuke in the front of the group when he noticed the puddle. It hadn't rained in weeks. Oh, come on, that's just sloppy. Who does that? Naruto thought. Clearing his throat, he said to Sasuke, "You're a scrub, you know that, right? You couldn't even use my water jutsu properly when you tried." Sasuke got the message loud and clear, having noticed the puddle himself. "Screw you, Uzumaki." The puddle came to life as two nin burst from it, wrapping Kakashi in their chain and then splitting him in half. "One down," the nin said in unison. A lightning bolt courtesy of Sasuke, lightning pistol just hit home on their chain, shocking both of the nin and forcing them to detach from each other. Sakura sped through hand seals and called out, "Earth style, hidden mole jutsu," dragging herself and Tazuna underground out of the way. The two nin engaged in combat with Naruto and Sasuke. Locking kunai with Naruto, one of the nin growled. Naruto responded and kinda with the addition of, "What kind of idiot scrub are you? That was the worst plan I've ever seen." The nin growled again and launched back away from the golden-haired boy. The Jinchuriki threw a hail of kunai at the nin, who battered some of them away with his gauntlet and dodged the last four, only for the kunai that was closest to him directly behind his back to suddenly become Naruto, who kicked the nin into the air. Sasuke, on the other hand, got caught up in hand-to-hand with the second nin. The nin, whose experience was giving him the upper hand, got overconfident and left the opening that the Uchiha gladly exploited, kicking him hard enough to crack his ribs. Sasuke shot away from the nin and flew through hand seals. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Spitting a volley of small fireballs at his opponent, it was enough to light the man's cloak on fire. Throwing his cloak from his body, he prepared to re-engage with the Uchiha when he saw his brother fall from the sky. "Uzumaki hammer!" Naruto yelled after punching the man hard enough in the face to break his nose. The man landed face up on the ground, only to meet a kunai through the heart as the blonde substituted with one of his kunai still on the ground. Naruto looked at the dead nin and immediately shifted his attention to Sasuke. "Meizu! I'm gonna kill you!" The nin was enraged. A voice came from behind as the ring of a kunai handle impacted the back of his skull, knocking him out. "You let your guard down," came Sasuke's disappointed tone. "Oh, well done, kiddos. You can come up now, Sakura," Kakashi called out to his genin. Sakura busted from the ground, Tazuno in tow. The old bridge builder looked at the jonin and said, "Wait a minute, didn't you just get toaster bathed?" "I used a substitution. I'm a jonin after all. But most importantly, I had to see if they were after me for my bounty or after you. Start talking, Tazuna. Now." Kakashi's tone hardened into a firm command. "Right, yes. I'm sorry." He dropped to his hands and knees. "Our village is too poor to pay for anything above a C rank. It took everything we had to scrounge up that much money. In that case, you should have explained your situation to our Hokage. He would have gladly made a deal with your country. Now why are there missing nin after you?" Kakashi said to the old drunk. The man sobbed and said, "The truth is, there's a super dangerous man after me. You may have heard of him. His name is Gato." "Gato?" Kakashi asked, slightly surprised. "As in the shipping magnate? What could he possibly want with you?" "He took over the Land of Waves with his company. He effectively ruined the economy and we're bankrupt. Building my bridge would kickstart the economy again, and his company wouldn't be able to keep hold of us anymore." He sobbed loudly. "Please, you have to help me." "Standard procedure states that we return to the village at once," the jonin said. This mission is no longer a C rank, and by that right, your contact is null and void. Ah, I see, the bridge builder replied. I guess Gato Stux will just toaster bath me, and my super cute daughter and grandson will cry for weeks, and my super cute grandson will grow up hating Konoha forever, he sobbed out. The whole team shared one thought. This is like grown man. But still, all looked at each other. Kakashi turned to his genin and asked, This is no longer a mission you have to do. Any of you can turn around and go back to the village. This mission could very well be your last. I can't order you to go, so what's it gonna be? Say, Sensei, as Konoha Shinobi, don't we take it upon ourselves to help anyone in need, even more so than the other great villages? So to hold up our values and the will of fire, I'm gonna go save that village, with or without you, sir, Naruto voiced his reply. Sasuke grunted. I have to make sure this idiot doesn't die, or get all the credit. If they're in, then I'm in too, Sensei. We're a team after all, Sakura said with enthusiasm. Alright then, so be it. Let's move out, the former Ambu said. Right. Thank you, Ken. I know you stuck your neck out for me this time, the old bridge builder said to the fisherman as the team dismounted the boat. Yeah, no problem. Just get that bridge built, man. With that, the fishermen floated away. Alright, it's not too long of a walk to the main village. I'll lead you there, Tazuna said with a bit more enthusiasm than he had shown the whole way there. As they walked along, Naruto immediately sensed a large chakra signature. Responding in kind, Naruto took Tazuna and Sakura to the ground a full 8 seconds before Kakashi even yelled, "Get down." A massive sword flew through the air above them where their heads had been. The sword embedded itself into a tree and a man appeared on top of it. With bandages covering his face, his carved kiri forehead protector sideways upon his head, and brandishing camouflage pants, Momochi Zabuza stood before Team 7. He then proceeded to give them a taste of real killing intent. Kakashi spoke first. Momochi Zabuza, a rank missing nin from Kirigakure, also known as the Demon of Kirigakure. Uncovering his left eye, revealing his Sharingan, Kakashi continued. I'll need this to deal with you. Hatake Kakashi, or Kakashi of the Sharingan. I'm honored, Zabuza said. You three, stay back and protect Tazuna with your lives. Stay out of this fight, the legendary Jonin ordered. It's useless to have them protect them, Zabuza said, channeling all of his killing intent at the three genin. Sasuke began to lift his kunai towards his throat. It's over. I'm done for. Might as well just get it over with, Sasuke thought under the immense pressure of Zabuza's killing intent. Sasuke, stop. I'll protect you with my life. I won't let my comrades die, Kakashi said reassuringly. Hit and miss Jutsu, Zabuza yelled. Zabuza suddenly appeared inside the circle of genin, aiming to cleave their heads off along with Tazuna's with a single swing. Just as the genin thought it was all over, Kakashi's hand ran through the man's chest, kunai firmly in his grip. Zabuza's body turned into a pool of water. Zabuza appearing behind the copy nin and cleaving him in half, only for him to turn into water himself. Kakashi appeared behind the missing nin. It's over, Momochi. Before Kakashi could strike, a second missed nin appeared behind him, throwing him into the nearby lake. As the copy nin came to the surface, he was trapped in the swordsman water prison jutsu. Naruto, take our team and run. This fight was over the minute I got caught. His water clones can't get it far from his body, so run. Kakashi yelled at the genin, then thought to himself, looks like I failed once again, Sensei. 3 of Zabuza's water clones made their way towards the genin. As if a ninja who abandons his comrades is worse than scum. And I'm most definitely not scum. I won't run. Not now, not ever, Naruto shouted. Sasuke, combo 5 formation B. Got it, the Uchiha yelled in retort. What are they doing? Thought the copycat nin. Secretly under Kakashi's nose, the two boys had been meeting for 3 hours at midnight to practice combat plans, have spars, and try to perfect their first collaboration jutsu. Naruto and Sasuke dashed to opposite sides of the clearing as 12 perfect copies of Naruto ran at Zabuza from where he and Sasuke had been standing. It's Brat's gonna try to use Academy clones on me? What an idiot. The bandaged man laughed aloud, but his eyes widened upon watching one of those clones pull a kunai out and wreck one of his water clones. The other two of the Miss Nin's clones quickly neutralized the Naruto clones. Zabuza's eyes widened again when he saw they were water clones. Sasuke burst from the trees on the right side of the clearing, running at the missing nin kunai drawn. No, Sasuke, keep your distance, Kakashi yelled, but it was too late, and the missing nin clone cleaved Sasuke in half only for him to revert to a Naruto clone that then dissolved into water. Kakashi's eyes widened as they had many times before. What absolute brilliance. Naruto is a wonderful strategist. At the same moment the clone was split in half, Naruto and Sasuke burst from the tree line on the left, flying through hand seals in unison. They both fired off said jutsu. They called out in perfect sync as they had done hundreds of times before. Wind style, great breakthrough. Fire style, fireball jutsu. The wind boosted the fireball's speed, doubled its size as the jutsu barreled towards the two water clones, which were instantly evaporated from the immense heat. Suddenly a Fuma shuriken burst from the fireball straight at the real Zabuza's head. He caught the offending object and was about to taunt the boys when he saw a second shuriken that had been hidden in the first shuriken's shadow. Zabuza promptly jumped over the secondary. Not bad for rookies, but still not enough. At that moment, the shuriken behind him turned into Naruto, who tossed the kunai at the man's head. The missing nin moved his head quickly to the side and watched the kunai move past them, only for it to suddenly become Naruto's sandal, courtesy of the boy's kunai substitution. And Zabuza subsequently ate Shu and was forced to release Kakashi. The copy nin immediately threw Naruto away from the two nin and back to the shore. Excellent work, boys. I'll take it from here. Kakashi called to his genin, copying and flashing through hand seals. Kakashi and Zabuza both let off a jutsu. Water style, water dragon jutsu. The two jutsus collided and cancelled each other out. The two high-level ninja would duke it out for another 10 minutes before finally both launched back and begun to speed through hand seals once again. This time Kakashi was faster thanks to a Sharingan genjutsu he had placed on Zabuza to make his movements more sluggish. Zabuza gasps. Can you see the future? Yes, said the copy nin. And your future is death. He let loose his jutsu. Water style, water dragon jutsu, which smashed into Zabuza with extreme force. Kakashi made his way to the Miss Nin's broken and beaten body, preparing a kunai to finish the job when a Kirigakure hunter nin appeared as several senbon impaled Zabuza's neck. Thank you. I've been tracking him for some time now. Kakashi's eyed the hunter nin. I want to make sure he's dead if that's alright. By all means, copy nin Kakashi, the hunter replied. The battered jonin leaned down and felt for Zabuza's pulse. Finding none and completely exhausted, Kakashi let the nin take off with the body before turning to his genin. Y'all did well. I'm very proud. Kakashi passed out. In a quick burst of speed, Naruto caught his teacher. Old man Tazuna, take us to your home, Naruto ordered. Startled, Tazuna reined himself in and quickly replied, Oh right, yes, follow me. As the group made their way to the bridge builder's house, Naruto spoke up. Hey Sasuke, what is it, loser? Thanks for the help, I definitely couldn't have done that alone. Sasuke's only reply was to stare into the sky with a blank look on his face, between revenge and acceptance and camaraderie amongst his friends. Which did he really want the most? These thoughts would plague him for the rest of the day. And then me and the duck butt over there launched a collaboration jutsu we've been working on and totally fried those water clones, Naruto said enthusiastically. You can't fry water, idiot, Sasuke remarked. Sasuke, there's a child in this house. Watch your mouth, Sakura shouted at the boy. Naruto and Sasuke sat and stared wide-eyed at the pink head, faces contorted in disbelief. The girl blushed and sat down. Just because I like you doesn't mean I have to go easy on you, Uchiha Sasuke. You're almost as bad as Naruto sometimes. At that moment, Naruto burst into laughter. Sakura soon followed, and Sasuke even began to chuckle lightly. And this was the scene that greeted Hatake Kakashi as he entered the dining room of the house. Well, I'm glad to see you all have been enjoying yourself. Thank you for the hospitality, Mr. Tazuna, and you as well. Kakashi trailed off, staring at the woman, inclining her to give him her name. Oh, pardon me. I'm Tazunami. Nice to meet you, mister. Hatake Kakashi, it's a pleasure. Sensei, Naruto cut in. Should you really be up and about already? Yeah, I'll be fine, but thank you for your concern, Kakashi reassured the boy. Now I want you all to know that I'm fairly certain Zabuza is still alive, and I'd say we've got about a week to prepare for him to come back. We were thinking that might be the case, actually. We felt something was off with the Hunter Nin, Sasuke said. Well, good. I'm glad to see you three are learning to pick up on these kinds of things. Kakashi smiled at his team. Inari, Tazuna yelled. Come down here. Footsteps were heard and a small boy came down the stairs into the dining room. What? Inari said. Hello to the wonderful ninja who protected your grandpa, Tazunami said. Sup, kid? Don't worry. We're gonna save your country. No problem, Naruto said, giving a reassuring grin and a thumbs up. Whatever, the boy muttered. You're all gonna die anyway. Nobody beats Gato. Naruto shot up, standing at the table. Excuse me? He almost growled. What are you just giving up? Scaredy cat. You're all gonna die anyway. Why do you even try? There's no such thing as heroes, the young boy shouted. That's cap, Naruto yelled. I'm gonna save this place and show you you're wrong. You wouldn't understand. What could you ninja possibly know about this kind of suffering? Inari yelled back, crying. Naruto began to leak killing intent, shaking slightly. He said, wouldn't understand, huh? Okay, now he just blows off on a child. What would I know, right? You know what? You're just a crybaby, he can't get over himself. I know more about suffering than almost anyone on this planet. Naruto walked to the door, opened it, and said, I'm leaving. I'll be back later. The door closed softly behind him. Inari burst into tears and ran up the stairs. The whole room was silent. I apologize for my student's behavior. He's had an extremely hard life. It's okay, Mr. Hatake. He's needed to hear that for a while now. I just couldn't bring myself to be the one to say it, Tazuna reassured the legendary Konoha Nin. Sakura stood. I'm gonna go for a walk, maybe do some training. I'll be back by tomorrow. With that, Sasuke left the house. Sasuke strolled through the forest in the direction that Naruto had gone. Not that he was worried or anything, he was just gonna see if the blonde wanted to get beat up in a spar. Sasuke wandered around for quite a while, and it was almost dusk when he felt the faint sense of his friend's chakra. It was hard not to sense Naruto's chakra sometimes. The dang loser had so much of it. Sasuke made it to the edge of the small clearing and instantly drew a kunai and burst forward to the down form of his friend, putting himself in between Naruto and the person who had been standing over him. The Uchiha stared at the individual that stood only a few feet away from him. Who are you? Sasuke said. Oh, my name is Haku. I'm a local. I was out gathering herbs for my ill father. I heard a lot of noise this way and came to take a look. I watched him train for a while, the girl now identified as Haku said. In that moment, Sasuke had the faint thought that this girl was absolutely gorgeous, almost as beautiful as his own No, that's wild. that's that's wild. Sasuke is tweaking. The raven-haired boy grunted. Seems he knew you were here then. Oh, he did? Haku asked curiously. Yeah, my stupid teammate is a center type. He can feel out chakra like it's his own hand. Sasuke said, slightly jealous. He sighed sitting down next to Naruto. Do you have someone precious to you? Haku asked. Do I? No. He stopped himself. Was he an avenger that wanted to be all alone and kill Itachi? Or was he a teammate, comrade, and friend to those around him? He quickly thought of Sakura, Kakashi, and Naruto, the only family he had now. You know what? Yeah, I do, he sighed. Why was he telling this girl all of this? Good. Then you must be very strong, the girl replied. Why do you say that? It was the conflicted Avenger's turn to be curious. Because when you have precious people and precious bonds to protect, that is when you are truly strong, the girl smiled. Strength comes from the bonds we form around us. Our precious people are the ones we fight so hard to protect. Sometimes they die, and we can't stop it, but that's what drives us to get even stronger, so we can protect the ones we have left. Sasuke couldn't help but think not only was her voice and face so beautiful, but her spirit was as well. He smiled back at her. You know, you're probably right. Thank you, Miss Haku, Sasuke replied. Haku stood. I have to go now, but you're welcome. I hope we meet again someday in the future. Oh, and by the way, I'm a boy, the young woman said, smiling. For the first time in his life, Sasuke snorted. He laughed loudly. Yeah, BS. I call your bluff, woman. It seems you've caught me, the villager girl smiled at him again. Goodbye, until we meet again, Uchiha Sasuke. It would only be a full week later that Sasuke would realize he had never given her his name. I slept in again, Naruto shouted. He ran down the stairs and found Tazunami. My team leave already? Indeed they did, Naruto. I'm sorry, I should have woken you up, she replied. No, it's fine. Thank you, he said, running to the door. Later, he called behind him. He called from behind him. He called behind him. He was halfway to the bridge when he felt it. 6 chakra signatures headed right for the house. Naruto quickly doubled back on his trail, intent on stopping whatever was about to happen. He arrived just in time to watch a bandit kick the door in and drag Tazunami out of the building. He quickly flashed through hand seals, creating 5 water clones to deal with the 5 bandits guarding the perimeter. As his clones snuck up, so did he. He was in kunai range now. He watched as Inari came running out of the house in full charge, brandishing a knife. I'll toast your bath, you brat. Don't hurt my mother. Inari, no. As a sword swing came down towards the boy, a kunai impacted at the man's feet and then was gone. And somehow the man had a fist brandishing a kunai embedded halfway in his chest underneath his ribs. Naruto twisted the small blade and then the man promptly died. All the while, Naruto's 5 water clones simultaneously toaster-braved the other 5 men. Good job, Inari, he said, looking down at the boy and ruffling his hair with his non-blood-soaked hand. That's how a true hero acts. Thanks for saving us, Naruto. Thank you so much, Mr. Uzumaki, Tazunami cried out. No problem, but I gotta get going now. My team's waiting for me. You should barricade yourself in the house and wait. And with that, the boy took off into the trees once again. Meanwhile, on the bridge, Sasuke was getting his fade ran, and it was pissing him off like a lot. Dang it, how am I really this outclassed? The fake hunter nin had encased the last Uchiha in a dome of ice mirrors, and was proceeding to rip him apart with Senbon. The Uchiha really did think it might be over for him. Suddenly, a loud explosion ripped apart one of the mirrors, courtesy of Naruto, who used the opportunity to catch the fake nin across the face with his foot. Sasuke, don't tell me you've been losing to this, not cool person. Shut up, you idiot. Now we're both stuck in here, he said as the destroyed mirror reformed. Well, at least I don't have to fight alone now, the Raven thought. The fight proceeded and Sasuke found out that Naruto was after all faster than he was. It bothered him slightly, but at least they had a chance. Enough, it's time to end this, yelled the enemy shinobi, and suddenly there was an absolutely huge blanket of Senbon coming straight for them. Sasuke knew he couldn't dodge. He was gonna die here. Sasuke suddenly found himself thrown against the ground, with Naruto standing over him, body covered in Senbon, looking at him with almost lifeless eyes. Sasuke, you gotta live, Naruto said through gritted teeth, and with that the unknown son of the 4th Hokage fell and died. Naruto, hey, idiot, get up, Sasuke crawled towards him. Why, loser? Why would you save me? You're supposed to be Hokage one day. Sorry, Sasuke was racked with two emotions, guilt and anger. His eyes flashed red, a fully mature 3-tomo Sharingan appearing in place of his black eyes. Was he precious to you? The nin asked. He obviously cared for you, the nin sighed. Sorry it had to end this way. Shut up. I'm gonna toaster bath you. Sasuke was on the nin. Sasuke was on the nin in seconds, eyes working double time and reading every move the nin made before he could make them. Sasuke slammed hit after hit into the nin, kicking the nin into the air. Sasuke did as he had seen Naruto do with the Demon Brothers. He slammed his fist into the fake hunter nin's face, breaking her mask and sending her crashing to the ground face up. Sasuke came down, kunai poised to cut open the nin's heart. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he stopped, stone cold. Haku? What are you doing here? He screamed at the down girl. It was you. Why was it you who killed him? I am a tool for Zabuza, as all shinobi are. In the same way, you are all tools to your village and Hokage. I am a tool to Zabuza. I will serve him faithfully, for my dream is to see him achieve his dream. Haku grunted out. A tool? Sasuke yelled. No, we're people. The loser was to be Hokage one day. You, Uchiha Sasuke, are at your strongest at this moment, as you are protecting someone precious to you, Haku sighed. I am a broken tool, and I am no longer able to protect my precious people. So please, kill me, Uch. A blast of chakra flew across the bridge, freezing everyone in place. They felt one emotion over all others, fear. Fear at the overwhelming feeling of killing intent and hatred as Naruto's body seemingly rose from the dead. Chapter 6. Did the seal break? The panic thoughts rushed through Kakashi's mind. Hatake, what is that? Zawada asked. The two nin locked blades once again. The former Miss Jonin disengaged and leapt back, sweeping his blade in front of him and catching Kakashi lightly across the chest. At that moment, a black and red mass shot across the bridge and took Zabuza off his feet. The man's back impacted one of the bridge's support hard enough to cause cracks to spiderweb out from the point of impact. Zabuza coughed up blood. What just hit me, he thought. When he opened his eyes, what he saw terrified him. When he took this mission, he never would have thought he would face Konohagakure's Jinchuriki. He remembered what kind of terrors occurred during the battle with Yagura, and he was only the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails. And if this kid was Konohagakure's, then that could only mean one thing. It's the Nine Tails. Zabuza half thought and half mumbled under his breath. Naruto was pressing Kakashi hard. Well, not really Naruto, but the demon in control of his body. He was barely dodging hits. Naruto, the copy nin yelled at his student. You've got to rein yourself in. Fight it. Kakashi, what's happening? Sasuke yelled. His eyes were wide, showering on following Naruto's moves. What even was this power? Sasuke, stay out of this. If you don't, you'll die, the Jonin replied, desperation in his voice. Naruto, Kushina, your very mother was also the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. She could keep it under control, and I'm more than sure you can as well. The desperate Jonin yelled at the red-eyed Jinchuriki, but he finally slipped up. Kakashi lost his footing and knew this was the end. He could only hope the boy would regain control before killing his teammates. Naruto's clawed hand stopped mere inches from the Jonin's face. The nin's eyes widened as he saw the boy stop. Naruto, you in there? He said as calmly as possible. The boy's eyes flashed blue for a split second. I'm here, sensei. It's me. I'm in control. Naruto, don't think about anything else, but as long as you're like this, let's use it. Let's get Zabuza together, alright? The Jonin instructed the boy. Got it, he grinned. What's the plan? The same combo you and Sasuke used. Pour that chakra into it. The two flashed through hand seals. Fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu. Wind style, Great Breakthrough. The absolute hurricane of fire that burned across the bridge was enough to superheat the concrete as it traveled. Zabuza barely managed to counter out water style, Water Wall, he yelled. Jujutsu held against the Jonin and Genin's combo for all of 5 seconds before it evaporated and blew the water away. But it was enough to keep the jutsu from instantly killing the missing nin. As his clothes burned, he screamed and jumped off the bridge into the water, where he then resurfaced and ran up the side of the bridge to confront the Konohagakure shinobi. Zabuza, it's time to end this, Kakashi stated. He slid through hand seals. The Jonin's hand was engulfed in lightning, and he sped across the bridge and extended towards the missing nin. Chidori. The sound of his hand tearing and bursting through flesh echoed across the bridge. On his hand sat Haku. Made for a useful tool after all, the demon of Kirigakure yelled, bringing his sword back and fully intending upon cutting through Haku to kill Kakashi, but he hesitated. Can I really do this? He thought, but brought his arm down anyway. A black and red blur impacted against the side of his sword, taking it completely out of his hand. Sensei, finish it, Naruto shouted, throwing the blade to the ground. Zabuza varnished the kunai, but immediately Kakashi was behind him and planted a kunai in the nin's left shoulder, rendering it useless. The nin tossed his kunai to his other hand, bringing it around to bear down on Kakashi. The Leaf Jonin adjusted his grip and changed his angle, slamming his kunai into Zabuza's armpit while simultaneously grabbing and snapping the former Kirigakure nin's forearm. Zabuza growled and launched back, but was met with a voice. Oh, you ninja really do have some cool fights, a short, fat man with a cane called out. Too bad I have to cut it short. Gato, what are you doing here? Zabuza growled. I figured I'll wait for you all to wear each other down and then come have my men finish you all off. I never intended to pay you. He kicked Haku's corpse. This brat almost broke my arm. I'm glad she's dead. Zabuza said nothing, but it was someone unexpected who broke the silent tension. How? How can you stand there and let him do that to her? She loved you. She traded her life for yours, and you just let him desecrate her memory? The Uchiha yelled with rage in his eyes. She's just another tool to me. That's capped. You hesitated when you went to cleave through her to get to Kakashi. You'd sit there now and lie? The Uchiha growled. How could you just... Shut up, kid. You've said enough. You're right. Haku was everything to me. Give me a kunai, kid. I'll kill this rat myself. The Uchiha held a questioning gaze at the former Kirinin, then turned and then looked at Kakashi. The Jonin nodded. Hesitantly and cautiously approached the ninja swordsman, leaned towards the boy and opened his mouth. The boy held out the handle and Zabuza took it in his teeth. "Thanks," he said, and tore into the fray of mercenaries and bandits guarding Gato. Slipping into Gato's personal space, the redeemed nin slammed the kunai into his throat. Tearing it out, he proceeded to kill many more bandits before he fell. As the bandits moved to hit the downed man, one shouted out, "We're gonna toaster bath the rest of you ninjas in seconds." "Like hell," a child's voice echoed across the bridge. "We're not gonna let you step on us anymore." Inari stood with the whole village at his back. "Get out of here, for good." Channeling a last little dosage of the Nine-Tails chakra, Naruto stepped forward. "If they don't make you leave, I will." He forced all the killing intent he could towards the bandits, and they took off running for the trees. Naruto collapsed, but his faithful sensei caught him before he hit the ground. "Kakashi, will you do me a favor? I'd like to see Haku just one last time." Kakashi obliged the nin and laid him next to the lifeless body of Haku. "Thank you." As they watched the missed nin die crying, snow began to fall on the bridge. Team 7 sat in a bedroom in Tazina's house, watching over Naruto's sleeping form. The room had been silent as they all stared at the boy, but Sasuke had to know. "Sensei, what was that power, that chakra that took control of Naruto?" Kakashi stared at the black-haired boy for a minute, as if trying to find an answer. "Well, the truth is, it's an S-class secret. Only Naruto can reveal it at his discretion." "You said something about Naruto's mother being a Jinchuriki like he is. What does that mean?" Sakura asked. "Ah, so you did hear that. Well, I still can't say. You'll have to wait for Naruto. And even then, he doesn't have to tell you. It's hard for him to talk about it, so try not to push him too hard," the Jonin replied. "Might as well just tell them now though," Naruto said as he sat up, surprising everyone in the room. "It's part of the reason I have so much chakra and heal so quickly." He sighed at his team. Kakashi cast him a sympathetic look and Naruto continued. "I was born on October 10th, the same day and around the same time as the nine-tailed fox attack. The 4th Hokage couldn't actually kill it, so he sealed it into a newborn to hold the beast at bay. I am that child. I am the container of the nine-tailed fox." Sasuke spoke first. "You have the nine-tailed fox sealed inside of you?" "That is what I said." "Naruto, is that why we call you a Jinchuriki? A lot of bad things happened on the day he was born." "I can't tell you any more than that," Kakashi interdicted. "Oh, Naruto is what we call a Jinchuriki." "Why you?" Sakura finally spoke. "Why not any other child? Why a newborn, and why you?" "I don't know," Naruto said with a downcast look. "For some reason, Lord 4th Hokage chose to put his trust in me to hold this massive power. I just don't know if I can live up to his expectations." "Just because you've got a big fox in your gut doesn't mean you're any better than me, loser," Sasuke said. All eyes turned on him. Naruto's were comically wide. His face slowly turned to a grin and then the blonde burst into laughter. Soon the whole team joined him. As the laughing settled, Naruto spoke in a soft tone. "Thanks, Sasuke," he sighed. "I was honestly worried you guys would think I'm a monster or something." Sakura whacked Naruto in the back of the head. "Of course we wouldn't think like that, you idiot," she sighed lightly. "At least now we can know why the adults all said to stay away from you, and why they glare at you so much." "Thanks, Sakura," Naruto chuckled. "One day, they won't see me like that. One day, they will see me as Uzumaki Naruto, the Hokage, and then they will all respect me." Kakashi was sitting on a couch in Tazina's house reading his book when Naruto came through the doorway. "Oh, hey there, Naruto. Need something?" "Sensei, I always thought your chakra was familiar, but now I'm almost certain. It's you, right?" "Naruto, what on earth are you talking about?" "You're Inu, aren't you, Sensei?" The copy nin stood up, never taking his eyes off the boy. I am indeed, but that's not something you can go around talking about, alright? He was cut off quickly as the young blonde enveloped the former Anbu in a tight hug. Thank you. Kakashi was visibly stunned. Naruto, what are you thanking me for? Watching over me. I was always alone, but I always knew you were there. I could feel your chakra, even though you never said a word to me other than if the Hokage summoned me. You were always there watching over me and keeping me safe. So thank you, Sensei. Naruto responded while tightening his grip on the older man, tears burning in the corners of his eyes, but never falling. Kakashi slowly and lightly wrapped his arms around his sensei's son. He eyes smiled down at the boy and quickly responded, You're very welcome, Naruto. Sasuke sat in front of the graves of Zabuza and Haku. He stared blankly for a while, finally eyes setting on Haku's grave. You may have been my enemy, but I think you've taught me the greatest lesson I've learned in my entire life. So thank you for that. He glanced over to Zabuza's grave next. You were a cold bastard, but you really taught me a lot. I see the ninja world is not for the faint of heart. Sometimes you have to steel your resolve. Thank you for showing me the real darkness that comes with being a shinobi. With that said, he stood and heard footsteps behind him. Oh, I really couldn't have said it any better, you know? Naruto placed his hand on the Uchiha's shoulder. Sasuke had told him all about Haku and everything Zabuza said and did. The blonde was almost as inspired by it all as he was. Kakashi is waiting for us. It's time to go. Right, it's time then, Sasuke said. The Jinchuriki began to walk away, and before he left, he took one last glance at the graves and made a pledge. I will never, ever abandon my comrades, and I will always protect those precious to me. This team is the only family I have now. I refuse to give that up. And as the thought left his mind, the raven sighed and walked away. Well, looks like we'll be taking off now, the team leader said to the old bridge builder. When I was probably beginning to worry. Ah, yes. Well, we very much appreciate your help. None of this would have been possible without you four. Please tell the Hokage we were ready and willing to start trade agreements when the Konohagakure first and foremost. Ah yes, will do, the Jonin said. The people of Wave Country cheered and whistled as the team made their way across the bridge. Tazunami looked at her father and asked, What are we going to do? What are we going to name the bridge? Inari immediately jumped in. The bridge of Team 7, of course. The people of Wave Country cheered. It seemed the name would stick. The door to the Hokage's office opened and stepped in the members of the team. Team 7, reporting mission complete, sir, Kakashi said. Kakashi, give me all the details. Right now. I believe you need to elaborate on the message you sent to me before you departed Wave Country. Right away, sir, he said, sighing. He proceeded to recount the epic that their mission in Wave Country had become. So, you're telling me you knowingly took 3 genin on what was suddenly an B-rank mission that later, after the appearance of Momochi Zabuza, would become an A-rank mission. The Hokage was visibly annoyed with the masked Jonin. Kakashi scratched his cheek. Well yeah, but when you put it that way. On top of that, you let Naruto get pushed to the point that the Nine Tails was able to gain control of his body. And then, to defuse said situation, you divulged another S-class secret to the boy. The Hokage pulled out his pipe, lit it, and took a pull, exhaling the smoke before sighing. If this was anyone else other than you and this team, you would be demoted and the genin would be put on probation from any mission above D rank. However, because Team 7 is our strongest and most well-known and popular genin team, I will let this pass. I expect to never hear of a situation like this again. Are we clear, Kakashi? Yes, Lord Hokage. Crystal. Good. You and your team are dismissed. But Naruto, please stay behind. The other 3 left and the blonde sat down in front of the Hokage. What can I do for you, Lord Third? The boy asked. Did you speak to it? The Ninetales? Nah, when Kakashi-sensei mentioned Mother, I was able to regain control of myself and managed to use my powers boost to help Kakashi-sensei push Zabuza. Good. When Jiraiya arrives, I'll have him take a look at your seal. Lord Jiraiya of the Sannin? Naruto questioned. Indeed. You know I trained all three of them. Of course I know, Naruto laughed. They beat it into our heads at the academy. The old Hokage chuckled in response and silence filled the room. Naruto, you and your team are going to be entered into this year's Chunin exams. We can't afford to not show your team off, let alone not show off you and young Sasuke. The two of you are our most skilled genin, so feel free to show off. Understood? Yes, Lord Hokage. The boy smiled at the elder. Naruto? Yes, sir? Never mind, it's nothing. You may go. See you later, old man. With that, the boy stood and left the office, alone with his thoughts, tears inside. Maybe too early to tell him of his father, even if he makes Chunin. I suppose I shall let Jiraiya take him soon, and leave that decision to him. He is the boy's godfather after all. The elder released Artobi sighed once more. He really was getting too old for this. Alright, listen up, Kakashi called to his students. We have until the end of this month to get you three in top shape to enter the Chunin exams. You don't have to pass nor get the promotion. However, you must give it your all. You guys are Konohagakure's strongest genin team at this point, and if you aren't yet, you will be before the exams. So let's get started. The Chunin exams already? Sakura asked. Yes, Lord Hokage believes you are ready, as do I. The Jonin's eyes smile at them. Ready to get started then. The three responded together. Let's do this. Over the course of the next 2 weeks, the Jonin hammered tactical thinking, small unit tactics, first aid knowledge, and just about anything he could get them to learn that might help. He began to train Naruto in the use of 4th Hokage's Hummingbird Fist. This was a taijutsu style not only made for the use of extreme natural speed, which at this point Naruto had in spades for genin, but also for use in conjunction with the flying Raijin jutsu when Minato had developed it. Of course, Naruto did not have this jutsu, but Kakashi saw it fitting considering the boy's kunai substitution technique. It had been quite easy to teach the boy, as Naruto already made use of handstands and fast reflexes during taijutsu bouts. The 4th had made extreme use of his teleportation, body flicker, and just plain natural speed to appear inside his enemy's guard. Once there, he had often made use of handstands to get a full range of movement for precision kicks. I reckon he could give Guy Student a run for his money, was something Kakashi thought quite a bit while training the boy. The masked Jonin also went on to teach the boy a couple of new jutsu, including water style, liquid bullets, the user spitting balls of water from the mouth at high speed. Another had been water style water pistol, which in turn led to Naruto also learning the twin water pistol jutsu. And finally, he taught the boy wind style gale palm. With the boy readily armed and dangerous, Kakashi was sure he'd be an absolute force of nature throughout the exams. As for his Uchiha student, he supplemented the boy's jutsu arsenal with 2 new fire style jutsu, which he had picked up quickly due to his now activated and fully matured Sharingan. Most of their time together, however, was spent on Sharingan Genjutsu, which could be incredibly important to Sasuke not only for the exam, but for his entire shinobi career. As for the girl, after making her undergo hard training to increase her chakra reserves, he felt she could be capable of learning new techniques. Amongst those were a few genjutsu. Along with new earth-style jutsu, he refined her taijutsu and medical jutsu knowledge. They also made strides in increasing her physical strength. Both of the males on his team were terrified of her when she was angry. Not that they would admit it. The 3 genin were a force to be reckoned with. Kakashi was honestly going to be surprised if they didn't wipe the floor with a good chunk of the competition. All that was left to do was wait and see. Boss, boss, a small boy with a blue scarf yelled, chasing after the blonde. Naruto could still remember meeting the arrogant idiot in the Hokage's office, but since then Naruto taken to looking after the boy, sometimes even teaching him some things. The 6-year-old had just joined the academy and would turn 8 2 months after Naruto turns 14 this year. Sakura was also walking with Naruto at the time. "What is it, Kono?" the blonde boy asked. "Boss, is she your girlfriend?" Sakura looked stunned and Naruto turned to the boy and smiled. "Nah, she's just my teammate, Kono. And that's good, because she's kinda flat," Konohamaru said blankly. Sakura's face turned to rage, and had Kakashi been there, he would have been reminded of Kushina herself. Naruto looked at the boy with fear in his eyes. "Kono, run." The boy saw his mentor's face and was terrified. He took off running for the hills. Sakura took off after him. "Get back here, you little..." Her time spent exposed to Naruto and Sasuke's foul language had made her pick up a few habits of theirs. The boy ran down an alley top speed, taking a shortcut to a side street before running into someone. "Ow," the boy said, falling in his bottom. You're gonna learn your lesson right now," a male voice rang out over him. "Kankuro, quit, you're gonna get us in trouble," a female voice called out. The tuning exams were gonna start soon, and Team 7 was about to meet their greatest adversaries. Chapter 7. "Konohamaru, are you alright?" Naruto yelled, running to get around the corner before Sakura could really hurt the boy. As he turned it though, he saw something he hadn't expected. What greeted him was Sakura standing stunned in the streets, an older boy who held Konohamaru up by the collar of his shirt. Naruto was not happy to see that. "Hey, what are you doing?" The older boy scoffed. "This brat ran into me. I'm gonna teach him a lesson." "Put him down. Now," Naruto commanded. "What are you gonna do if I don't?" the guy said arrogantly. Only then did Naruto by pure natural speed appear inside the man's guard, holding his kunai to the man's throat. "I'm not gonna ask again." "I didn't even see him move," the older boy thought, dropping the kid. Naruto disappeared and reappeared next to Sakura holding Konohamaru, who then sat down. "Kono, run along. I'll catch up with you later," Naruto said in a no-nonsense voice. "Yes sir, big brother Naruto." With that, the youngster ran off as fast as he could. "You two, you're here for the tuna exams, right?" the blonde asked. "We were, but I'm gonna beat you right here for that stunt you just pulled." The teenager reached for the bandage item on his back, when suddenly a rock hit him in the head, thrown from behind. When he turned to look, his eyes were met with the blood-red Sharingan of Konohage's last Uchiha. "Hey, you couldn't touch Naruto if you tried. And B, random fighting inside the village is prohibited. Especially right now," the black-haired boy said. "Hey you, don't be trying to sneak up behind me, Sasuke, like that." "What?" "Okay," Naruto yelled, pointing behind the boy in the tree. With that, a figure walked out, most notable feature being the kanji for love etched onto his forehead. "Kankuro, you're a disgrace to the village," the figure said. "Well, you see, Gaara, it's like..." "Shut up, or I'll kill you." The redhead cut him off. "You're all a shinobi from Sanagakure, correct?" Naruto asked. "Here for the Chunin exams?" "Yes, we are," the girl answered. "Are you taking them as well?" "Indeed," Naruto said, his eyes then narrowing as he looked at Gaara. "You, what's your name?" "They call me Gaara, of the desert." "What's yours?" "Uzumaki Naruto." "I hope we get to fight." "You too, Uchiha." And with that, the 3 Sand Shinobi left. "Guys," Naruto shook his head, "if you face him at all, especially without help, run Immediately. You'll die if you don't. What do you mean, Naruto? Sasuke asked. I could feel his chakra the whole time. He's just like me, and since he's from Senagakure, I'd say he's the Jinchuriki of the One Tails. Another Jinchuriki? Sakura asked. Yeah, it's likely I'll end up facing him, either me or Sasuke, maybe even you, Sakura. I'd rather both of you forfeit immediately if facing him, but I can't force you. Just make sure you're content with dying, the blonde sighed. Kami Naruto, is it that bad? Sasuke asked. Sasuke, you know I'd never tell you to back down from a fight, so yeah, it's that bad. As your friend and teammate, I'm begging you not to fight him if at all possible. Naruto was staring at the ground as they walked now. Alright, it's settled. If I can absolutely avoid it, I won't fight him, replied the Uchiha. Agreed. The Pinkette confirmed her adherence to the request. Thank you. A light breeze blew outside the front door to the academy. The three Chunin hopefuls stepped inside and made their way up the stairs. They all tapped each other on the arm at the detection of the Genjutsu sat upon the door to room 201 that made it read 301. They silently walked by and continued up the stairs. As they prepared to enter the doorway, Naruto and Sasuke made a decision. Sakura turned the handle and slightly stepped back, and Naruto booted the door open hard enough for it to bounce as it impacted the wall on which it was mounted. He then channeled the slightest bit of Fox chakra, and he and Sasuke absolutely decimated the room with killing intent, and the whole time they were grinning like idiots. Flashback. Hey, duck butt. What do you want, loser? I think we should make an entrance that says, "Don't mess with us." What do you mean? The raven-haired boy said. I mean, let's use our killing intent to scare them as many teams as we can. I'll channel a bit of the foxes. If Sakura is okay with it, then sure. This'll be awesome, you know, the Uzumaki cheered. Flashback end. The entire room full of teams began to try to focus their combined killing intent on Team 7. Just as begun to overpower the murderous feeling Sasuke and Naruto gave off, Naruto made a power move and channeled even more of the Nine Tails chakra. This completely overpowered everything the other teams had, and they all turned away from the glares of Team 7, muttering amongst themselves about dangerous Konoha. You two really are unbelievable, you know that, right? Sakura asked, bored. She had long since gotten used to Naruto and Sasuke using this combination of killing intent since they had experienced Zabuzas in Wave Country. Some of the foreign nin were completely stunned by how she was seemingly unaffected, painting her as not being a weak point for the team. Hey you guys, hope that's not gonna turn on us, Kiba said, approaching from the corner, where it seemed all the teams were from their graduating year were situated. We're saving it for the real competition, mutt, Sasuke replied. What'd you call me? You heard me, Sakura interjected. Sasuke, quiet, it's annoying. At that, the rookie 9 were all visibly stunned. She looked at them blankly. What? Nothing. Sorry, Kiba replied. Impressive display, but that's gonna attract a lot of attention, and the rest of you are being very loud. A new Konohagakure nin said, walking up to the group. He had come from a separate group of Konoha hopefuls across the team. Yeah, well, at least most of them know not to mess with us, said Sasuke, rounding on the newcomer. And who exactly are you? I'm Kabuto. I've taken this exam a couple of times. Figured out I could give advice to you all. A couple of times? Kiba asked. Does that mean you suck, considering you haven't passed? While this was going on, Sasuke was now struggling with Naruto's help to get Ino to let him go after she had jumped on him. Finally separating them, it was Naruto's turn to put forward a question. Got any info on any of the genin here? Yeah, I do. I've got it all here in my ninja info cards. What do you want to know about? Gaara of the desert, Naruto said. Kiba jumped in suddenly. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. Kabuto laughed. You make it too easy knowing their names. Gaara of the desert. 0 D ranks, 30 C ranks, 14 B ranks, and 5 A ranks. Wow, that's unheard of for a Genin. Oh, and it says he's never gotten a single scratch on a mission. He's also has control over sand for offense and defense. Uzumaki Naruto, 546 D ranks. They haven't been Genin for even a year. Even being D ranks, that's still impressive. 2 C rank missions, 1 B rank, and 1 A rank. Multiple high level jutsu and unusually high speed. Kabuto laughed. Huh, not bad for such a short career history. Thanks, Naruto said, deep in thought. No one should know about the B rank. That was supposed to be a secret. Uchiha Sasuke. Same mission history as Naruto, seeing as they share a team. But Sasuke has no B rank, meaning Naruto did one alone. Sasuke has quite a few fire style jutsu under his belt, and is no pushover in taijutsu either. Both he and Naruto shared the title of Rookie of the Year. The glasses wearing boy stood. Well, that's all I got. Anything on the other villages here? Asked Sakura. Well, out of the big 5, only Sanagakure is participating. Otherwise, there is a team from Takagakure along with Kusagakure and Amagakure. Otagakure is also here, but they're a relatively new village, and not much is known about them, Kabuto explained to the group. Upon hearing this, a group from Oto appeared. Hey, I'll show you the power of the Otagakure right now. We'll be one of the strongest villages soon. A bandage-covered Genin yelled. He charged at Kabuto, and just as he was making to swing his gauntlet-covered arm at the Konoha nin, Naruto appeared in between them. Landing in a handstand, he planted his foot on the Oto nin's chest. Pushing off, he grabbed Kabuto with his other arm and disappeared. Reappearing across the room, the blonde spoke. Maybe you'll be stronger soon, but you're still a minor village. Might be a bad idea to go missing with the big 5 right now. Wouldn't want to get squashed before having a chance to grow. His grin never left his lips. Kakashi's training to increase his speed to unnatural proportions was one of the best terrible things he have ever been put through. The Otonin looked positively livid, but a commanding voice broke through the air. Any fighting in this room from here on out, it's prohibited, and punishable by disqualification. A man with a scarred face wearing a black trench coat said. Having just appeared in the room, alongside him was a set of Chunin. I'm Ibiki Morino. I will be your proctor for the first test, he growled. The first exam is a written one. Anyone caught cheating more than 6 times will fail alongside their team. Your test scores will be collective, so if one of your teammates fails, you're still out. This will be a 2-hour test. After the time limit, a 10th and final question will be given. Now take your seats and get ready. The Genin that filled the room began taking seats, and tests were handed out by Chunin once the examinees were seated. Alright, the test begins now, the scarred man called out. Naruto looked at his test. They were extremely advanced questions most Genin wouldn't know the answers to. He was glad for Iruka's insistence on him learning more advanced maths and physics problems. He knew Sakura would be smart enough to answer all the questions, but what of him and Sasuke? I see. They want us to cheat. They're testing out abilities to our ability to gather information without getting caught. The Uzumaki caught on quick. He knew Sasuke would use his Sharingan, but what of himself? He got a crazy idea. He wasn't sure if it would work, but he figured he'd give it a shot. The boy proceeded to accidentally knock over his water, quickly picking up the bottle and trying to look flustered. Began to focus on putting his chakra into the water now on the desk. It slowly evaporated, condensation building on the ceiling above the boy. He manipulated his chakra into the water to get the condensation to turn to a big droplet that then flattened and turned into an almost perfect mirror surface. From there, he kicked his feet up on the desk, leaning back on his chair. With his hand on his head, he watched others fill out their tests from the mirror, and once he had all the answers stuffed into his mind, he began to fill out his own. The Chunin began striking out team after team until the time was up. All that were remaining were the Rookie 9, Kakashi Sensei's self-proclaimed rival team, and 4 more Konoha teams, including Kabuto's. Along with that were 2 Otogakure teams, 2 Sanagakure teams, 2 Amagakure teams, and 3 Kusagakure teams. Alright, time's up, the big man yelled. Now, you must decide if you want to take the 10th question. If you don't, you will fail the test. What? Then of course we'd take the question, the Suna girl yelled. He glared at her for interrupting him. However, if you take the 10th question and get it wrong, you will never be allowed to take the Chunin exams again. What? Kiba yelled. But there's people here who have taken the exams before. I guess you're just unlucky to have me as your proctor then. If you choose to not take the question, you will fail, but you will have the chance to take the test again next year. The man explained. No, if you're not gonna take it, get out. A Suna team and a Kusa team both got up and left, and some of the other teams seemed to have their resolve wavering. However, when Naruto saw some of the Rookie 9 wavering, he figured it would be best to take a precautionary measure. Slamming his hands on the table, he stood. Oi, I can be a genin and never make a jonin. Never make a chunin, but I will become Hokage one day. I'll surpass the 4th Hokage and all the others. Tough talk, Ibiki said, looking around the room. He noticed that the boy's words had steeled the resolve of all the genin left. Is that your final answer? No team moved an inch. Alright then, you pass. What? Came the scattered yells of many of the genin. The goal of the 10th question is to see if you have the guts to be a chunin, the ability to be courageous and survive any hardship. These are the abilities needed to become a chunin captain. Those who can't put their destinies on the line, who cling to the uncertainty future of there's always next year and walk away from their choice, those pieces of trash who can only make such cowardly choices do not deserve to become chunin. He moved his bandana, showing his head full of scars. Some genin audibly gasped. So, a window bust open and a kunai with a large banner attached impacted the wall, interrupting the scarred man. The banner read the hot and single Mitarashi Anko. Ibiki, the girl who had stolen the show, yelled, You let this many pass? Anko, you're early. No matter, I'll cut that number in half. She licked her lips and a few genin gulped. Alright, meet me at the training ground 44 in an hour. Am I recording? Yup, okay, I'm recording. Let's get going. Prepare to start, a chunin yelled as the genin stood at the gates. Go. The gates were open and the test was on. Team 7 was in the need of an earth scroll. They entered the forest quickly and got as far inside as possible before stopping. Naruto quickly made 15 water clones to set up a parameter. Sasuke and Sakura began Overwatch and Naruto crashed down and placed his fingers to the ground. Kakashi, having seen Naruto's sensory ability being seemingly in tune with his father's, worked to have Naruto refine and perfect this skill. He could now sense chakra over a range of a mile, just by placing his finger to the ground. Okay, and Ame team is actually trying to sneak up on us right now. They're due east. Let's do it quick, Naruto said, taking off with Sakura and Sasuke in tow. Right, they said. As much as Sasuke hated to admit it, Naruto made a good team leader. His strategies were almost unmatched as well. They quickly found the Ame team, and before anyone could blink, Sasuke and Sakura had them all under a genjutsu, and Naruto sent his water clones in to dispatch the enemy as to be prepared for any traps, finding none and knocking out the team. Naruto's clones waved the all clear signal. Jumping down, they found the team did not indeed possess an Earth Scroll. Let's knock out a few more teams on the way to the tower, Sasuke suggested. It couldn't hurt. Might lessen the competition for later, Naruto replied. I don't know about you two, but I'd like to set a record time, Sakura said. At that moment, a gust of wind more powerful than anything Naruto had experienced in his life ripped through the trees, uprooting them as it went, blasting the team apart. Naruto had no idea what hit them. Sasuke awoke. He heard screaming. It was a girl. Sakura, he thought with worry. No, that's not her. It was coming from off to his right. Help me, came the screams. Sasuke ran over and found a giant bear moving to make a midday meal out of the redhead on the ground. Said bear was quickly fried by a fire jutsu and Sasuke called out, Go find an examiner. Sorry, I gotta go. My team needs me. With that, he was gone. Sakura awoke and she was mad. Whatever had hit them really spoiled her mood. She was by no means happy. She heard a commotion through the trees. She then neared the source of the sound. Upon peeking through the dense foliage cover, she saw the Suna team Naruto had been so worried about, and now she saw why. She watched as the guy with the guard wrapped sand around the Ame team confronting him with the gourd. And she watched as he turned their bodies to paste. She immediately bailed and went off in the direction her and her teammates had last been together. Naruto woke up. Something hurt a lot. He heard a noise, but it was unusual. Sounds like a medical jutsu, he thought groggily. His eyes fluttered open only to see a pair of soft green eyes staring back at him. Shh, stay down, your arm's broken. Makonoha nin too, it's alright, the girl said. She had shoulder-length black hair that graduated to dark red at the tips. What happened? Naruto asked. We heard a huge crash from in front of us. When we came to investigate, we found you here. A boy behind the girl said. Actually, there were two boys. They were identical. I'm seeing double, Naruto muttered. The girl giggled. No, silly. There's two of them. Identical twins. That's pretty cool, you know, Naruto said, slightly excited, but clapped his hands over his mouth at letting the verbal tick out in front of these new people. The girl giggled again. Looking at him, she smiled. Arm's all good now. He stood slowly and punched his hand into his fist. Alright, thanks for the help, but I gotta go find my team. Do you want help? One boy asked. Nah, you guys have an exam to pass, he smiled. I never did get your names. Kasara Roku, one of the boys said. Kasara Aiko, the second followed. I'm Takarada Ryoko. It's a pleasure to meet you, mister. The girl finished for the group. Uzumaki Naruto, your future Hokage at your service, he said, bowing dramatically, causing the girl to giggle again. Oh, anyway, I gotta go. And then he disappeared, leaving the team baffled. Chapter 8. Naruto was flying through the forest of death. He didn't know what was going on, but he could sense Sasuke and Sakura's chakra. It was spiking so high he knew his best friend was being pushed hard. When he saw the giant snake with a kusenin atop its head moving to devour Sasuke and Sakura, he knew he had to do something. He forced his chakra into his coils and took the fox's power. Someday, I'm gonna be strong enough to protect my friends without you, Ninetales, he thought. The snake barreled at the two genin who were paralyzed in fear, and it slammed into something before hitting the branch they stood on. Naruto stood in front of them holding the snake with his arms and back, bracing himself with his legs against the branch while facing them. When he looked up at them, they could clearly see he was using the Ninetales chakra. Sasuke, you're better than this, the boy said to him. Naruto? The Uchiha asked in shock. Combo 5. Now. The Raven finally came back to his senses. Right, he yelled and began waving through hand signs. Naruto kicked off the snake and spun in midair as Sasuke and Sakura both kicked off the branch as well. Once close enough together, they fired their jutsu at the enemy nin and its summon. Wind style, great breakthrough, fire style, fireball jutsu. The combo tore apart everything in its path as it rushed the Kusa nin. Consuming the nin in a ball of fire, the boys let out a sigh of relief, only to be met with an evil chuckle. Oh, that was quite impressive for some genin. However, you're much too dangerous with that fox, Naruto. Let me fix that. The nin was in front of him in seconds, and the enemy slammed its palm into the Jinchuriki's stomach. 5 elemental seal. Naruto collapsed almost immediately. Sakura caught the boy and landed on the ground along with Sasuke. Just who are you? She yelled. I have a lot of names, but you'd probably recognize me best as Orochimaru of the Sannin. Sasuke's eyes widened, fear burning into them. What do you want? I simply came to give you a gift, Sasuke boy, the traitorous Sannin said. His neck stretched across the space between them in seconds and bit Sasuke on the shoulder. He screamed out in pain, clutching his new wound as he collapsed. I look forward to seeing you again. Then the Sannin was gone. Sakura dragged both boys to a nearby tree with a hollowed out underside. She laid them out to where they would be comfortable. Sasuke had a massive fever, and Naruto was out cold from whatever the Sannin had done. She set up a lot of traps and began using her medical jutsu and medical kits to help the boys healing along as best as she could. A loud crack brought her attention to the field as she had stuffed with her traps. When she saw 3 Odo nin jump down, she wasted no time. Oi, Konoha nin, I'm looking. The loud and brash genin was cut off by a massive explosion that ripped apart the tree line all around the clearing. Sakura stood kunai in hand at the entrance to the hollowed out tree. Look, I'll give you the chance to turn around and go, but I won't let you touch those two. And so help me if we're fighting and they wake up. Well, they tend to be protective of me. Sakura glared at the 3 Odo nin. Oh. Screw this, Dosu. This little idiot thinks she can stop us. The brash one laughed. Sakura launched through hand seals and smacked her hand to the ground. Earth style. Earthquake slam, she called out, and the ground surrounding the enemy began spiral inwards on itself, attempting to bury the nin alive. The Odo nin barely managed to dodge in time. God dang this, the brash one yelled, and the bandaged one, now identified as Dozu, then spoke in a commanding tone. Zaku, calm down. She's obviously well prepared, he sighed. Can you get her? The female of the group shook her head in negative. Not at this rage. The Odo nin stood, analyzing their options. What surprised them was when the pinkette charged out of her little bunker and jumped into the air. As she slammed her fist down into the tree where Dosu had just been standing, the entire thing blew away as if hit with a paper bomb. Flashback. Kakashi Sensei, we've been upping my physical strength, but I was wondering how did Lady Tsunade get so strong? Well, that's actually a technique she uses, but I'm not sure how it works. Do you think maybe we could come up with our own version? We both know I'm good at punching things. Kakashi's eyes smiled at the pinkette. That's a spirit. I'd say we probably could pull it off. Over the next 2 weeks training for the exams, they had come up with a bastardized, chakra-wasting, cheap imitation of Tsunade's super strength. But it hit hard, and that was what mattered most. Flashback end. Zaku sputtered as they jumped back. What the? Sakura simply grinned at the team. She was either going to rip them apart, or if they could prove strong, she could keep them held until the boys woke up. And thus began a game of cat and mouse between Sakura and their team. She wouldn't let them split up. She kept them away from her teammates, and she didn't let them lure her out of her field where she had traps hidden everywhere. They were only 2 hours into the exams, and already their team had ran into the biggest amount of trouble. We seem to have a knack for that, Sakura mused. Her next hit broke every bone in the female Odo nin's body and left her a jumbled broken mess in the forest floor, and the games continued. 40 minutes later, and Sakura was tired. She couldn't keep this cat and mouse game up for long. She was quite surprised when Zaku finally managed to slip into her guard and blast her way with his jutsu. She flew back, expecting to impact the tree only to be caught. She looked to see by who, and saw the familiar black hair of her Uchiha teammate. He set her down slowly and lightly. Sakura, who did this to you? Black markings trailed up his face from his shoulder. I finally hit the dumb idiot, Zaku yelled, landing in the middle of the clearing. Sasuke locked eyes with the boys. We've been sent to kill you, Uchiha Sasuke, those two then called out. Huh, the boy grunted. Funny, because you're the ones about to die. Sasuke was on Zaku in seconds, beating him before tossing him to the ground. You really seem to like these arms a lot. Maybe I'll take them from you, Sasuke said, planting his foot in the back of the enemy Genin. He began to pull, and the arms popped out of their socket with a sickening crack. The boy below him screamed in pain. Sasuke began to draw a kunai when a voice stopped him, cold. Sasuke, enough. Naruto stood at the entrance of the tree. Let's go, we're wasting time. Leave him. Huh, the Sharingan wielder grunted. Fine, but only because Sakura wants to set a record. And with that, the Team 7 left the broken and battered Auto team alone. 3 hours to complete a feat on its own, but it was blown away by the Suna team's 91 minutes. But then again, Squad 7 had encountered the Orochimaru of the Sannin. The Hokage secretly met with them and debriefed the team on what had happened. After which Kakashi took Sasuke away to seal his new curse mark. Naruto told Hiruzen of the traitorous Sannin seal, the one that had blocked the Nine-Tails chakra, and in return the Hokage saw he could remove it. However, until his chakra had time to rest itself per se, it royally screwed his chakra control, but he found he could still do his kunai substitution. So although Jutsu was mostly out of the picture, he still had his natural speed and his favorite technique. The Hokage guessed it would be about a day or two before Naruto's chakra control would be able to be normal. By the time all the teams that had passed were in the tower and ready to go, the proctors knew they would need to hold preliminary matches. Team 7 had been warned of the preliminary matches beforehand. The Hokage felt if any team had the right to know, it was them. After what they went through in the forest, they needed to be prepared for the preliminaries. Standing on the main platform in front of all the gathered genin, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, began to address the young ninja. Some of you may have wondered, what are you here for? Why you came all this way and risked your lives for a promotion? The truth is, the Chunin exams are a substitute for war, used by the villagers to test their might against the might of another. You fight and die for your village. Some of the genin started to protest and ask questions, but a coughing man stepped up. Lord Third Hokage, mind if I take it from here? Of course, Hayate. The man stepped up, coughing a few times before speaking. I am Gecko Hayate. He coughed a few more times before continued. I'll be your proctor for the preliminaries matches. He bust out coughing once again. There's too many of you for finals, so this has to be done. He coughed some more and he ignored the protests of many genin. I don't care what you have to say. The matches will be randomly selected. A screen popped out of the wall behind them, and the winner will go to the finals. The matches start now. Anyone who feels they are unable to fight may drop out now. The last Kusagakure team that made it dropped out as a whole. Kabuto dropped out, but his teammates stayed. The girl Naruto had met in the forest, Takarada Ryuko, quit as well, giving Naruto a wave as she left, which he returned. Kasahara Roku and Kasahara Aiko, the twins, also quit, and they looked like they needed to. They were quite beaten up. On the screens, two names appeared. Tamari against Tenten. Naruto cringed, watching the bun-haired girl slam back first into the Sand Girl's fan. Lee tried to go avenge her, but his sensei stopped him. Those against Choji came next, and although Choji did well, he still lost to Aronin. Yuri Kabuto teammates took on Shino. This match bored Naruto to death. It was who could drain the other's chakra faster, and Shino quickly showed his prowess in his insect technique. Naruto watched as Lee stunned the crowd, but was forced to continue watching when Lee had his fighting capability literally crushed. If it hadn't been for the interference of Guy, the bowl cut boy would be dead. He got to cheer though when he and Sasuke watched their pink-haired teammate absolutely body her longtime rival. Sakura ended the match with two moves. First, she buried Ino in the ground using Earth Style, Headhunter Jutsu, and then she held the kunai to the Yamanaka's throat. Many of the Jonin senseis were stunned by the lack of skill the blonde girl possessed, and Asuma had to shrink back in shame. The Kankuro guy from Suna's turned out to be a puppet user who made quick work of Kabuto's other teammate. They got some interesting action from another team that had graduated at the same time as Naruto's group. Konohagi's Team 2, one of its members went against Shikamaru. The boy named Luka Kenji had spiky, dirty blonde hair with the red streaks in it. He was dressed in a dark sweater with dark red pants and happened to be a swordsman. He was skilled but arrogant and fell to Shikamaru's strategy quickly. The other two, Hinazuki Rika and August Mikazuki, were pitted against each other. The girl dressed in darker clothes, having blue hair and red eyes, seemed to have high chakra reserves considering the amount of fire style jutsu she tossed around. Her name sounded extremely familiar to Naruto, but he couldn't place it. The boy, Mikazuki, wore a green coat that was at least 2 sizes too big for him. He had on dark tan pants and combat boots. He stuck almost exclusively to one of Naruto's favorite jutsus, the water pistol and twin water pistol jutsu. In the end though, the blue net overpowered him. Naruto then watched as Neji came as close as he could to toaster bathing Hinata. Naruto swore to the Hyuga prodigy that if they fought, he was going to destroy him. At that moment, Naruto then realized there were only 4 genin left to fight. The board shuffled names once again, and Naruto smiled. Uzumaki Naruto versus Abumi Zaku. The latter made it to the tower with Dosu and Kin, the girl having been alive but too injured to continue. Zaku, however, was able to have his arms fixed. Naruto planned to absolutely body this guy and avoid revealing too many skills. The Auto Genin laughed loudly. Looking for some payback now, buddy. Naruto leapt down to the fighting arena. Shut up. I don't care, he said, bored as ever. When a few Jonin glanced at Kakashi, he just eye-smiled. Begin. Naruto kicked off by slinging kunai at the other boy, who by dodging and deflecting avoided injury. He struck at Naruto, aiming for a taijutsu bout. That immediately backfired as Naruto practically appeared behind him and put a spin kick into the other male's torso, sending Zaku flying. The auto boy landed on his feet though. He then snarled at the blonde. So that's how it's gonna be, huh? Fine. He stuck both arms out in front of him. Dissipating airwaves, he yelled, as the waves of sound and air flew across the arena. Naruto stood blankly in its path, only for the waves to affect nothing but a lone kunai on the ground. Lightning barrage, yelled the voice of the blonde behind them, who instantly kicked the Adonin to the ear before throwing a kunai up at him. In a moment that made many of Konoha's Jonin go wide-eyed, Naruto disappeared and reappeared where his kunai had been. Performing a flip kick, Naruto sent the boy back to the ground, but appeared once again on the floor where a different kunai had been seconds before. Only 5 more chances for substitutions before this started to really hurt. Naruto grunted in his mind that Seal had really messed up his control, so the chakra hitting his coils hurt like hell. As the auto genin came down back first, Naruto launched into a spin kick that sent the other boy to the wall. He impacted with an echoing crack. Naruto smiled. Zaku stood slowly, pain raking his body. What is that? Meanwhile, Kurenai whispered to the boy sensei. Kakashi, that wasn't what it seemed like, was it? Oh no, it wouldn't be fair to sell away one of my students' best tricks before a tournament now, would it? He laughed. But no, it wasn't. Maybe one day, but not yet. Zaku was beginning to prepare to charge Naruto again. You sure you don't want to quit now? The blonde asked. I respect your will not to give up and all, but you're really outclassed here, buddy. Shut up, Zaku yelled, extending his arm. Dissipating airwaves. Naruto threw a kunai to the wall off the right of Zaku, quickly substituting with it. He coiled his legs and sprung off the flat surface at high speed. Arriving at Zaku in no time, Naruto smashed his foot into the other boy's face, sending him to the ground. Naruto stood over him and held a kunai to the down boy's chin. Winner, Uzumaki Naruto, the proctor announced, promptly following up with a cough. You're next, Sasuke, Naruto called to his teammate, then proceeded to jump back up the viewing platform. Most of the crowd around him, however, was stunned, mostly because they just watched a body and Autonin without so much as a single hand seal. For the Jonin, however, at least those who knew Minato, they were in shock. They had just watched a boy who looked quite a lot like their late Hokage defeat an enemy nin in a manner also similar to his very tactics. Hayate then broke the silence. Ahem. He cleared his throat and coughed again. Uchiha Sasuke versus Inuzuka Kiba. Time to show you who's top dog, Sasuke, the pharaoh boy yelled, jumping down. I'm already above being a dog, mutt, the raven retorted, also jumping down. Begin. Sasuke and Kiba locked eyes, and Sasuke flashed to the Sharingan. Seconds later, Kiba collapsed to the floor, Akamaru desperately trying to wake him up. We've locked him in a Sharingan Genjutsu. It's over. The proctor waited a few more moments to give the other boy a chance to break it. However, as he moved to end the match, Akamaru bit down on Kiba's hand. Hard. Ow, Akamaru, what the boy trailed off. Dang it, you got me in a Genjutsu. Did I lose? Not yet, the proctor answered. Sasuke moved to activate his Sharingan once again, but a burning pain from his cursed seal stopped him. Kiba got in a solid kick to the Uchiha's face because of the hesitation. Unfortunately for Kiba, Sasuke had managed to activate his Sharingan a few times during Rock Lee and Gaara's match, thus he picked up a few tricks. The two boys met in the middle of the arena, immediately trading blows. Sasuke was gaining the upper hand quickly. Kiba jumped back, fully intent on collaborating with Akamaru, but Sasuke appeared beside the boy, kicking him into the air. The Uchiha followed close behind. With a flip kick, just like Naruto's, he sent the dog lover back down. Unfortunately for Sasuke, he couldn't outpace the boy to the ground as Naruto had done, so in turn the Raven followed through with the kick all the way to the ground. Kiba was more than done now, not able to get up. And even if he could, Sasuke was now holding a kunai to Akamaru's neck. The proctor called the match there. Alright, all match winners, please come down, Hayate said, following with a short bout of coughing. The group of genin destined for the finals lined up in front of the sickly Jonin. The Hokage came forward to stand next to the proctor. You've all showed considerable skill, as well as the demonstration to be considered for Chunin. The finals will be held in a month. You will have time to recover, train, and prepare. The elderly Hokage turned and left. Alright, time to decide match setup. He once again interrupted himself with a bout of coughs. You will draw a number from this container. Naruto drew first. 1. 5. The female of the Sand siblings piped off. 3. Team 7's Pinkett said aloud. 7. The stoic voice of the Aburamu Shino came. 9. The last Uchiha smiled. He was confident the finals would end with a battle between himself and Naruto, his best friend and rival. 4. Those who smiled, thinking of getting payback for the forest. 6. What a drag. The Naruto really just couldn't be bothered. 8. Kankuro said with a cocky tone. 2. Said Neji. Naruto smiled as he'd have the chance to beat the bastard in front of everyone. 10. Said Gaara, a sickening smile spreading across his face. Hayato looked at Rika. You'll have to fight the winner of the first match, okay? Yeah, I got it, she replied in a monotone. Hayate looked at the genin. He smirked and started with the lineups. First match, Uzumaki Naruto versus Hyuga Neji. Second match will be the winner of match 1 versus Hinazuki Rika. Third match will consist of Haruna Sakura versus Dosu. Fourth will be Narushikamaru versus Tamari. Fifth match will be Aburame Shino versus Kankuro. Final match will be Uchiha Sasuke against Gaara. He dismissed the genin, after which he took his leave to head home. Chapter 9. Naruto woke in his bed the next day. It was 8 in the morning, and he needed to make the most of this month for training. He figured he'd find Kakashi-sensei and get the white-haired Jonin to teach him some new jutsu. Well, that was until he stepped out the door and felt Dragon, one of the Hokage's personal Anbu, was headed straight for him. That said, he stood up, and seconds later, Dragon was standing before him. Hey, how can I help you, Dragon? The blonde asked. Lord Third Hokage has requested your presence in the Hokage Tower, the Dragon simply stated. Understood. I'll make my way there, unless you plan to body flicker us there. The masked operative responded by stepping forward and placing his hand on the boy's shoulder, which led them to the Hokage's office in seconds. Lord Third, the boy and the man said simultaneously while bowing. Young Naruto, how are you today? I'm wonderful, sir, but I was hoping to start my training for the finals today, so... Could we be quick, please? The boy said. Ah, yes, but I think you'll like to hear what I'm about to tell you. Sir, I've arranged a sensei for your month of training. Kakashi will be training Sasuke, but you have an equally adept teacher. Well, I did teach the 4th Hokage after all. The window behind Sarutobi opened, revealing a massive man with long white hair. He wore a horned forehead protector with the kanji for oil engraved upon it, along with a red Hiyori. Naruto's eyes widened. Lord Jiraiya, it's an honor, sir, the boy said while bowing. Hey, look at that, sensei. This kid got good manners. Ah yes, that he does, Jiraiya. Now since introductions have been made, why don't you take the boy off for some training? Hiruzen chuckled. What? Naruto's jaw hit the floor as it finally clicked. Wait, did you really mean I get to train under one of the Sannin? The boy laughed aloud in joy. Thank you, Lord Hokage. This means so much to me. I won't let you down. I've complete faith that you won't, my boy. Now, get going. The village leader smiled. Alright then, come on, kid. Right away, Lord Jiraiya. Enough with that formal crap. Just call me sensei. Yes sir, Jiraiya-sensei. Sasuke, I'm gonna teach you the jutsu I created myself. It's a jutsu to be used to kill your enemies so that you can protect your comrades. You created this yourself, sensei? Sasuke was pleasantly surprised that the man who had copied over 1,000 ninjutsu had even created his own. I was inspired by a jutsu of the 4th Hokage's, and I in turn developed this one. Kakashi slid through his hand seals, years of practice and refinement showing itself. His hand burst to life in a blue hue of lightning, while the chirping of 1,000 birds filled the air. This, Sasuke, is the Chidori. I'm going to teach you this in faith that you will use it only to protect your village and comrades. I understand, sensei. Let's get started, the boy offered the masked Jonin. Shino is currently training with his clan for the exams, so Kakashi called in a favor, and I'm happily going to teach you more about Genjutsu and help you refine your strength, said the red-eyed woman known as Yuhi Kurenai. I appreciate your help a lot, Kurenai-sensei. Thank you for this opportunity, the pink-haired girl said, full of enthusiasm. Good, now let's get started. Alright Naruto, do it again. Half of the month was already over, and the technique Jiraiya was currently teaching the prodigal son was almost complete. Naruto disappeared from one side of the clearing and reappeared in another. However, he slammed headfirst into a tree. The old Sanin cackled at the boy's expense. You're doing good, Naruto. You've almost got it down if I'm honest. The body flicker technique takes precise chakra control and a sharp and clear mind to execute. Application in combats are even more difficult. The sage had decided with the boy's uncanny love for speed, just like his father, the body flicker would be the best weapon he could give the boy. Against Byakugan or the Sharingan, it didn't matter if your opponent could see your moves as long as you were fast enough for them to not be able to react. The Sanin smiled as the boy stood with a groan, recovering from hitting the tree. Other than the 4th Hokage's natural speed alone, only he and Uchiha Shisui have ever mastered the body flicker enough to make the speed aspect of it useful on the battlefield. Although Minato would later become known for his use of the flying Raijin, he still executed a lot of his technique and showcased his speed with this jutsu alone. I think I can get it this time. Once again, Naruto disappeared from one place and reappeared in another, kunai drawn and combat ready. I did it. I really did it, you know? The boy smiled at his sensei. So what now? Well, now we spar so you can figure out how to use the body flicker in combat, because I believe you're one of the only shinobi capable of adding yourself to the list that only Minato and Shishi of the body flicker have their names on. They would battle in the field until dark. That's gonna do it for tonight, Naruto. Get some rest, and tomorrow we'll continue to refine your body flicker, along with another technique I have planned for you. The Toad Sage finished with a smirk. He and the boy parted ways, the sage heading to the bar to spend time with the ladies, and the boy dragging himself into bed. The next morning, Naruto met the older shinobi at the training ground. Yeah, Jiraiya sensei, the young man called out. Oh, Naruto, how's it going? Ready for a big day, kid? Of course I am, sensei. Alright, let's get started then. We're gonna spar for most of today, and then we will begin to work on the other jutsu I plan to teach you. The sage grinned at the boy. During this spar, I want you to go out of your way to try to incorporate the body flicker as much as possible into the hummingbird fist. With your high chakra levels, it shouldn't be hard to keep snapping around and stuff. However, you have to remember, the body flicker dulls your senses while in use. It causes tunnel vision, and if you can't immediately regain the tactical knowledge of the battlefield and just as quickly react to new threats, then it's useless. Got it? Yes, sir. The boy waited for the sage to signal a start. The older man waved his hand and waited for the boy to come at him. Jiraiya was gonna go easy on the boy, but he wasn't going to let him hit him. He couldn't let that kind of blow to his pride happen. The boy zipped across the field at the experienced shinobi and launched into a spin kick, which the man caught, throwing the boy away from him. The boy was at his side again, via body flicker. However, as the large man had told him, his senses were dulled. He barely managed to get enough grip on the battlefield to avoid the hand-crushing punch the Sanin threw at him. Naruto flickered away, appearing by a tree and throwing a handful of shuriken at the elder shinobi. The shinobi simply dodged the spinning blades, only for his eyes to widen as the boy disappeared, a kunai appearing where he had been standing. That bright little brat hit a kunai in the group of shuriken. He knew I wouldn't block them. Jiraiya thought, spinning around to catch Naruto's kick aimed at his head. The boy, however, disappeared via body flicker and popped up right behind the Sanin, sweeping at him with a brandished kunai. The man caught his wrist and tossed him over his head. The boy tumbled a second, then righted himself, burning through hand seals. Wind style, gale palm. A powerful gust of wind barreled towards the sage and pushed him back a few feet. The man smiled at the boy. You're gonna have to do better than that, Naruto. Oh, come on. I'm already outclassed. You're a dang Sanin. Don't start whining now. Come at me, boy. Yes, sensei. The boy replied, launching at the older male once again. Jiraiya proceeded to beat the boy up and point out his flaws as well as help him correct them for the rest of the day. As it hit dusk, the sage stopped the fighting. He threw the boy into a tree fairly hard. Good, I think I've drained a good chunk of your chakra. That should make this easier, he thought to himself. Naruto, come here a minute. Yes, sensei? Coming. The boy ran over and the man smiled. He really was so much like his late student and his wife. Ah, Naruto, you know what a summon is, correct? Yes, sir. Tsunade, Orochimaru, and you all hold well-known summon contracts. You possess the Toad summoning contract, which allows your student, the 4th Hokage, to sign. The boy rattled off the facts like he learned them yesterday. Good, you do know. Now, I think I've taken a liking to you, boy. How would you like to be the next Toad summoner? Wait, what? Jiraiya-sensei, you don't mean... You really want me to sign it? Are you sure? Naruto sputtered words in pure shock. Of course I'm sure, you idiot. Especially because if you make Chunin, I'll take you as my apprentice, the Sannin said, smiling. What? Are you sure? Why would you take me? I'm not I don't know what to say. There's no reason to take me as an apprentice. The boy was in pure shock at this one, barely getting his words out when the sage interrupted him. I have my reasons, Naruto. Let's just say you remind me of my last apprentice quite a bit. The older man smiled fondly at the boy. Minato and Kushina. I'm sorry if I wasn't there for him for so long, but I won't let you down anymore. He's just so much like the both of you. You'd be so proud. The man thought of his last student and how he had no doubt this boy would surpass him. So what do you say, Naruto? I would be honored. The blonde smiled up at the white-haired man. Alright, let's get to work then, the man said. By nightfall, Naruto had already summoned Gamakichi, which was a feat on its own, all things considered. But Jiraiya knew he had to get this done while the boy's chakra was low. Alright, Naruto, to summon a large toad, you're gonna need more chakra. It's time for that big furball in your gut to pay some rents. Yes sir, but how do I do that? He grabbed Naruto by the shoulders and gave a simple reply. Well, don't die, he said, and threw the boy through the air. The smaller shinobi was in so much shock he didn't even think to substitute, and so he found himself falling into an absolutely massive crevice. Gonna die, that old perv. I'm going to... Naruto fell and suddenly found himself in a sewer. What the... Where am I? Come here, boy. A massive and deep echoing voice ripped through the tunnels. He walked along them until he came to a doorway. What he saw when he stepped through shocked him. A massive room with a massive cage to match. And so, my jailer finally has the nerve to visit me. The same deep voice rumbled from the cave. Show yourself. I know you're in here, Nine Tails. A massive fox with 9 swinging tails appeared and stepped right up to the gate. Do not order me like some animal, mortal. Well, sorry. But, look, we're both stuck with each other, you know? And, well, I don't want to die, and I'm sure you don't either. So, well, help me, help you, not die. If you're willing to lend me chakra, I'll do everything in my power and more to keep us both alive. Naruto said to the massive demon fox that had destroyed his village. The Nine-Tailed was honestly stunned. Never in a million years would he have guessed this little brat that his previous container and her stupid Hokage husband had created would come and for the most part ask kindly for his chakra. He only had one thought at the moment. What? So, what do you say? Wanna be partners? The Nine-Tailed growled at this, causing Naruto to rephrase his question. I mean, associates. And we can benefit with each other. Benefit each other. You're definitely different from the other villagers, you stupid brat. I don't trust you, nor do I like you, or your despicable village. However, I don't want to die, nor do I wish to have a weak host. Become strong so I can kill you as a worthy opponent one day. The demon fox growled at the boy. I don't like the idea of dying too much, but yeah, sure, sounds good to me. The fox almost huffed in amusement, but held back. Good, now get out. Naruto then found himself falling once again. Now, however, he sensed the powerful chakra of his burden, and flashed through the summoning hand seals. Ninja art, summoning jutsu. At this, the massive hulking form of Gamabunta, the boss toad, appeared within the crevice and halted their fall. What? Who summoned me? Jiraiya, where the hell are you? Excuse me, Lord Gamabunta? I summoned you. I am Uzumaki Naruto. I'm a shinobi of Konoha, the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tailed Fox, and soon to be the new apprentice of your summoner Jiraiya, Naruto said to the boss toad as politely as possible. Huh. At least your brat here has some manners. Unlike you, Jiraiya, the toad called out. Alright, fine then, boy. I'll accept you as a summoner. We'll have to share a drink sometimes. You bring me the sake, though. Bye, kid. Bunta threw Naruto back onto solid ground, and the boy waved goodbye as the toad disappeared in a huge cloud of smoke. Clapping was heard coming from behind the blonde, and he turned to see his new sensei approaching from the trees. Well, look at you. Good job, brat. What did you throw me off the cliff for, you old bastard? Oh, shut up, brat. It worked, didn't it? Naruto sighed. Yes, sensei, it did. They conversed for a while before they went back to training, and eventually both shinobi went their separate ways. Naruto and the Sannin trained for the rest of the month leading to the Chunin exams. Jiraiya would say that the blonde almost did have mastery of the body flicker, but the boy still needed time to fully incorporate it into his fighting style. This was it. The exams were here, and Naruto was ready to rock and roll. I'm never saying that again. He was finally gonna be able to put that dang Hyuga in his place. The boy was very excited for another reason as well. He would get to make a very dramatic entrance alongside Sasuke, Kakashi, and Jiraiya sensei. Flashback. Oi, Naruto, come here. The boy quickly trotted up to his sensei. What's up? The Jinchuriki asked inquisitively. Well, two things actually. After your encounter with Orochimaru, we're fairly certain he may try to attack the village during the exam. The blonde's eyes widened as he was shocked. However, the old man wants to show me off. He wants my presence in the village to be known, in an attempt to deter an attack in the first place, as well as demoralize any assaulting forces. The boy looked at the man at a look of obvious confusion in his eyes. How do you plan to do that, Jiraiya? Well, kid, I'm gonna show up with you in a sort of flashy entrance at the finals. Kakashi will be doing the same with Sasuke. He wants to show off the two strongest genin in the village. He wants to show off two of the strongest shinobi in the village, as well as the two most promising genin. Oh, I see, sensei. That makes sense. Indeed. However, on the second notion, you used to play pranks, right, kid? Yeah, I was super good at it too, Naruto responded laughing. Well, Naruto, look a lot like my last apprentice, and I was wondering if you wanted to prank the heck out of those villagers who didn't like you for your burden. Naruto looked excited but confused. Yeah, but how do you propose we do that, sensei? The Sannin pulled a large cloak from his scroll, a white cloak with orange and blue flames licking the bottom. Yes, just the right size for you. I want you to show up in this, the sage laughed. You look so much like the fourth Hokage, the whole village will... I can't even, replace that with anything, but okay. Sensei, you're brilliant. This will be awesome, you know, Naruto yelled, laughing in excitement. Indeed it will, boy. Now let's work on our entrance. Can't let Kakashi and the Uchiha show us up. The two shinobi smiled at each other. Flashback end. It was time. The finals were here. Naruto was about to rock the fragile minds of the entire village. but something had been in his mind since Jiraiya Sensei had given him his new cloak. He looked in the mirror with it on. He really did look so much like the fourth Hokage. It was uncanny. The way his bangs framed his face, or the way his spiky blonde hair stood upon his head, it made him wonder, could the fourth maybe be his No, that couldn't be it. Man like the fourth Hokage, a hero, and a shinobi so untouchable by normal people, couldn't be his... Oh well, no time to dwell. He sat and thought of his late mother. Reaching over to his nightstand beside his bed, he retrieved the picture that old man Sarutobi had given him of her. He smiled. She really was just beautiful. Watch me, mother. I'm gonna win this whole exam, and I'll become a chunin. Wish me luck, he thought as he set the picture down, sensing Jiraiya's chakra was about to reach his door. Naruto ran over and opened it before the man could knock and said, "I'm ready, sensei." Jesus, brat, don't do that again. Anyway, you remember how we practiced, right? Yeah, sensei, I'm ready. Alright then, boy. Let's get going. The two shinobi disappeared in a swirl of leaves. They immediately met with Kakashi and Sasuke. The four of them all prepared to arrive in style. They stood in a hidden spot outside the exam stadium. Kakashi was stunned at how Naruto looked. The cloak sold it. He looked like a mini fourth Hokage. It's time, the Sannin and the four shinobi prepared to appear in the stadium. Genmo was sad, having to proctor in place of his dead friend. Yujo. Okay. Maybe I need to rewatch Naruto. Yujeo was devastated, and rightfully so. She had lost her lover after all. Either way, it was time. All contestants, please come forward. The Chunin hopefuls lined up a distance away from Genma. They were all confused at the absence of Sasuke and Naruto. Well, that was until a cloud of smoke filled the space between them and their proctor. As the smoke drifted away, they were greeted with an unexpected sight. Before them stood Naruto and Sasuke, side by side with their sensei standing just behind them. Many of the contestants and onlookers were shocked to see Jiraiya of the Sannin towering over the small blonde. But what threw off almost everyone in the stadium was the sight of their beloved fourth Hokage. The bangs that framed his face fluttered slightly in the wind. He was shorter than they remembered, and since when he had sported whiskers on his cheeks. Realization began to dawn on many as they noticed the addition of blue and orange flames in place of red, and the absence of kanji on the back of the cloak. Realization hit even harder as they saw just who they were looking at. That was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. That was Uzumaki Naruto. And why did he look like a carbon copy of the very Hokage that had saved the village 13 years ago? Chapter 10. Sarutobi smiled. Jiraiya really outdid himself this time. It was impressive, the way Naruto resembled Minato. The sight alone made the villagers question how they looked at him. A step in the right direction. He felt the Kazekage beside him stiffen ever so slightly at the sight of the boy and the Sannin. He knew this man was not the Kazekage. The old Hokage knew more than Orochimaru thought, but had hope even though he knew it was futile, that seeing Jiraiya here would make the traitor hold his attack off a while longer. Dosu of Otogakure has not arrived and cannot be located. He will be disqualified, and Hinazuki Rika will fight Haruno Sakura in his place to keep the flow going. The proctor informed the crowd before continuing. First match, Hyuga Neji against Uzumaki Naruto. Jiraiya turned to his blonde pupil. Good luck, kid. Kick some butt. Smiling, he flicked off to the Hokage box. Thank you, Jiraiya sensei. At the Kage box, Hiruzen addressed Jiraiya's arrival. So, my student, how did his training go? He's faster than ever now, sensei. He's truly a terrifying force. There's no way. It's not possible he taught the boy that technique. No, of course not. It's completely unlikely. Jiraiya himself doesn't even know how to perform it. I myself can't even figure it out, Orochimaru thought to himself. Naruto stood across from Neji, staring down the Hyuga. Between my eyes and your fate, you will lose to me here. In it, Hyuga, I promise you a beating, not a heartful conversation. Maybe after I'm done kicking your butt, but not before. Neji looked as if he was about to speak, but Genma interrupted anything the boy was going to say. Begin. The Hyuga prodigy quickly activated his Byakugan, only for his eyes to widen as he saw Naruto behind him. How? He thought. He quickly spun to intercept the strike the blonde had prepared, only to be met with the sight of the boy behind him again, appearing in a handstand that allowed him to bring both his feet to a bear in a vicious kick to the Hyuga's side. Side kick launched the older boy across the stadium, and sidekick launched the older boy across the stadium and into the wall with a resounding impact. Neji stood quickly. What the hell just happened? Your all-seeing eyes can show you everything I do, but it doesn't matter if you aren't fast enough to react to it, Naruto said from across the stadium field. Neji stood silent, not knowing what exactly to say in reply. Naruto suddenly threw a large group of kunai at the long-haired boy, who quickly deflected them with his own. The blonde smiled, and Neji's eyes widened as the kunai was suddenly where Naruto had just been, and he felt a fist smash into the back of his skull. Naruto had substituted with one of the kunai and immediately transferred into a body flicker to put him directly behind the older boy. Neji hit the dirt with an angry snarl. This wasn't how this was supposed to go. This blonde bastard was faster than Lee. How could he counter something that he couldn't react to? Neji stood and immediately launched into an attack at Naruto. Just as his first palm strike was about to hit the speedster, he hit a kunai instead. He realized he had ran right past one of the previously deflected kunai as Naruto appeared behind him, kicking his leg out from under him and planting his fist into the Hyuga's face before he even hit the ground. Neji knew he needed a counter, and he needed it now. He jumped to his feet, throwing a smoke bomb on the ground. He knew at the very least he could see better in the smoke than the Uzumaki could. Oi, Hyuga. You should know my team and I fought Momochi Zabuza, the demon of Kirigakure, one of the swordsmen of Kirigakure. He was a master of the hidden mist jutsu and the art of silent killing. Because of that, man, I can fight just fine without my eyes, Naruto said to the older boy. It doesn't matter. You may be skilled, but you will lose here. Neji channeled chakra through his body and pushed himself to his limits. He had to keep up with the blonde. The blonde flickered next to him, preparing to strike, but the Hyuga was able to pull off his 8 trigrams, revolving heaven technique. Rotation. A dome of chakra spawned around the Hyuga, knocking Naruto back fairly hard. Huh, nice trick, Naruto said mockingly. I'm actually unsure of how to handle it. If he's able to pull it off before I move, he might have a chance. Doesn't matter, I'll find a way, he thought to himself. As soon as the Hyuga dropped his dome, Naruto body flickered to him, only to be once again met with a dome of chakra. How did he know I was gonna move? Ah, crap, he's probably taking note of when my chakra is focused in my body for a technique. How am I gonna handle this? Naruto was officially stumped. He had no idea how to get around this defense of the Hyugas. Neji smirked. The blonde was definitely stumped. It's time for you to lose. Neji charged at Naruto, managing to get close enough to start throwing palm strikes at the younger boy. Naruto, however, was fast enough to dodge most of them. A few of his tenketsu had been closed, but he would deal with it. The older boy came at him for a solid strike that was sure to hit, and Naruto made the active decision to substitute with a kunai. The Jinchuriki was unsure of what to do with himself now. Neji has a solid strategy and Naruto had to get around it. He smirked. He had an idea that just might work. He sped through hand seals and 20 water clones appeared around him. You can make clones all you want, but I can tell the difference between them and you, the Hyuga taunted. That's not what they're for. Naruto's clones ran in at the older boy, half kept their distance but the other moved to engage. He quickly spawned another 20 that lined up behind his others. At the very least, if it came down to it, Naruto could win this fight through pure stamina, but that wasn't how he wanted to win. While the clones engaged with the Hyuga and were subsequently dispatched, Naruto laid out his plans. He placed explosive tags all over the arena in different locations to act as traps. He then began to gather chakra, and he knew this was going to hurt a lot. He would probably win with it though. His clones were almost all gone by now, so he had to act as fast as he could. Instead of waiting for Neji to take out his last 5 clones, he body flickered right next to the older boy, managing to get a solid spin kick into his stomach before substituting with one of his clones so that it could take Neji's counter strike. Naruto flickered into one of his many explosive placements and focused his chakra. He had dispersed a ton in the air around Neji when he hit him, and as soon as the prodigy dispatched his last clone, Naruto made his move. He enclosed all of his chakra around the boy and forcefully substituted him with himself. Leaving the Hyuga confused and in a 10x10 square of explosive tags that Naruto then detonated. Explode. The ground shook and the Byakugan wielding boy was launched head over heels into the air. However, Neji wasn't done yet and landed on his feet. He was battered and bruised, but not down. How? He practically growled. How did you move me? I have a lot of chakra. I forced it around you and substituted with your body. But it only worked because you were standing still, Naruto explained. I'm sure I won't get that chance again, he said, throwing another volley of kunai at the prodigy. Neji quickly got out of the way and moved as far away as possible. Sorry, Neji, but it's time that I end this. Wind style. Great breakthrough. Wind tore apart the ground as it barreled towards the taijutsu specialist. Rotation. A dome of chakra lit up around Neji, negating Naruto's jutsu. But just as Neji released his rotation, he came to a stop. He was facing kunai from 10 different angles. In the time it took the prodigy to defend against Naruto's jutsu, the blonde had made 9 water clones, giving all of them real kunai to throw, as he didn't want the kunai to disappear if his clones did. They all body flickered around Neji and had thrown their kunai. All the knives would intersect at the point that was Neji's body. The Hyuga was too off balance to return to his rotation motion, so he was forced to deflect and dodge the kunai. He deflected 6 of them and jumped over the other 4. However, Neji was in for pain, and he knew it. As he was about to land, the 4 kunai all flew away from him. Naruto appeared in place of one with a new kunai in hand, which he caught Neji lightly across the chest with. The Hyuga was pushed back slightly, and Naruto appeared behind him, placing a spin kick into his back. Neji stared as the kunai he saw before him turned into Naruto once again. He planted his sandal in the Hyuga's teeth. Launched back once more, he wasn't surprised when the blonde appeared behind him in a handstand, angling his body as both of his feet collided with the older boy's spine, sending him flying across the field and smashing loudly into the wall. Neji didn't stand again. Denko Seka finished the blonde. He was barely conscious as his back slid down the wall and he landed on the ground. Naruto flickered into existence in front of him. The blonde leaned down to look him in the eye. Honestly, Neji, you did amazing. I can't substitute with a kunai again for the next 2 days. If that last technique hadn't worked, I might have lost. But you fight for all the wrong reasons. You need to reevaluate why you became a ninja. I know of your burden. I too bear one similar. Mine to many would be considered much worse than yours, however. But I didn't give up on it to this seal placed upon me. I won't ever let it control me, nor who I am. You have so many people who want to be close to you. Don't throw that away. With that, Naruto held the kunai to Neji's throat. Proctor, this match is over. Winner, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto turned to face the crowd, cloak billowing in a way reminiscent of their very own fourth Hokage. He fought so much like him, and he didn't even realize it. He knew he took inspiration, but that was it. Brat doesn't even know he's almost fully recreated some of Minato's techniques. He really is impressive, Jiraiya thought to himself. The crowd cheered loudly for the blonde, something that slightly shocked the boy. He smiled at them, gave a wave, and returned to the contestant stand. Meanwhile, the medics came and carried Neji away. As Naruto strolled into the contestant booth, he was met with Sasuke and Sakura. Wow, Naruto, you were amazing, the pinkette said to the Jinchuriki. Thanks, Sakura. Naruto, Sasuke called out. Sup? You're the one I want to fight the most. Out of all the challengers here, our battle will be the greatest, the last Uchiha said with a smirk. Better not lose your fight then, Naruto said back with a cocky smile. Pfft, as if. But seriously, Sasuke, Naruto said, eyes growing serious. Be careful. You saw what he did to Lee, and I'm honestly surprised they didn't rig it for me to fight him, considering we are both Jinchuriki. Just don't die on me, okay? Naruto finished. Sasuke grunted in return. Will Haruna, Sakura, and Hinazuki Rika please come down? The two women stared at each other. Sakura remembered the girl faintly, but other than that, the preliminaries, she was pulling blanks. She had watched the girl overpower her opponent in the preliminary match, so she knew she was strong. Let's have a good match, the pinkette offered. Sure, the girl replied with indifference. The pinkette studied the girl, taking in what she looked like. She had blue shoulder-length hair and red eyes. She wore a dark gray sleeveless jacket with a hood, but it was down, along with a mesh armor shirt underneath, along with black shorts. She had bandages wrapped down the length of her legs, and on her right side she wore her bag for equipment and was outfitted with typical sandals of the shinobi. One thing was out of place, however, and that was the long burnt orange scarf she wore around her neck. She had red marks almost like that of an Inuzuka, but they came up from the side of her face ending below her eyes and were upside down. Like rins, but pointed. Sakura had watched Rika fight in the preliminary match. The girl had thrown around a lot of fire jutsu, leading the pinkette to suspect that she had fairly high chakra reserves. She would need to be careful, especially if she used the strength technique she and Kakashi had come up with, which she had dubbed the Haruno Fist. It consumed way too much chakra, and it was highly possible her opponent could win this match through pure stamina. Begin, Chenma shouted at them. Sakura immediately launched forward, activating her strength technique. She intended to attempt to end this quickly. The other Konoha, Genin, however, was fast in her own right, jumping away and flashing through hand seals as Sakura's heels dropped, proceeding to decimate the ground she had just stood on. Fire style. Fire Phoenix. 10 balls of fire appeared around Rika, and with her hands, she... Fire style Foxfire. I don't know if I said something else. With her hands, she began launching them at the pinkette. Sakura responded in kind with a jutsu of her own. Earth style. Terror Shield. A wall of earth rose in front of her, blocking the fire that aimed to char her skin. Rika once again began a sequence of hand seals. Fire styles. Flame Bombs. She spat 2 large balls of fires that expanded upon impact next to Sakura's shield. The pinkette then came out of the ground behind the stoic girl, slamming her foot onto the ground inches behind her as she barely managed to dodge. The ground imploded where she had stood, but she managed to bring her body around and launch into another attack. Fire style Fireball Jutsu. A burst of flame sparked from her mouth, engulfing Sakura, who immediately substituted with a log but had still received minor burns. Sakura was slightly ticked off. The other girl was faster than her, and she just couldn't seem to get the drop on her. She decided to subtly cast Genjutsu. Optic Delusory on her opponent. This made her enemy perceive her as moving slower than she was, allowing Sakura's next attack to land a solid kick into Rika's abdomen, launching the blue net across the field. Sakura smirked. Things were looking up. Rika hurt a lot. Her whole body ached from the one landed hit. She couldn't get hit by that again. She had a bit of skill in medical ninjutsu, so she ran her palm over her lower body and healed as much as she could as quickly as possible. Sakura saw the girl begin healing herself. Crap, I didn't expect that. A note to self: learn medical ninjutsu. Sakura grunted. A war of attrition it would be then. This time it was Rika who charged in, engaging the pink-haired girl in a fast-paced bout of taijutsu that didn't leave her room to really get off a good high-powered hit. Rika took advantage of this, slamming her foot into Sakura's chest. What chest? Sakura's chest, and launching herself backwards away from the other girl. As she flew, she tossed a round of kunai, which had timed explosive tags attached. The responding explosion shot the stadium lightly, but Sakura was alright. Beat up and starting to reach her limit, but she was alright. Fire style. Red Spider. Fire surrounded the female member of Team 7, and a spider made of pure fire charged at her, intent on turning her into crisps. Felt like Anime King saying that. That was disgusting. Sakura, however, had something up her sleeve. She punched the ground in front of her as hard as she could, launching enough earthen debris up into the path of the spider to completely disperse the jutsu. Sakura was tired though. Her reserves were almost depleted. The strength technique she and Kakashi had made was extremely wasteful when it came to chakra. Crap, I might lose. Fire style. Dragon Flame Jutsu. A large, concentrated stream of fire tore across the arena at the pink head. She barely had time to dodge. When she hit the ground, Sakura made a strategic decision. Proctor, I forfeit. My chakra is all but depleted, she said sadly. Winner of this match is Hinazuki Rika. The crowd cheered as Rika walked over to the down member of the Team 7. She offered a hand to help Sakura up. I respect your skill. If I hadn't known medical jutsu, that kick you landed would have been the end of it. Maybe we can spar sometimes. Thank you. You're of extraordinary talents. I'm really impressed. I'd love to spar sometime. Sakura said, standing with the help of her opponent. The crowd cheered some more, and medics came and helped Sakura away from the arena. Well, Naru Shikamaru and Tamari of Suna, please come down, Genma called, wishing to continue matches in an orderly fashion. The two opponents came down and prepared themselves. Although, Naruto practically had to kick Shikamaru out of the contestant booth. Begin, called Genma, and both contestants left away from each other. If you ask Naruto, he was extremely impressed by the amount of tactical thinking and strategic analysis that went on in this fight. It was rare to have the chance to watch two master tacticians battle it out. These kinds of battles were absolutely awesome to watch in Naruto's opinion. It also helped him improve and take tips from both fighters to help shape his own battle planning abilities. In the end, Naruto wasn't exactly surprised when Shikamaru decided to forfeit it. The Nara was out of chakra, and obviously physically tired. It was a sound strategic move on his part. Aburame Shino versus Kankuro of Suna. Will the contestants please come down? Before Shino could even move, Kankuro called out, Actually, Proctor, I'd like to forfeit it. Fine, winner is Aburame Shino by forfeit. And next time you decide you're gonna waste people's time, do it in a way that doesn't embarrass your village, said Genma, making Kankuro recoil slightly. In the Kage box, Jiraiya whistled next to the Hokage. Oh dang, he really just roasted that kid, didn't he? Sarutobi sensei. Yeah, I suppose he did, Jiraiya, Hiruzen chuckled. Genma looked around the stadium. People were excited for this one. Oh well, it was time. Will Uchiha Sasuke and Gaara of the Sand please come down? Both Genin were on the battlefield in an instant. Sasuke smirked. He was gonna wipe out this Sand Genin with his new jutsu and blaze a trail till his fight with Naruto. Begin. Sasuke immediately blitzed Gaara, proceeding to outclass the Sunanin in speed and taijutsu. Gaara was getting beat and he knew it, and it was angering his mother off, so he would kill this swine and give his blood to her. Gaara launched back, enclosing himself in a ball of sand. Suddenly, sand floated into the air above him, gathering to form an eye. What is this technique? No matter, if he wants to use this defense, I'll pierce it with Chidori, Sasuke thought. He ran up the side of the stadium wall to give himself a lot of distance. Monkey, dragon, rat, bird, ox, snake, dog, tiger, monkey. He held out his arm and it was engulfed in lightning chakra. Chidori, he called out while blasting down the wall across the stadium at Gaara's dome. Dodging the spikes of sand that burst from the dome upon his arrival, he slammed his hand through the dome and hit Gaara's shoulder. A cry rang across the stadium. My blood. It's my blood. You'll die here, Uchiha. A massive arm ripped through the stand dome, tossing away the Uchiha prodigy. Kakashi Sensei, you gotta stop this fight right now, Naruto shouted. I couldn't do that, Naruto. Trust me, Sasuke has this under No, Sensei. Gaara's a Jinchuriki, like me, but of the one tail. If this thing gets out of control, I see, he responded, Jojonin of Team 7. But before anyone could act, feathers began to fall into the stadium, caused by a massive genjutsu. Crap. Naruto, the village is under attack. I had to say this to you, because you know how I feel about it as well, but you're Konoha's Jinchuriki. I need you to go assist Sasuke and prevent Gaara from releasing the One-Tails. I'll try to get you back up. Now go. Yes, Sensei. Naruto flickered down next to Sasuke, who was watching Gaara closely. Sasuke, we gotta chase this bastard outside of the village. Now. Got it. Combo 5. Wind style. Great breakthrough. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. Massive torrent of fire barreled towards the enemy Jinchuriki. Immediately took off, smashing a massive hole through the stadium wall and running into the forest. Let's go, Sasuke. Right. The two boys took off after the Sunanin in a hot pursuit. It would lead to a battle that would be well known throughout Konohagakure. Chapter 11. All hell had broken loose the minute Gaara ripped through the stadium wall. An explosion had gone off in the Kage box and the stadium had filled with Auto and Sunanin. The shinobi of Konoha had immediately sprang into action, fighting against the Nin and releasing those caught in the genjutsu so they could evacuate. Jiraiya and Hiruzen stared down at the Kazekage. Drop the act. We already know it's you, Orochimaru, the white-haired Sannin said. Jiraiya, Sarutobi, it's so good to see you both. I'm gonna fix the mistake I made years ago and stop you from touching Konoha ever again, said the Hokage. A massive purple beard appeared around the rooftop. Seems my nin have made themselves useful, and things went according to plan. The traitorous Sannin flashed through hand seals and called out his jutsu. Summoning Impure World Reincarnation. What? No. 3 coffins burst from the ground, and the third, however, shook before it returned to the ground. At least the death god is on our side. In this matter, it seems, eh, Sarutobi? Indeed it does, Jiraiya. He would never so willingly just let go of young Minato's soul, replied the elder shinobi. Saru? Questioned Hashirama, looking upon the third Hokage. It seems my jutsu was used to bring us back from the dead, brother, said Tobirama, quickly recognizing the situation. Only you could make such a jutsu that are stupidly reckless, Tobirama. Fight for me, Hokages, Orochimaru called out as he jumped forward and slammed the kunai with a controlled talisman into the necks of both Hokage. Ah, Saru, it seems we no longer have control of our bodies, said the second Hokage. He flew forward, immediately being countered by Sarutobi. The current Hokage threw the second at Jiraiya, who proceeded to put a Rasengan through his chest. Hashirama immediately engaged Sarutobi in a bout of taijutsu, and the monkey summoner took the upper hand at the last moment. Thus began a massive battle that the Anbu, who had collected outside the barrier, had never seen the likes of before. Sakura and Rika stood back to back, fending off Otto and Sunanin. They were being pushed to the limit, and if nothing changed, they would die. That was until a flash of blue light and the sound of chirping birds ripped through the air, and Kakashi tore through the nin surrounding the girls. Kakashi-sensei, the pink cat, another leaf Jonin landed next to Kakashi. Thanks for saving my students as well, Hatake. You know I protect my comrades, Yuta. Kakashi eye-smiled at the black-haired Jonin. Alright, let's wipe the floor with these, not so good people. The newly arrived Jonin shouted. Naruto. Got it. Wind style. Great breakthrough. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. The boys were firing off jutsu in an effort to push the enemy Jinchuriki away from the village. I'm gonna kill you, Uchiha. I'll feed you to mother. Gaara continued to run, but Naruto and Sasuke were forced to stop. The figures of Temari and Kakura appeared in between them and their target. Temari, continue on with Gaara. I'll handle this. But shut up and go, Temari. Naruto and Sasuke had a stare down with the puppet user. They knew they couldn't just run by him, but their problems were solved by a separate Konoha shinobi. Bugs swarmed around the three ninja as the Aburame made his entrance. You two go. I never got my match, so I'll have it now instead, said the stoic bug user. Right, the dude boy sounded off. I won't let you pass me, yelled Kankuro, who moved to intercept, but was halted by a wall of bugs courtesy of Shino. Temari watched as Gaara begun his transformation. Where's the Uchiha? I need his blood. Gaara, you can't. Forget the plan. I don't care about the plan. I want to prove my existence. Shut up or I kill you too, Temari. Gaara said, the beast slowly fighting to take the boy over. Almost half his body was consumed by the one-tailed smaller form. At this moment, Sasuke and Naruto decided to drop in. The Uchiha took half of Gaara's transformed arm off with his Chidori. Gaara's focus immediately shifted to the black-haired Genin. However, as he moved to attack, he felt a speed-enhanced powerful kick place itself in a small of his back, launching him away. Gaara growled. Sand Shuriken. He yelled as his sand turned into deadly weapons that flew at the two shinobi. Temari had long since pulled back to the minimum safe distance. The boys began spamming their combination jutsu, trying to turn the sand into glass. And it did work. But when the Jinchuriki began ripping apart the ground in order to make more, they knew this would be troublesome. Eventually, Naruto had a plan. Sasuke, I'm gonna spam water clones up. I'll prep a complete extra water jutsu too. Get your Chidori ready. Got it. 40 Naruto copies filled the area. 5 of them began flashing through hand seals. Water style, raging waves, they all exclaimed, shooting water all over the partially transformed Sunanin, but dispelling the clones that had used the jutsu as it had drained their chakra. The remaining clones began to attack Gaara, engaging in taijutsu but getting dispatched as they attacked. Naruto's body flickered beside Sasuke putting his hand on the Uchiha's shoulder. I'll get you close. The boy nodded in response and they disappeared with the blonde's technique. Reappearing behind the Sunanin, Sasuke charged forth from behind him. Chidori. A burst of sand threw him off, but he still managed to bury his arm into the shoulder of the beast inside of the enemy nin. Crap, he yelled when the sand began to encase his arm. However, the water that was not covering the redhead amplified the electric shock of the Chidori, causing him immense pain. Naruto quickly flickered next to him and immediately disappeared with Sasuke in tow. I was too close, Sasuke. I know, but it doesn't matter right now. Ninja art. Play possum jutsu. They heard the red-haired call out, and watched in confusion as the boy slumped over, apparently asleep. But they both recoiled in shock as the full form of the tailed beast filled their view. Towering over them, the massive beast began to laugh. I'm finally free. The massive beast chuckled once again. Grab Sasuke, go, get out of here. What do you mean? You can't possibly think you're gonna fight that thing alone. Naruto turned to Sasuke, a solemn look adoring his face. He chuckled lightly. You're a lot different than you used to be, Sasuke. It's a change for the good. But this is a fight for Jinchuriki, and that's what I am. I'll do this for the village. Naruto, I'm not gonna leave you here, loser. Glad you're here to help. Please clear the area. The newly arrived Anbu stared at the boy for a moment before she nodded and forcefully grabbed Sasuke and leapt away. She arrived at a location a distance away from the now free-tailed beast. Gathered there were a good amount of Chunin and getting along with a few Jonin. The rest of Konoha-nin were still fighting in the village, but this group had been sent by Kakashi to back up the two boys. But upon the release of the One-Tails, a squad of Anbu had arrived, giving orders for no one to engage. What the hell? We can't leave Naruto to fight alone. Sakura with Rika and Ryuko in tow came running up to the Anbu. Shikamaru and Kiba found their way over quickly as well, having heard Sasuke yelling. Naruto's fighting that thing alone? Sakura shouted, worry in her voice. Right now, Naruto is the only one capable of fighting that beast. At least until Lord Jiraiya and Lord Third Hokage finished their fight. The Anbu responded blankly. Know your place, Genin. Stay put. That is an order. How can you possibly say that when Naruto is again... Shikamaru started, only to be interrupted by the massive figure of Gamabunta appearing on the battlefield. When all the nin looked closely, some having fought in the battle 13 years before, they saw the massive toad along with a cloaked figure upon its head, facing off against the beast. Is that the fourth? A Chunin shouted. You should know that isn't possible, Cat replied. Just look at that cloak. You can tell. That's the same one Naruto was wearing, Shikamaru commented. Sorry to summon you for such a fight, Lord Gamabunta, but I didn't have much of a choice. It's fine, brat. Last time I was summoned for a fight like this, it was your fourth Hokage atop my head. Naruto smiled at the Toad boss's words. I need to wake the Jinchuriki that is hidden inside the head of the One-Tails. Any ideas? We'll have to blast the sand loose to expose his body. Then you should be able to get a solid enough hit on him to wake him up. Got it. Know any water jutsu? Naruto asked his massive ally. I'm a toad, idiot. Of course I know water jutsu. Right, sorry. Alright, light him up with what you got, and I'll do what I can to add to it. Water style. Liquid bullet. The massive toad shot multiple bullets of water at the beast. On the ground, the water became a rainstorm. Kakashi-sensei said if I were to pump enough chakra into this, it has potential to go from a C rank jutsu to an A rank. Naruto quickly shot through hand seals. Water style. Raging waves. Naruto and Gamabunta's water jutsu combined, slamming into the tail beast with so much force it ripped away some of the sand on its head, exposing Gaara's body. Alright, brat, we're gonna need to do a combination transformation jutsu. I need something with teeth and claws so I can grab him. Got it, chief. One nine-tailed fox coming right up. Naruto and Gamabunta focused their chakra together, blending it and surrounding the toad's body. Transformation jutsu. A plume of smoke enveloped the area, and out of it sprinted the nine-tailed fox. The two beasts tangled and clawed at each other for a few minutes before the transformation toad finally managed to pin the dang raccoon down. Go, kid. Right. Naruto yelled as he flickered into existence next to Gaara atop the beast's head. Wake up, he called, slamming his fist into the other boy's head. I just got here. I don't want to go already. The beast yelled as Gaara's mind took over once again. Noticing the beast's body hadn't dissipated yet, Naruto grabbed the boy by the shirt and put two quick punches into his face. The body of the beast crackled and crumbled as it fell to the ground. "You can go home now, Lord Gamabunta. I'll take it from here," Naruto called to his summon as he jumped down to a treetop. "Got it. Good luck, kid." The massive summon disappeared in a cloud of chakra. Gaara landed in a tree across from Naruto and leveled a glare at the blonde. When the Toad Boss's sword popped out of existence, Gaara and Naruto launched at each other. Naruto quickly took the advantage and he connected a right hook to the Sunanin's face, sending a boy to the ground. The blonde quickly flickered down behind him. She stood over the crumpled nin's body. The red eyes stared at him in fear. "How can you be so strong?" Gaara began slowly crawling back as Naruto approached. "Because there's people I love in that village. Hell, I even love the village itself." The blonde continued to walk towards the fallen Jinchuriki. "We didn't talk much during our fight, but we didn't have to. I could see it in your eyes, and I could feel it in how you fought." He stood over the Suna Jinchuriki, a sad smile adorning his face. "Oh, stay away. Get away from me. I won't let you end my existence," the terrified redhead screamed. Naruto crouched down in front of the boy and placed his hand on the nin's shoulder. "It's almost unbearable, isn't it? The loneliness, the pain, the crushing weight of it all bearing down on you. It's so much, it's suffocating. Looking at you, Gaara, I see what I could have been, and had I not found the ones who accept me as me. I know what it's like to be a Jinchuriki. I hold the Nine Tails after all. But Gaara, your siblings, I can tell, they love you. Cultivate that love, and become strong with them. And if you need a friend, well, we Jinchuriki need to stick together after all, you know?" The figures of Kankuro and Temari dropped from the trees behind them. "Get away from Gaara, you bastard." Gaara stared at Naruto wide-eyed at his words, and even more so at the concern showed in his siblings' faces. "Temari, Kankuro, that's enough. This fight's over." Naruto smiled at the redhead, when suddenly his eyes shot wide. "Old man's chakra. It's so small, it's like he's... No. Naruto was almost in a panic, but he put on a brave face. "You three, out of here. More Konoha Nin are coming. You need to get a move on." As Kankuro picked up Gaara, he looked at the blonde shinobi in awe. Not only had this guy beat Gaara, he had done it in a way that hadn't left him on the floor with nothing left. The dang kid looked like he could take on a couple more shinobi before dropping. Thanks, I guess. We'll be off." With that, the Sannin took off into the trees. "Kankuro, Temari, I'm sorry." The redhead groaned out. Don't worry about it," the catsuit boy replied. Of the nin who appeared in the small clearing to meet Naruto, a few had expected to find a scene like they had when the third Hokage had found Minato after the Nine Tails attack. They hadn't expected to find a tired but definitely not down and out Uzumaki Naruto standing there like he hadn't just single-handedly dealt with a tailed beast. "I subdued the One Tails, but the nin escaped," he said calmly. "Naruto, are you okay?" shouted Ryuko and Sakura. "I'm fine, but look, I gotta go." He had disappeared, heading back to the village. The group of shinobi watched in slight awe. They all began to look at each other in disbelief, before the Anbu in the group ordered them all back to the village to deal with any remaining threats. Naruto meanwhile arrived just in time to see Orochimaru flee the rooftop of the Kage box. Quickly he rushed into where the barrier had previously protected. He quickly found the Hokage's chakra and slid to a stop at the dying man's body. "Old man." The old Sarutobi chuckled, realizing just who had managed to make it to him first. "Naruto," he coughed lightly, blood coming out. "Old man, hang on. There'll be medics here soon. You'll be fine." "Naruto, I cannot be saved. I will die here, so you must listen." "No, you can't die. You're the Hokage after all." Naruto, Sarutobi said again, commanding as he felt Jiraiya land next to the two of them. Listen, boy. You've come far as a shinobi. One day, it'll be your turn to be Hokage. Of that, I have no doubt. The will of fire is strong within you, my boy, as it was with your mother. Be strong, Naruto. You've made me, your mother, and Konoha proud. I hereby promote you to Chunin for your feat of removing the threat of the One Tail, Shikaku, from the village. Naruto cried over the old Hokage as the man coughed up some more. Naruto, one day when you're Hokage, there's something I'd like you to remember. He coughed up some more blood and looked at the end of his life. Anything, old man, Naruto said, biting back tears. When the tree leaves dance, one shall find flames. The fire shadow will illuminate the village, and once again, tree leaves shall bud anew. As Hokage, you must remember this, and never let go of your will of fire. With those last words, Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed once more, ruffled the hair of the boy who had brought light into his world for many years, and promptly passed on. The funeral only served to make Naruto more depressed. As he watched from atop the third Hokage's stone head, he cried silent tears, thinking of the many times the man who had acted almost as Naruto's grandfather had taken him for ramen. He looked at the sky as it began to rain, as if even the gods wept over the death of the god of shinobi. The fire shadow will illuminate the village, huh? He felt Jiraiya land next to him, but he didn't bother to say anything. So, I made sure to let the Jonin commander, along with the council, know of your promotion to Chunin. Thanks. Naruto, in this world, a lot of people you know will die. One day, I would like to find true peace, to have a world where everyone understands each other. But Konohagakure comes first. I too would like to see your dream come true, Jiraiya-sensei. However, Konoha must always be first in mind, because this is the village of my friends and the people I love. This is the village the old man and my mother gave their lives to protect. I can never let that go to waste. I must ensure the safety of Konohagakure no matter what. Well said, my little apprentice. Now, we've got a mission. A mission? Yup. You see, Konohagakure needs a new Hokage. They asked me to, but I can't be Hokage. So we need to go find my old teammate, Tsunade. Naruto leapt back from the Sannin, landing a few feet away, anger consuming his facial features. The old man just died. How can they just replace him like that? Naruto growled out at the toad Sannin. The older man looked at the boy sadly. Naruto, Sarutobi-sensei meant a lot to me. However, Konohagakure is weak right now. We can't afford that. First off, because we're gonna go to war with Oragakure. Suna has already re-entered a treaty with us because they were tricked by Orochimaru. If we don't get a new Hokage soon and show the other nations we aren't weak, it could spark the 4th World War. Naruto reined in his emotions and settled himself. Yes, sensei, I understand. I'm ready to leave whenever you are. You don't want to say goodbye to your friends first? Right now, I just want to get out of this village. That's fair. Go pack and meet me at the North Gate in 2 hours. Sure. With that, both shinobi flickered off. The Hokage monument was once again silent. 2 days later, Son of Konoha Genin teams met up around a barbecue joint. Shikamaru, you're a Chunin now. So, do you know what happened to Naruto? Asked Sakura. It's a drag to go off rumors and such, but I heard he showed up before the Hokage died, and that he was promoted to Chunin by Lord Third before he passed. The Nara side. If I guessed, he's on a mission. Why would they give Naruto a separate mission with his team though? Ino inquired. Because, a stoic voice interrupted. In the same way I trained under Kakashi for the finals, Naruto trained under Jiraiya. If I guessed, I'd say Jiraiya had something important to do, and decided to take Naruto along. Sasuke? You don't really think Naruto's on a mission with a Sannin, do you? Kiba popped in this time. Yeah, I do think so. I'm off on a mission with Kakashi and Sakura to do border patrol. We're all about to get very busy. Are we really going to war with Ado? Asked one of the twins Naruto had met in the forest. Team 12, consisting of Takarada, Ryuko, Kasahara Roku, and Kasahara Aiko, had run into the rest of the Genin as they were heading through the village. Sakura had promptly invited them along for a meal, which they had graciously accepted. I should turn my notifications off when I record. Yeah, the war with Ado is on. The only thing is, it's going to be easy for Konoha and Suna at first. We'll be able to crush most of Aragakure, but the problem will be it's almost a guarantee that Orochimaru will resort to hit-and-run guerrilla tactics. Shikamaru drawled out. Huh. Sakura come on, it's time for our mission with Kakashi. Hey, Jiraiya-sensei. What's up, brat? Can you teach me something on the way? Jiraiya laughed loudly. Looking over, he smiled at the boy. I've been planning to teach you a jutsu. Actually, I've been planning to teach you 2 of them. One, I need permission of the Hokage, but I never got the chance to ask, but I'm gonna teach you anyway. You're gonna teach me 2? Well, depending if you get the first one down fast enough. Alright, what is it? Pay attention, brat. This is the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Jiraiya made the hand seal and a clone popped into existence next to him. It's a jutsu that splits the user's chakra to make the clone. The difference between this and the standard clone is that this clone is solid and is also able to perform jutsu. I want you to try it. Alright, here I go, Naruto said calmly, forming the clone seal. His chakra closed his eye. He focused his chakra and closed his eyes. Hearing a pop, he opened them and looked to his right. Staring back at him was a perfect copy of himself. Oh, Naruto, most Genin can only make 1 or 2, but with your chakra levels, we have a huge opportunity here. I'm gonna teach you a forbidden jutsu that would kill anyone but you. Are you sure I should learn it? The boy asked nervously. I am. Now do the same seal, but push as much chakra as you can. They call it multi-shadow clone jutsu. Got it, the boy said, determination filling his eyes. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. A loud popping sound filled the air, and surrounding Jiraiya and the boys were copies in the hundreds. Whoa, that is impressive. It's perfect, Naruto. Gonna make you strong. Now in groups, dispel the clones until you have like 10 left, the older man ordered. Alright, Naruto smiled at his sensei. They were now left with 10 copies of himself. My clone is gonna take one of yours off into the trees for a minute, alright? Okay, Naruto said questioningly. The 2 clones scampered off, only for Naruto to look at his sensei in slight awe, and then his expression changed to disappointment. Alright, awesome, I get the memories, but really, you're super perverted. That was the best thing you could say. At this, the Sannin just chuckled loudly. Naruto, with this technique, we can get you to learn and master jutsu in days rather than years. Jiraiya smiled down at the boy. However, before that, I plan to teach you a jutsu, but you can only use 1 clone during training, and anytime you train anything else with large amounts of clones, I need to be there. I need to be careful and dispel the clones in small groups so that the mass amount of memories flooding your brain doesn't scramble it. Understood? Yeah, I get it, Naruto replied. So what's the next one? This, I can guarantee, will take you longer. After all, it took the 4th Hokage 3 years to develop it, and it took me 3 months to learn. The 4th Hokage made it? That he did. Jiraiya held his arm out and began to form a ball of chakra in his hand. This is the Rasengan. He laughed at the absolute awe prevalent on the boy's face. It's the absolute pinnacle of shape manipulation. Jiraiya-sensei, how do I learn this? At this, it was hit in the face with a water balloon. Catch. The Sanin called, tossing another at the boy, who caught it effortlessly. Now, watch. The balloon began to shake and become bumpy before it popped. The first step is rotation. Now go to work. Yes, sir. It was early evening as Naruto and Jiraiya arrived in the small village. The boy was extremely tired from the constant training he did along the way. Jiraiya checked the two of them into a hotel. After they had settled, he turned to the boy. I'm gonna go to the bar. I'm gonna see if I can dig anything up on Tsunade, alright? You stay in here. Train if you'd like, or sleep. You look tired. I'll be back, Bright. Alright, see you in a bit, Sensei. With that, Naruto left the building. With that, Jiraiya left the building. Naruto shut and locked the door behind him. He spawned 10 shadow clones and they sat about the room reading through books and scrolls on Funjutsu. He had inquired to his sensei about the art of sealing, and had almost excited the sage that the boy had interests in it. Naruto himself sat cross-legged, working on the rotation step of the Rasengan. Naruto was jolted from his concentration when he heard a knock at the door. He stood and walked over. He didn't even think twice about opening it. You are gonna come with us, Uzumaki Naruto. Chapter 12. Naruto stared at the man bewildered. Sasuke? No, who is he? He has the same Sharingan. Wait, Uchiha Itachi? Crap, Jiraiya, where the hell are you? The man beside the criminal Uchiha made himself known. Naruto took in the man's shark-like features. Itachi, it'll be a pain if this kid moves around. Maybe I should chop off a leg just in case. The shark man reached back and grabbed the hilt of his sword. Oh then, he began approaching the young blonde, intent to do harm evident in his arms. Long time no see, Sasuke, came the stoic voice of Itachi as he acknowledged the arrival of his younger brother. Naruto's eyes widened. Immediately, he flickered to the side of his best friend. Sasuke, I'm pretty sure I know why you're here, but we gotta stay calm and think this through. The man beside your brother is Hoshigaki Kisame, meaning the two shinobi we're facing are both S rank. I know. Mind if I help you, Toaster Bath, your brother? I've always intended on having you help, idiot. Combo 5. Wind Style. Great Breakthrough. Fire Style. Fireball Jutsu. The massive fire roaring inferno tore through the hallway, ripping apart the building and burning the floor, walls, and ceiling to a crisp, only for the blaze to disappear in a cloud of steam as it hit the Nin. Nice try, but my water jutsu are second to none. The blue-skinned Nin laughed aloud as if he hadn't just stared at what might as well been the heat of the sun itself. Dang it, Itachi, you'll die by my hand. Sasuke, stay calm, we can't rush in. Naruto attempted to placate the angered Uchiha. Sasuke growled through gritted teeth. You're both weak, started the older Uchiha. Neither of you have enough hatred or power to stand against us. A massive cloud of smoke suddenly enveloped the hallway. As the smoke cleared, a man standing beside a toad with armor and a sword could be seen. I'm sure you've heard of me, Itachi. Must be why you sent a woman after me. But unfortunately for you, women fall before my appeal. Of Jiraiya the Gallant. Gallant? Okay. The large man motioned to Naruto, who quickly grabbed the youngest Uchiha's shoulder and flickered them both beside the Toe Sage. You shouldn't call yourself a man, using such cowardly tactics, but that's not what matters. Your target is Naruto after all. The blonde's eyes went wide at this revelation, so they really were after him, presumably for the beast sealed within him. That's right. The collection of the 9 beasts is the #1 goal of our organization, confirmed the clan slayer. Akatsuki, the sage solemnly said. The two of you will not leave here alive. No, I have to be the one to end them, yelled Sasuke. Stay out of this, boy. Jiraiya's presence switched from that of a friendly, kind person to that of the cold-hearted shinobi he was. Sasuke, I get you want to do this right now, but these two, Jiraiya Sensei is on a whole different league. The black-haired boy growled and slammed his fist into the wall. Hang it, Naruto, I know. Good, then settle down. Ninja art, toad mouth trap. Shit, I'm trying to... No, I'm not gonna say that. I mean, it's not the word. Okay, no, that's okay. Let's keep going. The hallway was suddenly engulfed in the fleshy substance of a toad's stomach. Ooh. Sasuke, Naruto, stay alive. Kisame's eyes moved to his sword, seeing the flesh begin to engulf it. He gripped it away and slid back towards Itachi. The two criminals bounded down the hallway away from the Sannin, the fleshy walls enclosing in on them. Itachi's eyes opened wide and black flames of Amaterasu ripped through the wall. The two nin leapt through the hole, fire sealing their escape. Naruto and Sasuke bounded after them, fixing to jump through the fire. Stop, the Sannin commanded voice stopped them cold. Don't get any closer. The black flames cannot be put out. Jiraiya approached, pulling his scroll from his back. I'll seal it away. Ah, Jiraiya. Can I do it? I think I've got the fire sealing down. Be my guest. Jiraiya tossed a small blank scroll with ink and a brush to the boy. Let's see if you can draw the seal properly. Naruto crouched before the fire, quickly getting to work. His calligraphy had always been perfect, one of the few things Iruka had praised him on before his training had truly begun. Naruto looked at his sensei, after finishing the seal waiting for the confirmation. Jiraiya inspected it closely before nodding at the blonde. The boy smiled at his sensei before bringing his hands together and forming a hand seal. Sealing technique. Fire seal. The black flames turned to a cloud of chakra that was sucked to the sealing scroll. Kanji for seal burning into the circular space left for it on the scroll. What are we waiting for? We have to pursue them, Sasuke yelled at the two. Boy, my student and I are on an important mission for the village that we cannot abandon, and I'm sure you saw for yourself, you are not yet strong enough. Grow alongside your comrades, and one day you will be able to end the life of your traitorous brother. Sasuke stared at the Sannin with anger on his face before breathing deeply and settling himself. Yes, Lord Jiraiya. My apologies. It's alright, kid. Now run back to Konoha and report these happenings to Narushikaku. Yes, sir. Later, Naruto. And with that, the young Uchiha left. Later that night, Naruto sat in a new hotel room with his sensei. They were eating a small meal of ramen when Naruto set his bowl on the table and looked at the man. Why is the Akatsuki after me? I mean, I presume it's for the Nine Tails, but... Jiraiya sighed, setting his bowl down as well. Yes, the Akatsuki is an organization... of S-rank missing nin, who intend to capture all nine-tailed beasts. For purposes still unknown to me. Ah, I see. That's why you're going to need to get stronger, Naruto. But worry not. I will see to it that you grow as a shinobi. Once the war with Oragakure has settled a bit, I intend to take you on a training trip. I look forward to it, sensei. A few days later, found the boy and his sensei in Tanzaku quarters, a fairly famed gambling town. At this point, Naruto was well into the final steps of the Rasengan, containment. He was having some trouble with it, but he felt he was making progress. However, he was beginning to excel in bounds, was with Funjutsu. His clones had been reading through all the material Jiraiya could possibly provide to the boy. He was quickly advancing his skill in the art. Alright, Brad. Well, let's have a look around and see if we can find anything. Hey, Did you hear? A giant snake destroyed the castle. The student and teacher overheard the conversation of a few civilians. Jiraiya looked down at the boy, who nodded back at him, and the two leapt off in the direction of where the castle was supposed to be. Upon arrival, they found a destroyed castle, but no one in sight. The Totsanin sighed. Well, whatever. Let's go grab dinner and begin searching tomorrow. Alright, sensei, lead the way, replied the student as he once again buried his face in a book on ceiling. As the two arrived at a local bar, the older male was stopped in his tracks as they entered. Oh no, I didn't expect to just randomly run into you like this, Tsunade. Jiraiya? After a bit of talking, the boy and his sensei found themselves sitting with Tsunade and her student eating their dinner. It's hard to believe this lady's 50 years old. Naruto's sweat drops. What's that supposed to mean? Oh, that's not what he said at all. So, what do you want from me? Tsunade asked, pulling a deck of cards from her shirt. Hey, yo. I'd like a deck of cards. Dealing between her and Jiraiya. Tsunade, the village demands you come back and become the 5th Hokage. The sage says, straight-faced and serious. The look of shock upon Tsunade and Shizune's face were enough to show that was the last thing they had been expecting. Do you know about Sarutobi-sensei? Orochimaru did it, right? I heard about it. Directly from him. Are you sure this lady is fit for the position of Hokage? What's that supposed to mean, brat? Who is this kid with you? He's Uzumaki Naruto. Tsunade stared at the boy a moment. This is Minato and Kushina's brat, huh? The Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tailed Fox? I'll say it again. The village demands you return and take the mantle of 5th Hokage. So what is your answer? Will you accept? The woman threw her cards down at the table. Impossible. I refuse. Jiraiya chuckled and then smiled. You said those same words when I asked you to go out with me. How can you refuse to be Hokage? It's an honor to serve the village as Hokage. How can you just refuse it? Naruto growled out. Unlike your last apprentice, this brat's a little hot-headed. Seems pretty dang stupid to me too. She dealt out another hand of cards between the two of them. Well, you'd be surprised just how much like the 4th Hokage this boy really is. I'd say he's picked up Funjutsu almost as fast, if not faster than him. But even the 4th died early, sacrificing his life for the village. Life is different from money. Too easy to risk it and lose it. It's a fool's doing. She smirked at Jiraiya. Both my grandfather and granduncle, the 2nd Hokage, seemed to want to protect the village above all else. But after all they did, they died in vain, in the midst of their dreams for the village. You've changed, Tsunade. I don't know what you had in your heart before, but it's to say such a thing aloud. Same goes for Sarutobi-sensei. No wonder he died, showing off at such an old age. Jiraiya leveled a glare at his old teammate and suddenly noticed Naruto's increasing anger. Tsunade noticed the boy's anger too. She let out a laugh in response and set her cards down. To be Hokage is a death sentence. No one but an idealistic fool would take that hat. Naruto audibly growled, his clenching hand snapping through a chunk of the table. He took a deep breath before leveling his glare at the woman. I don't care who you are. If you dare to make fun of Lord 4th Hokage and 3rd Hokage again, it won't matter if you're a lady or not. I'll destroy you. Naruto smashed his fist into his palm, cracking his knuckles and grinding his teeth. Tsunade let out a laugh. You're pretty gutsy, confronting me like this. Let's take this outside, brat. Fine with me, hag. At this, Tsunade grew a tick mark on her forehead, face contorting in anger. Meeting outside, the Sannin and their respective students stood across from each other. Thought it may not look like it, but I am one of the Sanins. Why should I even take some lowly tuning seriously? Naruto retorted with a focused glare leveled at the woman. One finger. It's all I need to take you down. Watch your tone, lady. Naruto appeared before the blonde bombshell, already in a handstand and swinging both legs around to deliver a massive kick, which she deflected with a flick, sending the tuning flying back. Dang it, I'm letting my anger get the best of me. This is a Sanin. I'll need to chill out and think. I'll ask you one thing before I knock you out cold. Why do you get so passionate at the mention of the title of Hokage? Unlike you, the boy growled out. I'll be the heir to the title of the Hokage, no matter what, because it is my dream to be Hokage. He smirked at the older blonde. Tsunade couldn't help but remember the face of Dawn and Nawaki at this statement. Her guard dropped. I can't get her head on, but I think I might have the Rasengan under control. I know I can get close in a flash. Jiraiya could see the cogs turning in his student's head. I'll bet money he's gonna try catching her with a substitution. God, he's so much like Minato. It took... Bro. My notifications were off, man. Tweaking. Okay. It took quite a bit of restraint for him to hold back his hearty chuckle at that thought. Naruto whipped 3 kunai into his hand and hurled them at the female Sanin. 2 impacted her feet, the third heading straight for her head. She promptly shifted her head to the side so it could slide right past her, only for her eyes to widen as the boy disappeared, a kunai taking his place. She was treated with a noise she had only heard when Jiraiya had shown her the jutsu after he had first learned it from his students. She spun around to see the blue orb of chakra rushing at her in between the boy's 2 hands. She moved to flick him away, only to launch away a kunai with her finger. It was almost comical the look that appeared on her face as she heard the noise, once again behind her. She was forced to jump away to avoid the impact of the jutsu. That then blasted the boy back down the street, only for him to be caught by Jiraiya. That jutsu. She looked upon the damage it had caused to the street. It's not yet mastered, but dang it if the boy isn't close. She looked to the boy who was being set down on his feet by his sensei. Jiraiya, was it you who taught this boy the Rasengan? I am his teacher. Showing someone a jutsu that he cannot master. Don't give him false hope. That's why the Mooney kid starts joking about become Hokage. Oi, I'm no kid. I will be Hokage one day. I'll have the Rasengan mastered in 3 days. She smiled. How about a bet then? A bet? The boy questioned. I'll give you 1 week. If you can master that jutsu, I'll acknowledge that you have what it takes to become Hokage, and I'll give you this necklace. However, if you lose, if you can't do it in a week, and my prize will be you give me all the money you have, and you give up on that stupid dream of yours. I don't need your necklace, and I don't need a week. I'll have it down in 3 days. Oi, Naruto, don't say such things. That necklace belonged to the first Hokage. You could buy 3 mountains with it. Jiraiya scolded. Shizune chose this moment to voice her concerns. Lady Tsunade, you can't bet away your grandfather's necklace. It's not like he's gonna win anyways. The elder blonde turned to the boy. Take the dang week, boy. Don't mess with your odds. Fine. Let's go, sensei. See you in a week, Tsunade. 5 days later, and unbeknownst to the female Sanin, the boy had technically already mastered the Rasengan. The shadow clone cheat had come up with had sealed the deal for him, but Jiraiya insisted that the boy not stop there. Learn it one-handed, Naruto. It's much more useful like that. I'll find another jutsu to teach you once you do. Alright, got it, sensei. One-handed Rasengan coming up. That's the spirit, brat. 2 days later, Naruto had one-handed mastery over the Rasengan. However, he had exhausted himself over the last days and was now sleeping in his hotel room. Meanwhile, the Toad Sage was headed for the bar. As he stepped in, he found his childhood crush drinking away at the counter. Ah, Tsunade. Jiraiya. So, what exactly did you and Orochimaru talk about? He asked me to heal his arms, and he said he would bring them back if I did. Ah, and did you believe him? I don't know. While Jiraiya closed his eyes to think of what to say next, Tsunade slipped the drug into his drink. Tsunade, if you go through with this deal with Orochimaru, I won't hesitate to kill you as a traitor to Konohagakure. Do you understand? The woman stared at him wide-eyed at this statement but looked to the floor as Jiraiya suddenly passed out. She sighed loudly before heading off to the hotel to check the boy's progress. Arriving where she walked into the room to find Naruto still passed out. What an idiot I was, thinking he might pull it off. Lady Tsunade, where's Jiraiya? Wait, don't tell me you don't intend to help Orochimaru, do you? If you do, I swear, Lady Tsunade, I'll kill you myself to stop you. Shizune. Tsunade quickly knocks the girl unconscious, leaving her in the room with Naruto before heading to meet Orochimaru. Shizune, wake up! What happened? She woke to the sight of Naruto crouched over her, shaking her shoulders. Lady Tsunade, she shouted sitting up. I'm sorry, Naruto, I have to go. Wait, what's going on? Stop, Shizune, came the strong voice of the Toad Sage. That dang woman drugged me. My chakra control is messed up, I can't move properly. The man sighed loudly. Do you know where they were supposed to meet, Shizune? Yes, Master Jiraiya, come with me. With that, the two males took off following the young woman. Well, at least you haven't betrayed Konoha, Tsunade, Jiraiya said as he, Naruto, and Shizune arrived on the scene, standing between the elder female and Kabuto. Out of my way, Jiraiya. I'm going to kill this brat, Tsunade said, pushing the man to the ground and charging at Kabuto. The man smirked and slit his wrist. The blood splattered across Tsunade's face. The woman crumpled into a catonic sloppy mess, shaking uncontrollably and unable to move. Lady Tsunade, cried out Shizune in worry. You son of a... I knew something was off about you, you traitor, Naruto yelled at the man in glasses. Oh, Naruto, how could I be a traitor if I was never loyal in the first place? The blonde only growled in response. Shizune, Naruto, handle him. I'll deal with Orochimaru, ordered Jiraiya. Kabuto, the snake Sanin yelled, summoning his subordinate to his side. Do it. The man rolled up on the snake Sanin's sleeve, wiping blood across a summoning tattoo. A massive snake appeared in a cloud of smoke, the two shinobi standing upon its head. Jiraiya quickly moved through hand seals as well, performing the summoning jutsu as he had many times before, only to be met with the face of the Chief Toad's son, Gamekichi. Naruto, yelled Jiraiya, and the boy quickly flickered to his side, already beginning the hand seals for the jutsu. Summoning jutsu. The two Konoha shinobi appeared atop the head of Gamabunta. Hey, I've summoned you so you can make the snake skin wallet you always wanted, shouted the boy to the massive toad. Orochimaru stared in awe. Kabuto, go handle Tsunade and her apprentice. Yes, sir. To think the boy would be capable of summoning Gamabunta in one go with no trouble is almost beyond me. I should have guessed he is Minato's child after all, the snake Sanin thought to himself. Naruto, stop him, the white-haired man ordered. Yes, sensei. Leaping down, the boy moved to intercept Kabuto. Shizune immediately engaged the man, firing away at him with Senbon. Injured. Poison fog, called out the black-haired woman, a cloud of fog filling the air between her and Kabuto. He suddenly burst from the ground, below her, smashing her face first into the dirt. She stood again, blocking him from having access to Tsunade, as he moved to remove Shizune from the battle, intent on killing her. He was stopped by a hail of kunai landing between them. Back off, bastard, Naruto said, calmly approaching. I'll kill you here if you don't. Kabuto laughed at the boy. Naruto, you can't stand against me. I'm on par with Hatake Kakashi in strength. There's nothing you can do against me. I spar with Kakashi-sensei daily. I'll be the judge of that, the boy stated as he replaced himself with a kunai, bearing down on the auto shinobi. A second knife in hand, Kabuto caught the blonde's hand, only for him to once again become a kunai. Approaching next to the enemy nin in a handstand, he spun and his heel impacted the man's side. He was launched back a small distance, but otherwise looked unharmed. I'll heal any damage you do to me, before you have the chance to do enough to kill me. Naruto didn't give a response, rather choosing to flicker to the man, catching him across the face with a right hook. The man was quick, however, and caught Naruto on the leg with a chakra scalpel, separating muscle, effectively debilitating his leg. What will you do now, Naruto? He mocked. I told you. I'm gonna kill you. He forced himself to stand. He knew he couldn't hit Kabuto with his leg messed up like this. He wouldn't be fast enough, and he knew no kunai was near the nin. He'd have to wait for him to come. Naruto, stop. Go away, you don't have to protect me. Kabuto smirked and approached Naruto before appearing in front of him in a burst of speed. You'll die here, Naruto. Kunai in hand, he moved to shove it into the boy's neck. The boy's hand holding the kunai. Okay. Screw off, Kabuto, the boy said, catching the hand holding the kunai by letting it stab right through his own. I won't die until I've become Hokage, and even then, I'll be strong enough. It'll only come from old age. Kabuto's eyes widened at the fact that he was now stuck. Just die already, the boy said, holding his right hand out to his side. A ball of spinning chakra formed in his palm, growing to the size of its hand. It's over. Rasengan, he yelled, slamming the ball of chakra into Kabuto's chest. The rippling of skin and snapping of bone could be heard as the deadly jutsu ruined the enemy nin's chest. Kabuto quickly moved his hand to Naruto's chest, cutting the muscles away from the boy's heart before he was launched away by the force of the Rasengan. As the man impacted a rock a distance behind him, Naruto fell backwards into the dirt. Naruto, yelled out the elder blonde, watching the boy fall. She ran forward, crouching over him. Kabuto's laughter broke the silence as he stood. I started healing before the jutsu even hit me. Orochimaru favors me because of my recuperative power. He began to walk forward before falling again, immense pain shooting through his chest as he realized the damage that had been dealt was far more than he had expected. Tsunade, most of her mental stress disappearing as she began to work on the boy, snapped back into a state fit for a Sannin. He was the last one. She would stake her bet on the boy. Just one more time. She quickly set to work healing the boy, and as he regained his life, he reached up and grasped at her necklace. I won our bet, he said, before passing out once again. That you did, she said, as she lifted his head and slipped the necklace around his neck. Boy, that's too much like Minato. He could be a real pain if I don't take care of him now, Orochimaru thought to himself. Extending his sword from his mouth, he quickly moved away from Jiraiya. He struck out to stab the boy in his chest, but was stunned when the blade was caught through Tsunade's own. Dang it, woman. You weren't the one I wasn't going to kill, but now you're in the way. He pulled the blade from her chest and moved to lob her head off, but was shocked when he saw a fist swing up and hit him in the jaw. The snake Sannin was sent flying away. Her trembling has stopped. Orochimaru, as the 5th Hokage of Konohagakure, I will kill you by my own hand. The female Sannin began to attack the snake, the other males soon joining in as well. They battled it out for a while more before all three summoned their beasts to battle. After a slightly drawn-out fight, and with his former teammates attacking him, Orochimaru chose to make a quick retreat, grabbed onto Kabuto's extremely damaged form, and sank away into the ground. The two remaining Sannin along with Shizune gathered around Naruto. "So, you are taking the job." "Yes. This boy, he's special. Minato and Kushina always meant a lot to me, Jiraiya. I just never thought he would force his way into my life. I will hold the title of Hokage until the day he is ready to take it away from me." Chapter 13. Tsunade had returned with the 5th Hokage now in place. The village was once again running smoothly and was planning its war effort against Otagakure. Although skirmishes had taken place along the border of fire, no battles had been fought. The other nation had decided that due to the fact that Konoha didn't lose any significant amount of shinobi, nor anyone with particular skill, excluding their Kage, that it would not be smart to involve themselves in this war. Konoha was still strong. Maybe not like it was during the short reign of the 4th Hokage, but it was still strong. Team 7 had gone on multiple sets of missions, having been a part of a few of the skirmishes with Autonin so far. Sasuke had been having difficulties with the curse mark, but it was getting by. Well, that was until Orochimaru's 4 elite shinobi had come to visit him. They offered him a place in Otagakure and gave him a week to decide. All of this after a battle where they had completely outclassed them. All of these events had led to this moment where Sasuke sat atop the 4th's head alongside the man's very legacy. "Naruto, yeah? I need to defect from the village so I can have the opportunity to assassinate Orochimaru." Naruto's head whipped to the Uchiha. "Excuse me?" "You heard me, Naruto." The blonde sighed and Sasuke began explaining it all to his friend. Once he felt the boy had a strong enough grasp on the situation, he waited patiently for his input. "Alright." "Wait, what?" the black-haired boy asked. "You're just alright with it?" "Yeah, but it needs to be approved by Lady Tsunade. Listen, Sasuke, I'm gonna go grab Jiraiya Sensei. I'll explain it to him and then we'll meet you in the Hokage's office. Okay?" "Okay." "Tsunade, I hate to admit it, but these brats are right. You and I both know Orochimaru is only sloppy when he is overconfident about something." Jiraiya said to his teammate. "Lady Tsunade, with how bad he wants to take Sasuke's body, he'll train him well, but on top of that, he'll be careless enough to not take a new body until he can take Sasuke's," Naruto said, arguing for Sasuke's plan. Sasuke now stepped up to the plate himself. "Ma'am, I believe if I go, not only will I eventually be able to rid Konohagakure of the scum that Orochimaru is, but I will also be able to bring many of his techniques and jutsu back to the village. If I was to guess as well, I would assume he will have me sign the snake summoning contract, which would also return to the village alongside me. You know all 3 of you Team 7 brats are a pain in my butt, right? You, Blondie, made me become Hokage. Pinky somehow managed to get me to start training her as my own apprentice. And now you, Uchiha brat, you want me to let you fake defection from the village to train under the only other Sannin that doesn't have an apprentice who is also the leader of the village we are at war with." She sighed loudly, folding her hands and resting her chin upon them. "And yet, Jiraiya, even you're in on this, aren't you?" "Sorry, Tsunade, but even I cannot deny its brilliance," Jiraiya said, laughing loudly. "Alright, fine, Uchiha Sasuke. Yes, ma'am. You're hereby promoted to Chunin and induced into Anbu. Your first mission will be an S-rank undercover mission to infiltrate Otagakure and assassinate Orochimaru. You have 6 years at tops. If he isn't dead in that time, you will be labeled as a missing nin, and I will have you hunted down and killed. Understood?" "Yes, ma'am." Sasuke smiled wildly. "Jiraiya, if this goes south, I'm holding you responsible." She gained a slightly angry look on her face and pointed an accusing finger at the Toad Sage. "What?" Jiraiya jumped back, eyes widening before being cut off. Shut up. Now, Uzumaki Naruto. Yes, Lord Hokage, you will have a B-rank mission. Sasuke will trick Sakura into thinking he has defected from the village. You will pick a few shinobi from your graduating class. They will support you on this mission. You will fight tooth and nail to retrieve Uchiha Sasuke, but in the end you will find a way to make sure he escapes. With the rest of your teammates on this, without the rest of your teammates finding out. Understood? The Hokage laid out her plan to the 3 shinobi before her. Yes, ma'am. Understood. Naruto replied, completely serious. Good. At the end of your deadline to leave, I will send Sakura to deliver a scroll to you at your compound. Make it believable, Sasuke. This will be an S-rank secret that does not leave the 4 of us. Got it? She asked. Receiving 3 nods of confirmation, she continued. Good. You're all dismissed. With that, the 3 shinobi left and Naruto and Sasuke begun planning. So, these 4 nin that approached you, they're pretty strong, right? The blonde chunin asked. Yeah, they had me beat from the start, confirmed the last Uchiha. Good, then I want to make sure all of them die during this retrieval mission. Wait, what? The black-haired boy was perplexed. They're a threat to the village, and based off of your description, they're likely the 4 nin who put up the barrier while Jiraiya Sensei and Lord Third fought with Orochimaru. Ah, I see. That does put him up there on the kill list, huh? Indeed it does. Well, Sasuke, tomorrow's the day. Let's make it believable, huh? Naruto held out his fist to the Uchiha. Yeah, replied the black-haired nin as he bumped fists with Naruto. Sakura, I'm leaving the village. Don't try to stop me, Sasuke said, disappearing before she could even move. Sasuke, she cried out, staring into the blank space he had just occupied. I have to tell Lady Tsunade, she thought, heading straight for the Hokage's office. The pinkette practically kicked the door in. Tsunade quickly put on a surprise act. Sakura, what are you doing? Lady Tsunade, Sasuke left the village. What? Tsunade played along perfectly. After a solid moment of explanation, Tsunade summoned Cat. Cat, bring me Uzumaki Naruto and Nara Shikamaru, right now. Yes, ma'am. About an hour later, Naruto, Shikamaru, Kiba, Neji, and Choji were all hot on Sasuke's trail. Listen, we can't let them take Sasuke from the village. He's one of our trusted comrades and we won't go back unless he's with us, Shikamaru said. Listen up. It's just us out here. The rest of our shinobi are out on mission supporting the war effort. There is no backup. Fight smart, got it? Naruto commanded, sprinkling a few lies in. The 5 shinobi continued through the trees pursuing the enemy shinobi. Finally, Neji's eyes picked up on one of them turning back around to face the Konoha-nin. They engaged in a brief fight before Choji told the others to go on. He would stay behind while they went ahead. Don't die, Choji, Shikamaru said to his friend, before the 4 remaining nin took off. This same pattern continued, dropping the numbers off the group down as they went on the pursuit of Sasuke, eventually leaving Shikamaru in engagement with the red-headed female sound nin. Naruto found himself alone. Later he came upon Kimimaro, but before the fight could even fully begin, a drunken Lee showed up and Naruto continued on. He finally came upon the Valley of the End, where he met Uchiha Sasuke. Oi, Uchiha, I'm not gonna make this easy. We've never really had the chance to go all out on each other. I don't think you would, loser. And you're right, we haven't. So try to stop me. The 2 boys immediately engaged in a match of taijutsu. Naruto slowly overwhelming Sasuke with a Swede before they went in an all-out ninjutsu contest. Fire style, fireball jutsu, Sasuke called out as he spat a massive ball of fire from his mouth. Using a jutsu Jiraiya had seen fit to teach him on the way back with Tsunade in tow, Naruto countered Sasuke's jutsu. Water style, water wall. The fire slammed into the wall of water, causing a column of steam to rise from the spot where Naruto had been. Out of the steam burst 5 Narutos, all throwing a hail of kunai at the Uchiha. The latter moving away, having seen just how dangerous the kunai of the blonde was. Moving as he remembered the many times The blonde had used them before. The 5 clones moved in, engaging the black-haired boy in taijutsu. Sasuke dispatched each one quickly, sliding in a spin kick to knock the last one out of commission. The last clone took the hit like it was nothing. Only as Sasuke found himself impacting one of the cliff edges did he realize that Naruto had substituted with his clone. "Neat trick, Naruto," said the Uchiha, fully matured Sharingan blazing to life. Flickering next to the Uchiha, landing in a handstand, delivering a spin kick that would have broke the boy's neck had he not caught it, Naruto smiled. "Thanks, and learn the body flicker while you're gone. It'll do you wonders." "I plan to. It upsets me that you use it. I'm still mad I can't figure out how you just substitute with your kunai like that, and I'm really starting to regret the pact we made about not copying your jutsu with my eyes," the black-haired boy retorted, planting his foot in the Jinchuriki's chest, sending him flying. "Lightning style. Lightning pistol jutsu," called Sasuke as he fired several bolts of electricity from his fingers at his opponents. "Wind style. Gale palm," called the blonde nin, the wind nullifying the lightning jutsu. 4 Naruto clones came to life besides him, the original grabbing their hands and hurling them at the other nin. Once again, the boy went off in a battle of taijutsu. The two began beating on each other relentlessly, punches and kicks connecting here and there, bones being broken only to be reset minutes later. Sasuke suddenly planted his foot in Naruto's chin, sending him into the air. Appearing behind him, the Uchiha got in 2 more hits before bringing the blonde to the ground with a heel drop. Lion's Barrage. The impact of Naruto hitting the ground caused it to crater. Finally standing, the two stared at each other. They had been at it for almost 2 hours now, relentlessly beating on each other and tossing jutsu around like candy. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Water style, Water Wall. Naruto walked out of the scene looking at Sasuke. "Kakashi Sensei's almost here. I can sense him. He'll try to chase you unless we give him a reason to not be able to," Naruto said almost solemnly. "What are you suggesting, Naruto?" "It's simple, really. Run a Chidori through me." "Excuse me?" The Uchiha's eyes went wide. "Look, Sasuke, if I'm not in desperate need of medical care, Kakashi might still follow you. It has to be this way." "Naruto, I could kill you." "Sasuke, you have to do this." "I can't, you're my best friend. You're more of a brother to me than Itachi ever was. You kept me from losing myself. How can I possibly try to kill you? Even if I try not to, it might still happen." "Sasuke, I'll be fine. Forgot the fox to heal me, and Kakashi's almost here. I trust you. You won't kill me. Now let's do this. Come on," Naruto said, holding his arms out and leaving himself wide open. Lightning crackled to life around Sasuke's hand, the Chidori coming to full form. The Uchiha held his arm out in preparation and closed his eyes. He hesitated while thinking to himself, There's just no way, I can't." He was broken from his thoughts as the sound of ripping flesh filled the valley. His arm felt warm. As he peeled his eyes open, he saw Naruto looking back at him, a smile on his face. His arm was buried through Naruto's chest right above his heart. The blonde coughed before laughing and giving a smile to his best friend. "Sasuke, you've got a mission to do. Get out of here." He withdrew a scroll from his pouch and handed it to the Uchiha. "Take this scroll I made for you. It's got a secret hidden summoning formula that'll bring a toad to you, so that they can get my attention to have me come help if you need me after you kill Orochimaru." He then slid himself backwards off Sasuke's hand. Taking a few steps back, Sasuke stared at the blonde in horror. He had just possibly killed his best friend. "Go, Sasuke, it's time. Kakashi's almost here." With that, Naruto fell backwards onto the ground. The black-haired boy quickly checked for a pulse and after a few moments of hesitation took off in the direction of Odogakure. When the copy ninja arrived, he almost cried out, seeing his sensei side lying in a pool of his own blood. Damage done that would only be possible if it had been done by his very own jutsu. "Sasuke, how could you?" he thought to himself as he checked Naruto for a pulse. Finding one, he gathered the boy up in his arms. "It'll be okay, Naruto. I'll get you back in time." He shifted the boy onto his back and took off for Konohagakure. "You knew?" he heard the boy mumble. Kakashi sighed slightly. You recognize my chakra even in your sleep. Hey, Naruto, he thought to himself before doubling his efforts to get back to the village. Naruto awoke in a hospital bed. He slowly recalled the events that transpired to put him where he was. He smiled. Good luck, Sasuke. He sat up, looking at the window into the morning sky. He then heard the doorknob turn and in walked Shizune, who was startled when she saw him wake up. Naruto, you're awake. Seems I am. How long was I out for? It's been a week. The Chidori did a lot of damage to you. There's even a scar on your chest. Ah, I see. The Nine Tails really can't heal everything, can it? He asked. Of course not, so stop trying to get yourself killed, idiot, the woman said in a stern tone. Yes, ma'am, he replied dryly. He snapped his head to the window before Jiraiya could even appear. Dang it, you really are a good censor, brat, the white-haired man said with a smile. Of course I am. Alright, brat, listen up. I've got to leave the village for about 7 months. I think it's going to be about 4.5 years before the Akatsuki is ready to really make their move. I'm gonna make sure that time limit doesn't change. However, when I get back, we're gonna go on a training trip. Got it? Loud and clear, Jiraiya-sensei, the blonde replied with a smile. Good. Later, kiddo. I think Kakashi's looking for you. With that, the toad sage disappeared. Shizune, how long until I can be discharged? Give me about an hour and a half to sort some things out and check over you and you can leave, the medical nin replied with a smile. Naruto later went to find out his teammates had fared during how his teammates had fared during the mission. All had made it out alive, and that was good enough for Naruto. He was sad they got hurt though, and he started to blame himself, but after talking to them all, they reassured him that they had made their own decisions to stay behind. At least the San 5 had been killed upon the arrival of Konoha's Suna allies. Chunin Uzumaki, Tsunade said loudly. Yes, ma'am, the blonde nin responded. You're to take on a B-rank mission alongside Jonin Atake Kakashi, Genin Haruno Sakura, and Genin Hyuga Neji. You will be establishing the basis for our first major attack into the Land of Sound. We will now be fully initiating our war with Otagakure, and the war is about to go off in a full swing. There is a small outpost put in place by the Otonin that we want under our control to start our full efforts. It is one of the 10 that will be taken by our shinobi. Your team will take over and hold this outpost until a garrison force arrives to take over for you. Understood? Yes, Lady Tsunade. Good. Meet with Kakashi at the North Gate tomorrow at 8 in the morning. Dismissed. Alright, let's get a move on, Kakashi said as the four Genin gathered at the North Gate. What's your plan for this, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto asked as the nin leapt through the trees towards the Land of Sound. Oh, I want to get close enough to do reckon on the outpost. I'd like to get a force assessment and a battle plan going right away. Neji, your eyes are gonna be invaluable to this mission. Naruto, you and I will be doing most of the heavy lifting this time around. And Sakura, I need you to be ready to put all the new medical ninjutsu to use. Why just you and Naruto, sensei? Asked Sakura. I'd like to eliminate as many enemy shinobi as we can from range before we engage in close combat. Naruto's shadow clones are capable of using jutsu, so it shouldn't be too difficult. Ah, I see. Naruto, when did you learn the shadow clone jutsu? Asked the pinkhead, her curiosity piqued. Well, Jiraiya-sensei taught me during our mission to locate Tsunade. Naruto chuckled at the memory of the trip. You know, even though Sasuke left the village, we're all training under a Sannin. Sakura voiced her thoughts aloud. That is true. I hadn't thought about it like that. Don't worry, Sakura. We're gonna bring him back to the village. I promise. The Otonin's outpost was nothing special. A small walled compound with 4 buildings. Neji had counted out 15 enemy occupiers. From assessing their chakra levels, Neji determined that 3 of them were low Jonin level, 8 were Chunin, and 4 were Genin. The 4 Konoha shinobi retreated back a distance away from the outpost to formulate a plan of attack. Alright, let's see. Naruto, you're still skilled with water pistol jutsu I've taught you, right? Yes, sensei. Good. Now you're gonna kill 4 Genin before they even know what's about to happen. I know it's brutal, but are you okay with that? Kakashi asked his student, slight concern evident in his eyes. Sensei, we're at war. I can handle it, the boy said with resolve in his eyes. Alright, good. Now make 4 clones and have them prep to hit those getting on my signal, the copyman ordered. Consider it done. Immediately 4 clones burst to life next to Naruto, all heading off to predetermined positions. Alright now, form another clone. Your clone and my clone will be performing a combo jutsu on the front gate. Neji and Sakura, you two will deal with any Chunin who don't fall out at the gate. I will take the Jonin and Naruto will back me up. Understood? Yes sir, came the chorus of the 3 young shinobi. Alright, let's get to work. The shinobi spirit out. Naruto's 4 clones were already in position, and his 5th clone was ready at the front gate with Kakashi. Sakura and Neji prepared themselves at the rear of the compound, while the real Naruto and Kakashi got to the high ground above the left side of the compound. Ready, Naruto? Yes, sensei. Kakashi sparked a small amount of lightning in his hand 3 times, the signal to begin the assault. After this, a few things happened in under a minute. First, the 4 clones targeted the Oda getting fired off the water pistol jutsu, watching the small bolts of water pierce the back of the Genin's skull before the clones dispelled. The clones of Kakashi and Naruto at the front gate gathered chakra to begin their jutsu. Water style, raging waves, called Naruto, blasting a large forceful rush of water through the front gate. Lightning style, electric currents. Kakashi slammed his hand into the massive flood of water, charging the liquid with high voltage electricity. The combo took down one of the Jonin and killed 2 of the Chunin. As soon as the water cleared, Neji and Sakura leapt in and engaged the remaining Chunin. The last 2 Jonin moved to assist their comrades, only for one to have an arm coated and a glowing blade of lightning tear through his chest. The other stared in horror, only to feel his chest hit the dirt and his back be ground apart by a swirling ball of chakra as the blonde landed atop him. Neji and Sakura quickly dispatched the Chunin, while Naruto and Kakashi secured the downed Jonin. The man was now tied against a tree, and Kakashi got to work by placing a Sharingan Genjutsu on the man, forcing every bit of information out of him he could, after which he was killed. A few minutes later, found Naruto leaning against the entrance to one of the buildings. Finished searching with Neji for any documented information, Kakashi-sensei. We didn't find anything, he said to the copyman. Alright, good work. Got anything useful from him? From the Jonin, did you get anything out of him? The boy asked. Just patrol routes, base locations, and small personnel list, the white-haired man replied. Ah, I see. So any idea if we're going back to the village after the garrison arrives? Or are we going to redeploy? The blonde inquired. It's possible the Hokage may send new mission orders with the garrison. I suppose we'll have to wait and find out, Kakashi responded. The blonde simply hummed in response. Leaning against the building a bit more, he closed his eyes and relaxed his body. He'd stay like this until the garrison force arrived. A garrison force of about 10 Chunin and a dozen Genin showed up the next morning, led by a single Jonin. The female Jonin approached Kakashi and Naruto with a smile on her face. Hey, I'm Sakuraba Mayu. Glad to see your team cleared this place with no injuries. Really wasn't much trouble, Kakashi replied, with a lazy wave of his hand. Lady Hokage has new orders for you, Kakashi. I don't know the details. They're in this scroll, Mayu said with a smile. Alright, thanks, he said, turning to the blonde Chunin. He waved him over. Naruto, come here. What's up, sensei? New orders. Gather up Neji and Sakura, the former Anbu replied. Yes, sir. Minutes later, the 4 shinobi stood around in one of the buildings. Alright, listen up. I don't have to read this twice. He looked up to see the others all give him their full attention before continued. Alright, Neji. You are to escort Sakura to Outpost 4. They had some heavy injuries there and her skills are needed. Yes, sir. When do we leave? Now. Be safe, Kakashi said. Will do, sensei, Sakura said, walking out the door. Neji, watch after my student, Kakashi said with a slightly more commanding tone. I'll keep her safe. You have my word, the stoic Hyuga replied. He changed a lot since his and Naruto's fight, becoming quite the team player and showing more concern for his friends. After the Hyuga left, Kakashi turned to Naruto. Alright, listen kiddo. There is some major fighting going on at the 10th outpost. Intel says they have actually managed to stall our forces. The Hokage has ordered our intervention in the battle. She wants the outpost destroyed. No point in trying to take it over anymore. Kakashi briefed the boy on their new orders. You got it, sensei. Lead the way. Wishing luck to the garrison forces, the two shinobi departed the outpost to support their comrades in a different sector. The fighting was outrageous. When the attack had begun, there had only been 20 or so Otonin, but out of nowhere had come a whole platoon of enemy shinobi. The massive concrete bunker before the Konoha shinobi had kunai launchers mounted inside, as well as slots for the enemy to fire off jutsu from the safety of the bunker. And for Chunin Yamaoka Matsu, she couldn't help but think this was the end for her. She was watching her comrades fall in high numbers. The first squad that had shown up to clear the outpost for the garrison force was almost wiped out. When the garrison force arrived, they were met with extreme resistance. She watched as 3 more of her comrades were cut down by Auto-Nin sound jutsu, as well as kunai from the launchers. This is it. This is the end. I'm gonna die here, she thought to herself, only to hear a voice split the voice of battle. Summoning Food Cart Destroyer. Her curiosity got the best of her and she looked up from the fallen trees she had taken cover behind, only to see a massive toad land atop of the bunker, crushing it under its weight. She then noticed a young blonde dressed in a black standard Konoha uniform. Adorning his chest was a Chunin flak jacket, unzipped and lightly flapping in the wind. Kamahiro, bring the oil, Naruto yelled. The massive toad responded by spewing oil from its mouth, covering the entire outpost. Thanks for teaching me this, Sasuke, Naruto thought to himself. Allah was much more difficult to learn. Perfect and perform the jutsu that weren't your chakra nature. It wasn't impossible. Fire style. Fireball jutsu, he called out, spewing flames from his mouth, igniting the oil and burning the entire outpost to the ground. Hopefully Kakashi sensei gets those medical nin here quick. Some of these wounds don't have long. Dropping down beside the girl he had sensed closest to the bunker, he looked down at her. You okay? He asked, tilting his head slightly. Yes, thank you for saving us, she said in return. Of course, I'm not just gonna sit here and watch my comrades die, he chuckled lightly. You're Uzumaki Naruto, aren't you? I've heard of you, the boy who beat the one tail alone? Well, yeah, I beat him, but Gamabunta really helped a lot, he said, scratching the back of his head. Still, it's impressive, the girl said back, still in awe of just who stood before her. Though he might not know it, and most of the villagers and a lot of the shinobi would deny it. Amongst the Konoha shinobi who had been in the vicinity of the Shikaku's rampage, Naruto was regarded as the first hero of the Sound War. Well, thanks, but you should pull back to the rest of our forces or help collect the injured. I'm sorry, but I have to go find my sensei, he said to the older Chunin. Right, thank you, Sir Uzumaki. Please, Naruto's fine, the blonde said to the girl with a wide smile before leaping off to find his sensei. About 30 minutes later, Naruto was speaking with the copycat ninja. Jeez, Naruto, you were at least supposed to wait for me to get back before you attacked. Sorry, sensei. Another one of our shinobi was going to die there if I didn't step in, and I wasn't about to stand and watch. I know. I'm proud of you for it. And also, I'm impressed, Naruto. You do realize you just single-handedly destroyed an enemy outpost. At this rate, you will end up in the bingo book, Kakashi warned. Aw, come on, sensei. The only people who were alive to know it was me that just destroyed the outpost and our shinobi. So I think I'll be alright, the boy countered. Well, I suppose, the white-haired man replied. So now what? The younger shinobi asked. We wait for orders. Chapter 14. Jiraiya had been gone for about 5 months, and the shinobi forces of Konohagakure had pushed about halfway into the Land of Sound. The remnant of Team 7, Kakashi, Sakura, and Naruto had been key players in many of the major skirmishes throughout the former land of rice paddies. Naruto's skills with the Toads of Mount Myoboku had become a decisive factor in many of the larger battles waged in the Land of Sound. Their combination jutsus and the Toad's general battle prowess had turned the tide of more than a few battles. Sakura's newfound skills with medical ninjutsu had been invaluable to the Konoha war effort. Kakashi and Naruto had by now completed over a dozen high-value assassination missions together, taking out key commanders in the Oda force. On top of the natural skill that actual battle builds, Kakashi and Naruto had spent a lot of free time training together. Kakashi had built his skills even more than they had been, going from being a elite jonin to a definite low S rank shinobi. Unknown to even the rest of Team 7, Kakashi had been training hard with his Sharingan, as well as increasing his chakra reserves as much as he possibly could. At this point, rumors had begun to circulate about a blonde Konoha shinobi who wreaked havoc on the battlefield everywhere he went, almost reminiscent of a shinobi who had died years ago. As Kakashi had warned months before, Naruto had indeed made it into the Otagakire's bingo book. The blonde now had his very own entry, with a bounty to boot. It was nothing crazy, but he was definitely now acknowledged in the shinobi world. Bingo book entry: Uzumaki Naruto, Chunin, B-rank threat, known to possess the Toad summoning contract, most likely a student of Jiraiya the Sannin and a known student of Kakashi the Copynin. Uses multiple wind and water jutsu. Also possesses ability to use the fourth Hokage's Rasengan. Order to all Odanin below Jonin rank to do not engage if at all possible. Bounty 100,000 Ryo. End of entry. The three nin found themselves standing in the Hokage's office. It's likely we'll be unable to find Orochimaru in the main course of the war. For now, it seems as though we will be finding ourselves in a stalemate with Otagakure. Considering it's Orochimaru's village, it's likely we will find ourselves fighting against guerrilla tactics. The blonde woman sighed loudly, leaning back in her chair. I'd assume he has many hidden bases throughout the Land of Sound. The main village, though, is still a figurehead. That will end over the 2 next months. We have progressed close enough to begin preparations for a main assault. I'd rather have Jiraiya lead the charge, but as you know, he is out on a prolonged mission. That is why you, Kakashi, will take Naruto, Sakura, and Guy to lead the main assault on the village itself. Naruto looked at his sensei a moment before turning his head to the Hokage. Ma'am, are you sure you want me at the front of this? I'm not saying I don't want to go, I'm just surprised. Your ability to summon the Toad will be an important factor. At this point in the war, it's almost a guarantee that any of the civilians that had resided in Otagakure have left. Even so, we will still try to minimize casualties. I don't want this to be a slaughter, but I do intend to have the village itself leveled and wiped off the map. At that point, strategic victory will be declared, although war will not be officially over until Orochimaru has been killed. Though with the destruction of Otagakure, most of our shinobi will be able to be brought back to normal duty at the village. Hence, we will be able to take the village out of full war mobilization and halt the drain on funds and resources that the war causes, the Hokage explained. Any questions? No, ma'am. When do we leave? Kakashi asked. At the end of this month. Continue training, prepare yourself, and discuss battle plans with Nara Shikaku. After you deploy, I'd guess another month will put you through the advancement and the assault on Otagakure, the Hokage stated. Understood, ma'am. Almost a whole month later found the four assigned nin discussing final plans with the Jonin commander, Nara Shikaku. As such, the large combined forces of the Chunin battalion will finish the push to attack distance on the village itself. This is where you come in, Naruto. I understand you just turned 14 last month. Happy birthday, the Nara clan had said. Thank you, Commander, the blonde replied with a smile before his face turned serious once more. So, what's my role? How many of the large toads are you capable of summoning at once? With time for preparation, I can channel enough of the nine-tailed chakra to summon 3. What will they do? The blonde asked. That's perfect, the Jonin commander confirmed. What's your plan here, Shikaku? Asked the masked Jonin. After that, The Chunin battalion pushes its way to the village outskirts. You, Naruto, Guy, and Sakura will meet with the foremost line. The three of you will guard the boy while he gathers the necessary chakra to perform the summoning. The Jonin commander sighed. You will summon 3 of the largest toads, and they will begin attacking the main walls of the village. Once they do, the main garrison of Odo shinobi should come out to attempt to defend. Kakashi, you and Guy will engage those shinobi along with the toads, and the Chunin battalion, a small platoon of Jonin, will join you as well, Shikaku explained. So, we cleared the enemy force out, then what? Asked Naruto. The Chunin will plant paper bombs throughout the village and detonate them. After which, Naruto, you will have the toads cover as much of the village wreckage as they can with oil. Then you and the rest of the shinobi will ignite said oil, and once the village is set ablaze, all forces will retreat. Any questions? No, sir. Orders are understood, Kakashi said. Naruto, let's go get our stuff together so we can meet up with the others and leave. Alright, sensei, the blonde replied, and with that the 2 shinobi left the Jonin commander and took off to fight yet another battle. Yamaoka Matsu found herself battling alongside her fellow Chunin to push their way to Oragakure. The resistance was heavy. They continued to push on. A small squad of Konoha Anbu had also joined in, and because of this they were making considerable progress. Also inspiring the Chunin fighters was the knowledge that the Hatake Kakashi and the one and only Uzumaki Naruto would soon be joining the battle, and so the Chunin battalion fought on. Once they reached the actual village, all of the Auto Shinobi they had been engaging had retreated within its walls. It would be suicide to approach alone, and this was a well-known fact to the Konohagakure Shinobi, so they lay in wait for the arrival of the Toad Summoning Chunin. As soon as Kakashi and Naruto arrived along with Guy and Sakura, a platoon of Konoha Jonin showed up as well. With the preparations in place, Naruto began gathering the necessary chakra to summon Gamabunta, Gamashiro, and Gamaken to the battlefield. After a few minutes and a few scruffles with Odo Nin trying to interfere, Naruto had finally gathered enough chakra to complete the task. Master Bunta, Ken, Hiro, it's time, Naruto shouted from atop the head of the Chief Toad. Right, came the reply of the massive summons. With that, they leapt onto the walls, destroying them under their weight and creating an opening for the Konohagakure Nin to begin moving into the village and illuminate the enemy shinobi. Kakashi came flying to the top of Bunta's head. Naruto, we've got reports of an enemy high-level Jonin on the other side of the village. Back me up, he yelled at the boy. Yes, sensei, the blonde replied, following the white-haired man. The 2 shinobi took off to the other side of the village, and upon arrival, they were met with a gruesome scene. A small collection of Konoha Chunin lay butchered at the feet of a gray-skinned, deformed man with orange hair. More fleshed blood. I'll kill you both, the deformed man yelled as his arm began changing into some sort of chakra-powered battering ram. He blasted his way towards the 2 Konoha shinobi, screaming, "Die here." Naruto and Kakashi's eyes widened at the speed, both of them quickly body flickering to some distance away. Naruto, he's strong. I know, sensei, I can feel it. The blonde sighed as the orange-haired man turned around to face them and began to charge again. Follow my lead, sensei. On you, the masked Jonin replied. Naruto quickly formed 2 shadow clones who took off at the enraged stranger. The 2 halted just before he reached them and sped through hand seals. Water style, water wall jutsu, they both called out, twin walls of water bursting from the ground, halting the man's progress as he barreled into them. Caught in the water, he was then electrocuted as Kakashi called out his own jutsu, slamming his palm into the water walls. Lightning style, electric currents, he yelled. The chakra-enhanced man screamed in pain but immediately began laughing. You can't kill Jugo. Jugo kills you, he yelled, crackling all the while. He busted through the wall, destroying both clones before they could move. His next attack forced Kakashi to substitute with a barrel of apples to escape death as the massive deformed arm destroyed not only the barrel, but the street below it. Immediately, both shinobi palmed the kunai and rushed the gray-skinned man together. What ensued was a close combat battle that no normal human could possibly follow. Jugo swung his massive arm down, intent on crushing Kakashi, only for the blonde nin to grab the masked Jonin by the arm. Once he had a grip, he pulled the copy nin up and over his own back. Kakashi's feet planted in Jugo's back and he left the kunai in the man's shoulder as well. The copy nin leapt off his back, and when the crazed man turned to him, he was assaulted by 3 Narutos. He managed to destroy the 2 of them, but one planted a kick in his face, sending him into the air. He felt the pain from the kunai lodged in his shoulder suddenly disappear, and although his crazed mind didn't acknowledge it, the kunai appeared on the ground where Naruto had been. Rasengan. A ball of chakra impacted his back and launched him to the ground. The massive beast of a man quickly flipped to his feet and charged Ablon, a blast arm right hook swinging from the Chunin's head. For the Chunin's head. The boy ducked under it and quickly left the kunai in the armpit of his assaulter. Suddenly Jugo felt his teeth get knocked out as Kakashi ran up his student's back and planted his knee in the man's face. The 2 Konoha shinobi then quickly made space before nodding to each other. All the while, the beast man had still been screaming nonsense and violence into the air. The shinobi sprinted at the unusual man, kunai in hand once again. Naruto ducked low and swiped the man across the chest with a blade. Lowering his shoulder as he did so, Kakashi then used a springboard to jump into the air, bringing a kunai down in the beast man's back. He howled in pain but continued his onslaught against the 2 Konoha nin. Naruto, we need to end this. Right. Combo then, sensei. The boy quickly asked. Bring the wind, kiddo. The 2 nin landed side by side facing Jugo, both waving through hand seals. Wind style, great breakthrough, fire style, dragon flame jutsu. The 2 jutsu combined, forming a massive stream of fire that barreled towards the monstrous man. It hit him dead on, and the 2 smiled slightly, only to watch him walk out unscathed. At this sight, both shinobi's shoulders sagged and they sighed loudly. Naruto and Kakashi immediately regrouped down the street from the man. Naruto thought to himself, quickly coming up with a new plan. It was very convenient that Kakashi had seen fit to teach Naruto the Headhunter Jutsu during the month of preparation they had. Kakashi-sensei, prepare your Chidori. At those speeds I can't hit him, Naruto, the copycat nin said calmly. I'll give you an opening, just be there. Choosing to trust his student, Kakashi simply nodded in reply. Naruto quickly formed 10 clones, 6 charging straight at the beast of a man. 2 were quickly dispatched and the other 4 were being quickly worn down. As soon as Jugo destroyed the last of the clones, the other 4 burst from the ground, all grabbing one of the crazed man's limbs. With the man immobilized, Naruto called out, Kakashi! The former Anbu charged forward, Chidori sparking to life in his hand. His arm impaled the man through the chest, but seeing the man smile, he planted a foot against him and ripped his arm out while lunching away. Unfortunately for Jugo, Naruto appeared behind him as well with a fairly large Rasengan in hand, smashing the deadly jutsu in the back of the crazed man. Naruto pushed him to the ground. He then held him down and let the jutsu do its work until it carved out the opposite side of the gray man's chest. The hole the Rasengan created was so large that the man's body had no organs left to function with. With those wounds, there was no hope for survival. Naruto quickly leapt away towards Kakashi standing next to the Jonin. The legendary Jonin looked to the boy. Nice plan, Naruto. Thank you, sensei. The blonde sighed. Should be over now. They both turned back to the village, only to see it explode in a massive fireball, the shockwave blowing both Naruto and Kakashi off their feet. What the hell? They both yelled as they were launched away, rolling across the ground a few times before finally coming to a stop. When they stood again, what they saw stunned them both. The entire village had once been Odagakure had become a massive crater, the only remains of it being the outskirts like the parts Naruto and Kakashi had been fighting in, and the areas where the three toads had been earlier. Other than that, the rest of the village was a pile of burning rubble. The body of the dead Odo nin burned and many of the Konoha Chunin battalion lay dying from massive wounds. Dang it, yelled the blonde boy. They tricked us. No. He fell to his knees, pounding his fist against the ground. Naruto, calm yourself. We have to look for survivors, Kakashi ordered solemnly. Through the strategic use of Naruto's sensory abilities, the surviving nin who had escaped the initial blast were able to locate and rescue any survivors in the rubble. Of course, the 500 Chunin in the battalion, only 42 survivors were recovered. The Anbu squad that had joined the battle early on had been fighting outside the blast zone and had escaped with no casualties. The Jonin platoon that had been made up 40 nin almost lost most of its forces, sustaining 28 casualties, leaving only 12 Jonin among the living. Of the Chunin that had survived, 5 were medical nin and were working against the odds with Sakura to save as many of the wounded as possible. Then came the counterattack. 2 massive snakes had been summoned from scrolls by Oto Jonin. Luckily, all of the toad summons had escaped the blast, returning to Mount Miyoboku. Thus, they were ready and willing when Naruto called. "Oto-nin," yelled that Konoha Chunin before catching a kunai to the throat. "Let Lord Orochimaru's snake loose," yelled an Oto Jonin. 2 massive snakes were suddenly summoned in the rubble, and they began to attack the Konoha nin, wounded or not. "I'm not just gonna let you kill my comrades like this," yelled out Naruto, who channeled the chakra of the Nine Tails and then made a shadow clone. The clone and the original executed a set of hand seals and performed a technique. "Summoning, food cart, destroyer," they both yelled, and Gamashiro and Gamaken fell from the sky atop the snakes. "Die here, vile creatures," yelled Gamashiro as he stabbed both of his swords down the snake. "You see, I am ungraceful," said Ken, using his staff to break the neck of the snake that he sat atop. Naruto leapt to the top of Ken's head and he called down to his sensei. "Kakashi sensei, gather our shinobi and begin the retreat. I'll hold these guys down. Go!" Kakashi looked at his student in awe. The boy really was something amazing. He turned to his longtime rival. "Guy, take our shinobi and go. The Anbu and I will back up Naruto, so lead the retreat and get our nin to safety." "But Kakashi..." "No buts, Guy," Kakashi said, looking sternly at his friends. "We need a strong shinobi to spearhead the retreat so our forces don't get caught in another trap. You're the only one who can go." Guy's face turned serious and he looked at Kakashi dead in the eyes. "Fine. Just don't die, Kakashi." "I'd never," Kakashi said, laughing and offering his friend an eye smile. Although his sister had been a casualty of the massive explosion, the younger brother of Chunin, Yamako Matsu, watched in awe as the retreat was made. He watched a blonde Chunin ride atop the head of a giant toad, fighting tooth and nail to secure the retreat. He had heard stories from his sisters about having been saved once by this shinobi. Little did he know his story, along with many others, would lead to why Uzumaki Naruto would be regarded by a large amount of the shinobi in Konohagakure as the hero of the Sound War. "Bring the oil." A shot was heard before a small group of Oto-nin were set ablaze by Naruto and Gamaken. The small group of Konohagakure shinobi were surrounded and were fighting hard to not be slaughtered by the enemy. "Chidori," came the voice of the Jonin Hatake Kakashi as he ran his hand through 6 Oto-nin in one fell swoop. The white-haired man quickly spawned a shadow clone, a chain of lightning forming between them. Lightning cable. He quickly shot through groups of enemy shinobi, taking most of them apart at the waist. 3 Narutos appeared in front of a smaller group of Oto-nin, all weaving hand seals. Great breakthrough. Vacuum bullets. Open destruction. The combination of the 3 wind jutsus was what Naruto had taken to calling the Super Wind Hurricane Combination Jutsu. When Kakashi had heard this name, he couldn't help but sweat drop and instantly decide that Naruto was most definitely like his father when it came to naming jutsu. The turn of wind ripped apart the Oto-nin until there were almost nothing left. The combo Naruto had created was a definite A-rank jutsu. As the masked Jonin engaged a new group of Oto-nin, the 4th legacy found himself faced with a group of 7 Oto shinobi. The blondes quickly hurled a handful of kunai at the new arrival, all being blocked or dodged. He quickly swapped with one of his kunai, slamming a Rasengan into one man's back. After the jutsu hit, he quickly formed 2 shadow clones, both springing to life and bringing a Rasengan to bear onto 2 more of the enemy. 3 down, Naruto thought to himself, as both clones then flickered away from the small fight. The young Chunin vaulted over the back of one man, leaving a kunai buried in the base of his neck. He died before he even hit the ground. The boy transitioned into a handstand and brought a leg around into the jaw of another nin, sending him into the ground. Naruto spun around and palmed another kunai, leaving it in the temple of the man's partner. A kunoichi now jumped at him, aiming to cleave his head off with her sword. She sliced clean through him, only to be met with a puff of smoke. The smoke burst away to reveal a new blonde Rasengan in hand that he brought around and buried in her chest. He sent the woman flying and she harshly impacted a pile of rubble. The man he had kicked down earlier then leapt into the fray, only to be met with a kunai in his throat. The blonde quickly dispelled his other clone and made his way back to his sensei. "Kakashi-sensei," he called out to the obviously winded Jonin. "Oh, Naruto. Looks like we finally pushed them back for now," he said, and suddenly a loud whistle split the air. "Well, that's the signal to pull off. Sounds like our wounded made it out okay, Naruto." "That they did. Need help walking, sensei?" the boy asked the tired man. "Nah, I think I can manage," Kakashi said with an ice smile and a laugh. "Okay, sensei. Just take it easy, though," Naruto said, worry evident in his face. "I'll be fine, I promise," the man replied with a chuckle as they began tree running in the direction the retreating Konoha forces had left hours earlier. "Naruto, what's got you worked up?" "Sensei, I just watched us lose over 400 shinobi in a matter of seconds. What's to stop that from ever happening to you or Sakura? I don't want to lose you guys. I can't even imagine how I'd feel. What if I lose you?" the boy asked, an aura of sadness rolling off him. "Well, Naruto, sometimes our friends die, and we can't stop it. All we can do is get stronger and fight harder to stop it from happening again," the masked Jonin replied. The two shinobi continued through the trees and fields, making their journey back to the battle group in silence. After linking up with the battle group, the true number of losses had been revealed. 486 shinobi died in the initial blast. Of the 54 survivors, 27 had succumbed to their wounds, 6 jonin and 21 chunin, bringing the total to 513 casualties on the Konoha side. It was a somber day for Konoha shinobi and for the village itself. Upon return, a mass funeral was held for those lost in the battle. The Hokage gave a speech, and the village grieved. Although the casualties had been high, the main war with Orogakure was now over. Sanagakure and Konohagakure would continue to hunt down Orochimaru's bases and continue to whittle down his forces, but the villages could now take themselves out of the active war stance. At the end of the month, Jiraiya finally returned. He spent an entire day consoling his student. The boy still hadn't quite gotten over the loss of so many in seconds, but that was to be expected. The boy had never seen war before, and it was only natural. "Tsunade, I want to take the boy on that training trip." "Ah yes, as much as I'd like to prove it, you will have to wait about 9 months, she said in reply to the tall sage. "What? 9 months?" he said, in complete surprise. A large amount of jonin on a prolonged mission. I need as many highly skilled tuning of captains on active roster as possible right now. So until they return, I need Naruto around, she countered, completely calm. "Fine, 9 months, but no longer. I need to make him stronger before the Akatsuki makes their move." "I know, Jiraiya, and I fully intend for you to take him, but right now, his village needs him." "Alright, well I'm going to head off then. I'll be back in 9 months. Akatsuki hunting again?" "Something like that," he said with a chuckle. "Uzumaki, Naruto." "Yes ma'am," the boy asked the Hokage. Currently, Jonin Kanagaki Harumi is out on an extended mission. For now, as a Chunin captain, you will be leading her Genin on missions, along with other Chunin and Genin mixed in from time to time, she said in her authoritative tone. "This should go for about 3 months, maybe less, after which you will be assigned to a new team, as we will be rotating through Chunin captains. But for now, get acquainted and come to my office in 3 days for your first mission." "Alright, will do. Where can I find them?" he asked. Team 12 can usually be found at Training Ground 24. They hold team trainings around this time every day, so they should be there right now. "Alright, see ya," he said, jumping out of the window behind her. She stared a moment before gaining a tick mark on her forehead. That dang brat, just use the door, she said out loud. Team 12 was currently minding their own business. They were busy with their daily training, and with their sensei off on a mission, they'd been told they would be assigned a tuning captain for a while. They'd be doing a lot of missions, and training would be on their own time, along with anything the tuning may feel like teaching them. When a blonde boy their own age landed beside them via body flicker, they were slightly surprised, especially after realizing that their tuning captain was the hero of the Sound War. Naruto? The girl exclaimed. I know you got promoted, but I never guessed you'd be our captain. Ryuko? And the twins? Wow, this is wild, he said in surprise. He never expected Team 12 to be the very team he had met in the Forest of Death all those months ago. So I guess I'm gonna be leading you guys on missions for a while, huh? Looks that way. Can't believe we're gonna have you leading us, Captain Uzumaki, the girl said. Naruto scratched the back of his head, a smile spitting his face. Please, just Naruto, he laughed loudly. If you insist. I do. Now how about we get some ramen so I can have you tell me about your skills, the blonde said to the group. Alright, food it is, yelled out Roku. Jeez, you're too loud, Roku, Aoki commented, sighing at his identical twin's antics. Oh, hey Naruto, it's been a while, Toichi called out as Naruto entered the ramen stand, Team 12 in tow. Hey Toichi, sorry, I've been running a lot of missions lately. It's alright my boy. Trust me, lots of us in the village have heard about just how busy the hero of the Sound War has been. Oh, come on Toichi, it's nothing special, the blonde replied. Oh, Naruto, you're back, Ayami shouted as she strolled to the front of the stand, hearing the voice of the #1 Ichiraku customer. Hey there Ayami, good to see you. What can we get started for you, Naruto? After taking the orders of all 4 shinobi, the ramen shop sprung to life, and the shinobi began to converse. So tell me about your skills and stuff, Naruto said, a bright smile on his face. I need to know what all of you can do. You start, Roku. Aye, Captain, the voice said, snapping his hand to his head in a salute. The other twin simply sighed at his brother's hyperactiveness. My brother and I both have earth affinities. We're capable of a few low-level jutsu in the style, nothing more. I am fairly fast and have pretty great chakra control. All of us on the team have learned the tree climbing exercise. I know Kenjutsu, not Genjutsu, and am fairly skilled with my Tanto. That's about all I've got, sir, the Hyper Twin finished. Alright, good. How about you, Aiko? He said, tell him about your own skills, not ours, idiot, he said, addressing his brother. Anyway, I'm fairly fast as well, but I have more chakra than him, but that comes with less control. I also am skilled in Kenjutsu. I use a katana, and I'm quite proficient if you ask Sensei. Naruto simply hummed in response before turning from the stoic brother to the sole female on the team. How about you, Ryuko? He asked. Well, I've got a fire affinity. I've got good chakra control. I have the fireball jutsu down, and have a couple of genjutsu under my belt. I'd say I've got about average speed. Mostly a medical nin. I've got a lot of medical jutsu under my belt, and I'm skilled in them as well, the girl said, explaining her abilities. Naruto took a moment to really take in the details of the team's appearance. The boys both had brown eyes and green eye. This is so weirdly written. Oh no, so they have mixed matched eyes. The boys both had brown hair and green eyes. I was tweaking, I don't know what I was talking about. They were also a fairly tan complexion. They wore dark green shirts with black shinobi pants. They also had armor akin to that of the warring clan's era draped over them. One possessed a tanto strapped over his shoulder while the other carried a katana. Both seemed to look at life in a bright view. One boy was very hyper while the other was a very stoic person. When it came to Ryuko, well, Naruto had to admit she was cute. She had black hair that graduated to dark red at the tips, green eyes, and a soft smile. She was pale skinned, almost a sharp contrast to her teammates. She wore a mesh shirt with green Ambu style vests over it, along with a pair of black pants. From what Naruto had seen, she was pretty outgoing and cheerful. This team shouldn't be too bad then, Naruto thought with a smile. Well, you three should meet me at your training ground tomorrow so I can see just what you can do. And then the next day we will go grab our first mission. Sound good? Of course. Later, Naruto, the hyper boy said, his brother giving him a simple bored wave, and both of them took through the village. Ryuko looked at Naruto for a moment, but when she realized she was staring, she broke her gaze with a blush. She quickly turned around to leave, cocking her head back at the blonde. See you tomorrow, Naruto. She smiled widely at him, and then she took her leave. Well, this should be interesting, the boy muttered to himself before ordering a second bowl of ramen. Chapter 15. 1 month had passed since Naruto had taken the temporary reign of Team 12. He hadn't expected their third delivery mission to Sunagakure to kick off with an ambush by Autonin, but he supposed that was why he was there, instead of just the getting alone with no Jonin. And Auto Chunin was poised to shove his kunai deep into Ryuko's chest. She stared back at him in horror. This is it for me. I'm done for, she screamed in her mind. Surprise slowly made its way onto her face though after she watched a blue ball of chakra impact the man's torso. He was shot away from her at a high speed and slammed into a tree. She turned to see Naruto standing over him. The blonde palmed the kunai and buried it in the man's chest before he turned back to her. You okay? He asked with a smile. Yeah, she answered back, still shaking. It wasn't her first time in combat, but she'd never encountered an enemy that could move faster than she could react. If Naruto hadn't been there, she most definitely would have died. Good, it's alright now. They're all taken care of. Okay. Notifications are off again. But she had never... Okay, no, that's not where we are. He said to the still slightly shaken girl. The team regroup before Naruto made the executive decision to double time it to Sunagakure. Upon arrival, they were met with a few Suna nin. After Suna found out they had been tricked, they immediately offered to once again uptake the treaty they had before. They also offer consolidation money along with their shinobi forces as support for the Sound War. Messages and important war intel were commonly swapped between the villages. On many occasions, a messenger hawk was too insecure for the transfer of intelligence. In turn, shinobi commonly ran messages between the villages on foot, hence the very mission Naruto was currently partaking in. They had delivered the scroll they carried to Suna Council, as they still had not chosen a new Kazekage. There were many whispers around the village though, that Gaara would be chosen. The other whispers to be heard as Naruto and his team walked through the village were things like, "That's him," and other phrases like, "No way, it's..." But the thing that had most staring at the boy in awe, and what also caused his team great surprise at how widely known Naruto was, were the words, "That's who beat Gaara." As they made their way to a hotel they had been offered, they would be staying overnight to bring Suna's return message back the next day. They ran into the man himself, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto and his team came to a halt in the street. Naruto held his hand out, keeping the team behind him. The blonde stepped forward towards the sand Jinchuriki, the unexpected thing about him being the smile that he held on his face. Gaara, the blonde, was standing only a few feet away when he spoke, smile still splitting his face. Gaara stepped forward, extending his hand to the blonde shinobi. Thank you, Naruto. No need to thank me. You're just like me after all, the now widely known Chunin said. He took Gaara's hand and firmly shook it. The redhead cracked a small smile at him and waved his hand in the air. Both of his siblings fell to the ground beside him. Naruto, you enabled me to see my family as family, and that will always mean the world to me. I have friends and bonds that I thought I could never have. But I have him now, thanks to you, the soon-to-be Kazekage said. You gave us our brother back, and kept us alive even though you had every right to kill all three of us. Thank you, Tamari said on behalf of both her and Kankuro. I'm glad, Naruto said back. Tamari, Kankuro, will you please escort his team to the hotel? I'd like to have a chance to talk with Naruto. Of course we will, Gaara. Don't go getting into trouble. Team 12, please follow these two. I'll come catch up later. I need to catch up with the rumored Kazekage, the blonde said, winking at his team and attempting to elbow Gaara slightly in the side, only to be blocked by sand. Dang, forget about that, he said, laughing, and the two shinobi walked away from the street, chatting like old friends. They haven't spoken since Gaara last tried to kill him. How can they just come off like friends? Ryoku asked. Tamari moved to voice an answer to the boy, but Ryuko beat her to it. Roku, Naruto has something special. I feel like no one else has. He's just amazing, and he can change people for the better quite often. Well, you hit that nail on the head, Tamari said. But sounds like you've got a big old crush on your captain, the blonde teased the red and black-haired girl. At this, Ryuko's cheeks turned bright red and she began sputtering nonsense. After a moment, she just looked at the ground and stopped speaking, cheeks redder than ever. The boys and Tamari all just laughed. So, Gaara, what changed? About me? Well, I'd say you were what changed. What exactly do you mean by that? After you beat me and I heard your voice. Your words? And I heard your words. It awoke inside me the desperate boy I had locked away. The boy who just wanted friends and a family. You made me realize that at the very least, I had family. So thank you, Naruto, the redhead said to the boy who had pushed the darkness away. The darkness that had taken hold of him for so long. It's no problem, Gaara. You're just like me, and us Jinchuriki should stick together, you know? When you're Kazekage and I'm Hokage, we will have the greatest alliance ever, a bond that will never be broken. The blonde smiled at the future Kage. I look forward to that day, Naruto, the other boy said. So, you got ramen shops around here? We do. Take me there, buddy. There's ramen to be eaten. Alright, the redhead said, grabbing onto Naruto and flickering them both to the little shop hidden away in the smaller side of Sanagakure. The boys ate and chatted a while. Passersby stared in awe every time Gaara let out a chuckle. It was a sound none had heard before. Sometimes the Sunanin walked by and almost face-fault at seeing the once homicidal Jinchuriki laughing alongside the boy who had single-handedly beat him. Gaara listened as Naruto told stories of Team 7's adventures and even shared some of his own stories from when he was very young, of how he would entertain Tamari and Kankuro with amazing creations with his sand. Wait, you can make cool stuff with it? Indeed I can. Oh man, your power is awesome. Gaara laughed again, but grew a curious look when Naruto's face turned serious. Gaara, the Shikaku, it doesn't let you sleep, does it? No, it does not. I am fine with never sleeping, as long as I can protect my village by doing so. Gaara, I'm going on a training trip in the coming months with Jiraiya-sensei. I'm going to be learning a lot more about sealing. When I come back, I promise to you that I will fix your seal so you can finally get some rest. Thank you, Naruto, but it's not necessary. I've already made the promise, Gaara, so it's happening. Alright. Naruto looked at his fellow Jinchuriki before speaking once again. I'm gonna share an S-rank secret with you. There's an organization, a group called the Akatsuki. They are strong, made up of entirely S-rank missing nin. They have a single goal, and is to capture all of the nine-tailed beasts. We don't know what they plan to do with them, but it's obviously not good. I see, the redhead responded. Yeah. Never stops for us, does it? Gaara asked. No, but one day it will. I swear it. We can only continue on, and see what the future holds, I suppose. You got that right, Mr. Kage. Anyways, I should probably get back to my team now, Gaara, Naruto said, standing from his chair and looking into the night sky. I bid you well then, Uzumaki Naruto. With that, they both flickered away. The quiet night then fully settled over Sunagakure. The next day, Naruto and Team 12 returned to Konohagakure, settling down for a while before picking up a new mission. This pattern continued, and soon his team with Team 12 was over. It had been only about 2.5 months, and the group had grown fairly close. It would be another 6.5 months before Naruto would leave with Jiraiya. Their Jonin had returned, and he was now to lead a group of Chunin on what would mostly be patrols. He also popped in and out of combat groups assigned to assault some of Orochimaru's bases. He began spending time with Team 12 every now and then. Sometimes Sakura would join them, or someone like Kiba or Shikamaru and Choji. It was nice to have so many friends to see, and it was to the point he couldn't go around the village for too long without running into one, leading to the new situation he found himself in. "Please go out with me," the girl yelled as she bowed down before him. "What?" Naruto replied, and the girl looked up at him sadly. "Do you not want to?" She trailed off. "No, yes, well, are you sure? I've never had a girl like, wait, what? I've never had a girl like me before." I think he meant to say like you, but okay. "Naruto, do you really think I'd ask you out if I didn't like?" "Oh, a girl like me okay." I don't want to hear it, okay? If you guys were reading for 6 hours straight, your brain would be fried as well. I'm not taking any of this. "I've never had a girl like me before." "Naruto, do you really think I'd ask you out if I didn't like you?" she questioned. "Well, no, but will you at least go out on a date with me, even if you don't want to be my partner?" "No, I'll be your partner. I'd love to be your partner. You're a great person and super pretty. So yeah," he replied, smiling widely. "Who is this?" Wait, really?" she shouted happily. "Of course, Ryuka. Oh, okay. It's the redhead," he said just out loudly. He then noticed people were staring at him weirdly, so he grabbed her by the shoulder and flickered them to the Hokage monument. "How's this for a view?" he asked the now identified red and black-haired girl known as Takarada Ryuko. "Wow, this is amazing. I've never actually been up here," she said. "It's pretty great. I come here a lot. With how much you want to be Hokage, I'm not surprised." "Ryuko, why do you like me?" the boy questioned. "Well, you're amazing." No, I'm taking a break. I'm not reading this shit right now. And we're back like 3 days later. That was a very long break. Let's get into it. "Well, you're amazing, Naruto. You're so outgoing and kind, but you're also a level-headed shinobi, and extremely skilled one at that. You seem to have this way of bringing out the best in people, and I enjoy seeing you do that. You're also very perceptive and collected, as well as being very serious whenever necessary. You're an all-around amazing guy, and I've liked you since we met in the Forest of Death, especially because you're funny. When I was assigned to your squad, one of my first thoughts about you was that you were cute, and you've turned out to be a kind and gentle person, something I greatly enjoy. So, how did this work exactly?" Naruto said, finishing with a nervous look. "We just spend time together, and I'd like you to meet my best friend. And I suppose I'd like to meet your close friends as well," she replied. "Well, you already sort of met Gaara, and you've met Sakura. Say, wanna go on a date?" he asked with a wide smile. "Of course," she said with her own smile. "Are you alright with going to Ichiraku? We can go someplace more fancy if you'd like," he asked. "Ichiraku's fine with me. I never really worry about that stuff. I'd just like to get to know you better." "Perfect, let's go then," he shouted, grabbing her hand and flickering them to the ramen shop. "Oh, just you two today? What is this, a date?" Ayami asked scandalously. "Actually, you got it on the head, Ayame," Naruto replied. "Wait, what?" she said in shock. Dad, Naruto's here on a date. A loud congratulations was heard from the back of the shop. They sat and chatted, sharing stories of their younger days. Naruto found out that her parents had been killed on a mission about 6 years ago, but it didn't hurt as hard anymore. He also found out that the girl Sakura fought in the finals, Hinazuki Rika, was actually Ryuka's best friend. You'll have to meet her soon. I bet she'd love you. We've known each other a while now, been friends since the academy. Oh, that's pretty cool. You guys sound like great friends. We are, she said with a bright smile. Cute, he thought to himself. At this point of the night, he had settled and it was starting to get late. Well, I suppose we should be leaving. I have patrol in the morning, but I'm back by late afternoon, if you'd like to meet up. Of course I would, she said, laughing before turning to the blonde boy. Walk me home? She asked. Gladly. With this, the two nin strolled off into the streets, heading for her home. So, Ryuko, tell me some fun facts about you. Sure, well, I like red. That's probably my favorite color. I like to head over to the Inuzuka Animal Clinic and help out Hana there. Either that or helping out at the hospital. I like to work on my medical ninjutsu. I really don't have a favorite food or anything. I like to hang out with Rika and when we can practice our medical jutsu together. What do you want your future to be like? What do you mean? She asked, a confused look over her taking her face. Well, like, what's your dream? I mean, I want to be Hokage. Sakura wants to be a strong kunoichi and start a family one day. Oh, I see. Well, one day, I'd like to be an amazing medical kunoichi on the scale of Lady Tsunade, and eventually settle down and have a family. Maybe even retire from active duty and be a housewife once kids come along. She smiled as she into the night sky. She smiled as she walked into the night sky while they walked into the night sky. That was worded really weird. That does sound nice, doesn't it? My very own family, Naruto said out loud. The girl looked at him sadly, concern on her face. Naruto. She knew he was an orphan, and she was sad he'd never known his parents. It's alright. I know my mother, and father loved me a lot. I don't know who my dad is, but my mother, Kushina, was an amazing kunoichi, and I'm super proud of her. He looked at his new girlfriend, a large smile on his face. He stared at her attractive face a while, saying nothing before he suddenly blurted out, You're gorgeous. His eyes went wide as saucers as she blushed furiously. I just said that out loud, didn't I? The girl laughed loudly, smiling. How do you loudly smile? Spreading across her face. Yeah, you did, Naruto. But anyways, we're here, she said, clasping her hands together behind her back and bending slightly towards him. Thanks for the walk home. Of course. The next day, early in the evening, found Naruto arriving at his home. He had gotten back from patrol much later than expected. I hope Ryuko won't be mad, he thought, turning the key on the door and walking inside. He sat his things down and stripped before climbing into the shower. As he stepped out, he began toweling his hair. His peace and quiet was interrupted by a knock at the door. Must be Anbu. I've probably got another mission, he thought, wrapping the towel around his waist and strolling to the door. He turned the handle and opened it, only to be greeted by the face of his new girlfriend. Hey Naruto, I heard you got back from... She trailed off, seeing his state of undress. Ryuko, you okay? He asked, not realizing he wasn't dressed. Naruto, she squeaked, turning around and covering her face. Oh, crap, he said calmly before it fully hit him. His eyes went wide and he immediately shouted, Oh, sorry, hang on real quick. He closed the door on her, and a loud collection of bangs and crashes could be heard as he struggled to get dressed quickly in a state of embarrassment. He opened the door again and greeted her, now fully dressed in his black standard Konoha shinobi outfit, only leaving the pouches and other attachments in the house. Hey, Ryuko, sorry about that. What would you like would you like to come in? I could make dinner. It's alright, she said, still not able to look him in the eye, a massive blush still covering her face. And you're offering to make dinner? I've always cooked a lot. I had to learn pretty quickly after Iruka-sensei told me I needed to eat more healthy foods. So, would you like to come in? Yeah, that'd be nice, she said happily, entering the home as he closed the door behind them. It was a simple home, a bedroom and a connected bathroom, along with a combined kitchen and living room. He had a small couch and a coffee table and a simple kitchen. It's not much, but I try to keep it clean. And it's home after all. Try? This place is spotless, Naruto. Should have seen it during the academy days, he said, laughing loudly. What would you like to eat? I've got some fish I could cook if you'd like. Yeah, fish sounds amazing. Of course, he said, laughing. Naruto began cooking and continued their conversation. So what'd you do today? He questioned. Well, thanks to you, Genin don't have super dangerous missions anymore, since we aren't in wartime stance. Sensei had some important missions that came out of nowhere, so she was gone today, so me and my team were taken under the wing of some chunin named Ichio. She was nice, and we ran a simple delivery mission to the fire capital. I don't know if you've been there, but it's huge, she said dramatically. Well, that certainly sounds exciting, the blonde commented while chuckling. You didn't run into any trouble, did you? He asked while putting the finishing touches on the food he was cooking. Nothing bad, just a few bandits we found on the road. And our team took them out pretty fast. We just tied them up and left them there. Our captain said she'd send the team to retrieve them, she sighed. So tired. But anyways, how was your mission? It's nothing out of the ordinary, he said, setting a plate before her, a perfectly cooked fish dinner on it. Ran into some Autonin trying to sneak into Fire Country on the way, but we took care of them quickly. That's good. Glad you didn't get hurt. And Naruto, this looks absolutely delicious, the girl said with a grin. The food smelled absolutely delightful. Thanks, I try my best when cooking. It's actually kind of a hobby for me. He stared at the girl, taking in the dark black hair that slowly morphed to red as he moved to the tips. She really was stunning. The girl looked at the food and said, Thanks for the food, before digging in. The taste was amazing, and she was thoroughly surprised Naruto could cook as well. This is so good, Naruto. I'm glad to hear it, he said as he began eating his food. They ate and talked about random things as they did, just happy to spend time together. They were interrupted shortly after, though, by a knock at his door. He stared at the door for a moment, confusion evident in his face. Who could that? Oh crap, I forgot. Forgot what? His new girlfriend asked. It's Friday. Me and Shika always play shogi on Friday nights. I'm sorry, I'll tell him we'll have to reschedule. But before Naruto could move to the door, the girl grabbed his hand. Actually, you should bring him in. I'd like to watch. That's not where my mind should have gone. Ryuko, it can get quite boring. You really don't want... Naruto, it's fine, really. Plus, I have my sketchbook, and I really want to see just how exactly you managed to beat the genius Naru Shikamaru on every other game, the cute girl said in a sing-song voice. Hey, you've heard about that? Shikamaru complains to Choji about it all the time. Now go let him in. With this, Naruto moved to the door and opened it. Hey Shika, oh, and you brought Choji and Ino? Nah, I brought Choji. Ino just wouldn't leave. Troublesome woman, the bored boy replied with a light smirk. Well, that's fine. I've got Ryuko here. Ino chose this moment to pipe up. What? You've got a girl in your house alone with you? Ryuko, what's the deal? Naruto's sweat dropped at this. She's my partner, you know. What? And with that, Naruto's apartment came to life for the night. Ryuko was forced to explain while Naruto and Shikamaru started their game. Choji just happily watched while he ate his chips. 30 minutes later found Shikamaru with a confused look on his face and Ryuko and Ino laughing loudly at the boy. Just don't get how you think of these moves. I can't figure you out. he said to the blonde. The unknown legacy had just beat Shikamaru in a match, and they prepared the board for another. Kakashi Sensei once told me I'm an amazing tactician. It just kinda comes to me. If you haven't noticed, Shika, I'm kinda good at being a ninja. Of course I noticed, you dolt. It's starting to make me wonder if you being Hokage is such a far-fetched thing. Eh? Naruto said in shock. Wait, what did you just say? You really think I might become Hokage? Naruto, out of our entire generation, there's not a single shinobi who can stand against you in a fight. At least not for very long. The probability is there if you look at the numbers, the Nara boy explained. I see. Well, still, thanks, Shika. Don't let it get to your head, the shadow user said. I want Rika to be here. She needs to meet you, Ryuko suddenly broke in, pouting. Naruto quickly formed a clone sign and 2 shadow clones burst to life beside him. Go find Rika and invite her. Got it, the 2 said, and disappeared out the door. Well, that works, I guess, commented. 2 games of shogi later, one of which Shikamaru won, and there was a knock at the door. Ryuko quickly answered it. Rika, how's it going? She asked her best friend. I'm doing fine. Thank you, Ryuko, she said calmly with a soft smile. Naruto quickly glanced over the appearance of the newcomer. She wore darker clothes, which were in complete contrast to the burnt orange scarf she wore around her neck. She had blue shoulder-length hair and red eyes, something that wasn't very common. Another outstanding feature were the red markings that came from the side of her face, ending below her eyes. They were almost reminiscent of the Inuzuka markings, but upside down. She seemed like a fairly withdrawn and tight-lipped person. Tight-lipped person, you say? Oh god. I need holy water. Hello, she said to everyone simply. Yo, said Shikamaru. Choji gave the girl a simple nod. Hey, Ino called. However, Naruto quickly stood and moved to the doorway and extended his hand to the girl. Hey, I'm Uzumaki Naruto. It's nice to meet you. I'm dating your friend, so I'd like it if we could be friends as well and get along. Welcome to my home, he said, laughing. The girl shook his hand but looked at him blankly and said, You talk too much. Naruto face faulted it and was completely blown away by the response. The rest of the people in the apartment laughed at his expense. Rika, don't be rude, Rika said jokingly, knowing this was just the kind of person Rika was. Anyways, come sit. Alright. The group enjoyed their night, having a lot of fun around the table. Naruto and Shikamaru eventually even stopped their game. The 2 began being social with the rest, and were made fun of for a while for being so into a game like shogi. They defended with mentions of it, keeping their minds sharp and helping them with the battle strategies. Eventually, everyone said their goodbyes, and it was just Naruto and Ryuko. They chatted a while as he walked her home, and upon arrival, she suddenly kissed him on the cheek, said a quick goodbye, and rushed inside. This left Naruto standing dumbly outside her house for a few minutes, but he finally composed himself and began his walk home. Ryuko really is something, he thought to himself, before he began whistling a soft tune and finishing his walk home. The next morning, Naruto slept in. It had been a while since he had the chance to just do nothing. Man, I forgot how nice it is to sleep in, he thought to himself. He felt amazing. His whole body seemed to have needed the rest. The boy moved to his kitchen and fashioned himself a nice egg breakfast. He began eating as he unfurled a few scrolls on the table. They were all Fuinjutsu scrolls that Jiraiya had given him. A few had been his mother's. What he was currently studying were resistance seals. There were a lot like the weights Rock Lee had worn, but these were applied to the body or clothing. Training with these seals could quickly increase physical strength and provide a much needed boost in speed when they were released. He was just trying to figure exactly how they would need to be applied so that he could release and apply them like flipping a switch. He was also running into trouble in how exactly it was to increase the level of resistance they had. Just like Lee, eventually his body would be used to them, so he needed to be able to increase their level in intervals. The second seal he was studying was the paralysis seal. This had the ability to lock up every muscle in the body, causing the target to experience temporary paralysis. Its effectiveness was proportionate to the size of the target and the amount of chakra the target had. He supposed it could be useful in a fight when you needed to temporarily immobilize your opponent. The only problem with this seal was the fact that it was indeed temporary. The third seal he was currently studying was the resistance seal. It was quite like the paralysis seal, but it required the target to be still while it was applied. The other drawback was the fact that it took quite a bit of chakra, as well as some time to prepare. He had long ago decided that Funjutsu was the weirdest of the shinobi arts. Sometimes sealing jutsus required a brush and paper, other times seals could be created and placed by the user's chakra. It was confusing, but it was the way it worked. The fire sealing method used special ink and a brush, and the seal had to be drawn, but the paralysis seal would be placed by simply doing hand seals, and then placing your pawn upon the intended target. For Jutsu, he has complicated rules, and half the time it didn't even make sense, but it just worked. However, Naruto wasn't complaining. He loved Funjutsu and he wished he had more time to study it. It deeply interested him and he always enjoyed learning more about it from Jiraiya. After a while, the boy put his scrolls away and washed his dishes. Getting properly clothed, he left his apartment to go find something to do. Maybe he would drop by and see his girlfriend, but he might find Kiba or Lee for some sparring. He often wished Sasuke was still in the village for the simple reason that he needed a sparring partner that could push him. Kakashi would never seriously spar him, as he could accidentally kill his student. He also hadn't fought Sakura in a while. He wondered how much her skills had really increased. She had definitely come a long way since the academy. He was proud of his pink-haired teammate. His mind often wandered to how his best friend might be doing. Sasuke was still deep in cover, but he was also training. He wondered how strong the Uchiha might be once his mission was complete. Oh well, I'll have to find out. Guess I'll go find Ryuko. The blonde thought, strolling down the streets in the direction of the girl's house. Chapter 6. Ryuko was eating breakfast alone at her kitchen table. She was slightly zoned out and still kinda asleep. She hadn't even changed out of her pajamas. She moved to take another bite, but was startled by a knock at the door. She got up, moving to the entryway and opening the door. She was greeted with a tall blonde with long bangs framing his face. The girl had always been captivated by the whisker marks that adorned his cheek. "Oh, hey Naruto," she said simply. "Did I catch you at a bad time?" he said, taking in her appearance. She stared at him a moment before she realized what he asked. I'm sorry," she laughed. "Please come in if you'd like. I just need to get dressed." "Take your time, Ryuko," he said, following her in and sitting down at her table. She quickly moved off to her bedroom and proceeded to get dressed. When she came back in, she smiled at her boyfriend. "Did you eat anything yet?" "Yeah, I ate when I woke up. Thank you, though." "Seems you slept in too, huh?" he questioned. She sat down and began finishing her meal. "Yeah, really late," she said with a laugh. "You're probably up before even I was." "It's simple. So." "Oh, it's possible. I don't know how I got simple from that." "So, did you have any plans today?" "I have team training for this afternoon, but otherwise no," she responded. That gives us 3 hours then. If you want to do something, Kakashi-sensei wanted me to come by and train with him at 12. "Yeah, I'd love to spend some time together." "Perfect. What do you want to do?" he asked. "Maybe we could just take a walk through the village and see what we come across," she suggested. Sure. With that, the two made their way out of the house and strolled through the village. As they walked, they conversed about the war and about the missions Ryuko's team had been taking. They continued through the village, finding random things to do and stopping in different stores. "Oh, how nice of you to come by, Naruto." "Nice to see you, Kakashi-sensei," Naruto said with a wave and a smile. "So, you want to spar or what?" After Jiraiya had informed Kakashi of the threat of the Akatsuki, he had begun to train himself to new levels, along with his team. The masked Jonin knew he was strong, but he was also man enough to admit that every member of the Akatsuki had him outclassed at the time, but he had come a long way, and Kakashi was now worth every bit of the title of an S-rank nin. He had trained himself hard alongside Naruto. He knew he couldn't afford to be sloppy or weak if the Akatsuki came knocking on Konohagikire's front door. He decided he would be ready. He didn't want to have a repeat of the Itachi incident. He had increased his chakra reserves by quite a lot, and the man could now throw around all of those jutsus Obito's eyes had helped him acquire. He had burned himself out some days even. He had worked hard, and in the end, it had indeed paid off. Well, let's see how you do against me today, Naruto. The two stood about 50 yards away from each other, staring the other down. Naruto threw a rock into the air, and both of their bodies tensed. The rock hit the ground and bounced, and before it could touch the ground again, Naruto had slammed into Kakashi. The masked Jonin caught the hand's kick aimed at his face, throwing the boy away. Said blonde regained his footing and began waving hand signs. Water style, raging waves, he called, and a massive rush of water bulldozed its way towards Kakashi. Earth style wall. A wall of bricked earth rose from the ground, stopping Naruto's jutsu in its track. Earth style, earthquake slam, he called out, and the ground ripped apart like a blender, moving towards the blonde shinobi. Naruto flickered to life behind the Jonin. He spun both legs around in a handstand in an attempt to catch him with two kicks to the abdomen. Both missed as Kakashi twisted himself around the blonde, bringing a hard punch straight to the blonde's back, only to hit air. He had flickered across the clearing, and when Kakashi locked his eyes on him, Naruto was already waving hand signs. Wind style, great breakthrough, he yelled, a massive turn of wind ripping through the training ground, kicking up dust as it went. Kakashi also flew through a set of hand seals and called out, Fire style, great fireball jutsu. A giant fireball roared to life, and it overtook the wind and used it as fuel. Kakashi's eyes widened as a kunai burst through his fireball. After it got past the flames, about 10 feet from Kakashi, it burst into a puff of smoke to reveal a shadow clone. Said clone smirked and then substituted with its original. When the real Naruto appeared, he had a huge grin on his face, and his hands were forming the last seal in a chain of hand signs. Water style, raging waves. If the masked Jonin was honest, he was caught completely off guard. The move the blonde had just executed had been completely unexpected. The wash of water grabbed the Jonin and threw him to the ground harshly. Oh, Naruto, I truly am impressed. That was an impressive move. I honestly hadn't expected that. You truly have become a frightening shinobi. The legendary nin laughed out loud. But it's time I end this, he said as he waved hand seals before he called out his jutsu. Summoning, earth style, tracking fang technique. The ninken tore through the ground below them and they burst out besides Naruto grabbing on before he could really understand what was happening. One of the biggest hounds almost bit straight through his metal arm protector, but not a single one of the dogs drew blood. But Naruto knew if he moved, they would. The blonde sighed loudly before laughing. The masked man flickered to life behind the boy, holding a kunai to his throat. The white-haired man eye smiled, a memory popping into his head before he spoke. You can't beat me. You lose, Naruto. Dang it. So close, the Chunin said before he smiled at his sensei. That was a good match, Kakashi-sensei. The ninken suddenly disappeared in a burst of smoke, and the two shinobi faced each other. That it was. You did great, Naruto. Kushina would be proud. Thank you, sensei, the blonde said at him, smiled at him, happy at the mention of his mother. Don't worry, sensei, I'll beat you soon. Kakashi reached out and ruffled the boy's hair. I'm sure you will, he said with a nice smile. 3.5 months later, Naruto and Ryuko were on a very special date. The two had grown extremely close and spent a lot of their off time together. Come on, Ryuko, follow me, it'll be fun, he said, running off with her hand in his. Okay, I'm coming, she said, laughing. But where are we going? You'll see, it's a surprise, he laughed. before he spun around and put his hands over her eyes. Now hold on tight and don't peek. Fine, but I can keep my eyes closed myself, thank you. Alright, fair, he replied, as she wrapped her arms around him and held on. He quickly flickered them both to the top of his unknown father's head. Alright, open your eyes, Naruto told the girl. Rika's eyes peeled open, and what she saw stunned her. Before the two of them sat a well-prepared picnic, exclusively done just for her, with everything she could possibly like to eat. Candles illuminated the space they occupied, and it was just after sunset. The lights of the village made it glow with an absolutely untouchable beauty. The young woman was blown away by the extent the blonde had gone to just to prepare an amazing date for her. She turned to him quickly and placed her head against his chest. Thank you, Naruto. I can't believe you did all of this just for me. For you? Of course, he replied with a smile. His cheeks flushed and he was caught completely off guard when she pushed away the bangs from one side of his face and kissed his cheek. Seriously, Naruto, thank you. If possible, the blonde got even redder at the I'm not saying the nickname. We're not doing this. Of course. Now let's eat, he asked. Yes, please, she said happily in response. The two then sat and began eating. They enjoyed their time together, and they joked and laughed for a large part of the night. Eventually, they sat atop Minato's stone head. In complete silence, her head leaned against his shoulder, but with an almost sad sigh, Naruto broke the silence. Ryuko, there's something I've needed and wanted to tell you for a while. I thought maybe I could hide it, but that wouldn't be fair. Naruto, what are you talking about? The girl asked, a concerned and questioning look on her face. You remember learning about the nine-tailed attack 13 years ago, right? He questioned. Of course I do. What of it? Her face became even more concerned and confused. It was told to us the fourth Hokage beat the beast and ridded the village of it, but it was never told to us just how he did it. We all just assumed that he killed it and that costed him his life. Well, yeah, that's what happened, and that is the truth. Except it isn't. The nine tails is a tailed beast, and you cannot kill a tailed beast. They would only reform. So the fourth saw one option. He sealed that bastard fox in a newborn baby boy. That boy was the son of Uzumaki Kushina, and he still holds that bastard fox to this day. I am the son of Kushina, and I am the Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed fox. Naruto, you poor thing, she said, shocking him to his core as she wrapped her arms around him and held him tight. So that's why people look at you so harshly. Why they say such horrible things about you. Must have been so difficult for you. I'm so sorry. You don't hate me? He asked, barely able to contemplate that it didn't bother her in the least. Of course not, she yelled, slapping him on the back of the head. Do you really think I could care about you like this and just throw that away because you have some monster sealed away inside you? Thank you, Ryuko. Shut up, idiot, she commented. She pushed a bang from his face, and for the first time, she kissed him on the lips. His eyes went wide at the feeling before he slowly melted into it. This is weird. Aren't they like 13? No, they're like 14 at this age. Still very weird. He wrapped his arms around her, and after they broke away, they sat together for another few hours. Naruto awoke in his bed. I mean, they are also like toaster bathing people at this age, so I feel like it's fair that they can do stuff like this, you know? At least he thought it was his bed until he realized it wasn't his room. His eyes went wide and he sucked in a breath as he realized the mop of black and red hair sleeping beside him was Ryuko. Oh, that's right. I remember now, the boy thought. The girl had fallen asleep with him atop the monument, and he had carried her home. When he had laid her on the bed, he had immediately moved to leave. As she did, she had grabbed his arm and asked him to stay with her. They had cuddled up and fallen asleep. They hadn't done anything but shared the same bed and cuddled He was extremely happy with this girl. She just made his life a lot better. He had a mission with Kakashi Sensei later that day, so being extra careful not to wake her up, he left the bed and began to cook them breakfast. He made eggs with toast and also had a shadow clone run to the nearby store and buy some bacon, quickly cooking that as well. He walked quietly into her room and gently shook the girl's shoulder. Ryuka, wake up. I made breakfast. She stared lightly. You made breakfast? Thank you, Naruto. As the post-sleep haze left her body, she began to take in the fact that Naruto had stayed with her the night, and smiled. Want me to carry you downstairs? She responded with a smile and extended her arms at him. She quickly motioned for him to pick her up. Once he had her fully in his arms, she leaned up and quickly pecked him on the lips. You're amazing, Naruto. He smiled down at the girl in his arms as he carried her. So are you, Ryu. The girl flushed red at the new nickname, but smiled widely. They then ate breakfast together, simply enjoying each other's company. So, Naruto, what would you like for your birthday? For my birthday? He asked, confused. Naruto, it's the 1st of October today. You've got 9 days left until you're 15, she said, laughing. Oh crap, it is. Well, I can't believe I just forgot, and I guess what I want for my birthday is to spend more time with you. I don't want to read this part. You're too cute, Naruto. I'm not cute. I am a strong, handsome ninja. Not cute, he replied with a pout. Ryuka simply laughed in reply. Naruto's birthday was awesome. Held at Ryuka's house, everyone came, the remnants of Team 7, all of Teams 2, 8, 10, 12, and Team Guy attended, minus the sensei. Although Kakashi did stop by, he'd gotten Naruto a new set of metal arm protectors, considering his original ones were quite worn. Eventually, most attendees had left, leaving Ryuka, the rest of her team, Rika, Kiba, Shikamaru, and Naruto. The blonde and Kiba had become fairly close friends with Sasuke gone. Naruto needed a new sparring partner, and as much as he liked Lee, the bull cut boy was just too over the top to spar with every day. Rika and Naruto had become close friends as well. She spent a lot of time with him and Ryuko. The group was now perched around the center of the room where Naruto and Shikamaru sat on the floor, playing an intense game of shogi with the new set the Naruto boy had gotten Naruto. Your move, Shikamaru, Naruto said smugly. The room sat in silence, as the second Chunin sat and thought of a strategy. Here, he said, finally moving a piece on the board. So, I heard that Iwa has been poking around the edges of grass country. It's really starting to rile up the Kusenin, Kiba piped in. Really? That can't be good, Naruto said before moving his own piece. Try to get past this, he said idly. Yeah, Mom said it could get serious, but I heard Lord Jiraiya might have some dirt on Iwa that we can use to keep them in their hole for a while. Leave it to Jiraiya to have dirt on an entire country, Naruto laughed. Your turn, Naruto, the Naruto said, finally moving his piece. Still makes me mad that you and Sakura get to train under Sannin. That's just not fair, the feral boy complained. Kiba, I don't know why you think you can't get just as strong if you work hard enough. I know that, but still, it's not fair you just randomly get a Sannin to teach you. Your move, Shika, Naruto said, after studying the board a moment and moving a piece. Listen, I don't know why Jiraiya picked me, but he did, and I'm not gonna complain, you know? Whatever, Kiba sighed before laughing. You down for a spar tomorrow? Of course I am, the Jinchuriki replied. Are you stupid? Rika asked suddenly. Huh? Naruto replied, caught off guard by her sudden question. I said, are you stupid? You have a mission with my team tomorrow. With our sensei out, you were assigned to lead us on another delivery mission to Suna. Oh, he replied, chuckling. I guess I sort of forgot. How can you just forget important missions, Naruto? You're supposed to be a Chunin after all, Shikamaru cut in. Your move, Uzumaki. Hey man, I've been running so many missions lately I can hardly keep track of where one ends and the next one begins, he countered before making his counter move on the board as well. 5, he then suddenly said. Everyone in the room stared at him blankly. They waited for him to continue, but his mouth remained shut. They all stared for another minute before Kiba finally broke the silence. 5 what? I'll have you beat in 5 moves, Shika. There's nothing you can do about it either. Kiba immediately spoke up. What? There's no way. What the? He was cut off when Shikamaru finally spoke up. Oh, dang it. It seems you win, he then sighed loudly. Just can never read your moves. What? Came Kiba's voice. You beat Shikamaru that quickly? He tends to win every other game, Kiba, the Nara boy said. Shikamaru, there's only one problem with your strategic ability. You always assume there's a plan or strategy to someone's moves. But once in a while, you come across people like me. Sure, I can pull crazy strategies and battle plans out of my skull, but sometimes I really just go with the flow. Sometimes I fight purely on action and reaction. Nothing else. Unpredictability is your weakest point, so you need to expect the unexpected. And look underneath the underneath, Naruto said to Nara. He smiled lightly, remembering when Kakashi had first told him that phrase. At this point, Kiba's brain had fried. He really hadn't ever been exposed to how intelligent Naruto could be. That said, it threw the Inuzuka off quite a bit. Shikamaru, on the other hand, sat and thought about Naruto's words. Meanwhile, the two girls and Naruto began setting up a card game at the kitchen table. After Shika and Kiba came back from their heads, they joined the others. After a few cards games, the others took off, leaving only the birthday boy and the homeowner alone. For his last present, Rika gave him a lengthy, fun, interesting, questionable time, and Naruto happily accepted. Before they went to sleep, Ryuko said one last thing to Naruto. Happy 15th birthday, Naruto. Okay, 15, that's... You can toaster bath someone at 15, alright? That's okay. You're like basically grown. 2 days later, found Naruto and Team 12 at the Hokage Tower. Joining Kanagaki, you and your team, accompanied by Chunin Uzumaki, will be going on a patrol in grass country. You've strengthened your ties with Kusagakure quite a bit since the Chunin exam incidents. They have been contributing in the hunt for Orochimaru, but they currently have a manpower shortage. You will run a patrol route along the border of grass and earth. Understood? Yes, ma'am, came the chorus from the Nen. Good. Then move out, the Hokage said, turning back to her paperwork. A day's travel landed in the group in grass country, where they had stayed in a hotel in Kusagakure. As their patrol was scheduled for the next day, they had woken early and quickly made their way to the border of the land of Earth. About 4 hours into their patrol, they stopped to rest. Aiki was looking intently at a map before his face scrunched up in worry. Sensei, I think we may have crossed into Earth Country by accident. What? Asked the tall female sensei of Team 12. She had mid-length aquarium hair and aquamarine hair and wore the standard Konoha Jonin outfit. Yeah, look here, sensei. About 6 miles back, we would have definitely crossed into Earth Country. We should have taken this route instead, he said, pointing to a line on the map. Harumi sensei, isn't it bad for us to be in Earth Country unannounced? Asked Roku, who was now slightly worried. Ibagakure was not an allied village, and they were very much did not like Konoha-nin in any way. Kanagaki, they're right, we really shouldn't be here then, Naruto said to the Jonin. Earth Country was the last place Konohagakure-nin should be. Yeah, you definitely shouldn't be here, a voice echoed out. You're trespassing in Earth Country, and as an Iwa-nin, I have a responsibility to stop any trespassers. But you guys are Konohagakure-nin, and this is taken as an act of aggression. You're all sentenced to death. The large man now before them said, he was huge, just massively tall, and he was heavily armored. He wore the Iwagakure steam armor with a furnace attached to the back. Aside from his red armor, he also wore a red kasa that was made from the same material as his armor. Oh crap, Naruto said. That's Han, the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails, also known as the Jinchuriki of the Steam Release. We had recognized the shinobi from the bingo book. He had recognized the shinobi from the bingo book. Crap. We're so... no matter. You kids go. I'll deal with them while you run. No, Kanagaki. He will bulldoze you before you have a chance. This guy fought through the 2 wars. He is extremely strong. Naruto, take him and go, ordered the Jonin. As she drew her sword, she leapt towards the man, only for her eyes to widen in shock at his speed. The massive, steaming Jinchuriki tore through the Jonin and left nothing but red paste behind. Sensei, yelled the twins, who in anger began to charge the brute man. No, don't, you'll die, yelled Naruto. He knew he needed to gather the team and get them out of here as quickly as possible. Come back, that's an order. He watched in horror as the massive Jinchuriki bulldozed the twins, killing one instantly. When the other tried to crawl away, he stomped on the boy's neck. Han's crushing waves of killing intent washed over Naruto. He made Zabuza look like a genin. His killing intent was almost as great as the tailed beasts he held. And here it was, all focused on the blonde Chunin. Riko stared in shock. Roku, Aiko, she screamed. Come on, Ryuko. We have to go, right now. Ryuko. She began to run toward the dead twins. She had tried to save them. Ryuko, please, come on. She had to try. They couldn't be dead. Her medical ninjutsu could save them. She knew it. She didn't even register her boyfriend's desperate plea. Ryuko. Chapter 17. Ryuko, no, don't! The massive Jinchuriki turned towards the boy's girlfriend, and Naruto knew what was about to happen. He drew from the Nine Tails chakra and poured everything he had into a single body flicker. He appeared beside her just in time to watch the bulky Jinchuriki punch his arm through the girl's chest. Blood burst out from around his forearm as it ripped straight through her with a pure force alone. The boy collapsed to his knees as he watched the elder Jinchuriki withdraw his arm from his girlfriend's chest. He was in shock, completely catatonic. His chest hurt. This couldn't be happening. How could this happen? Dang. He got to his heart faster than Naruto. Your turn, Brat. Naruto's expression was blank and he couldn't move his body at all. This is it for you, Konoha scum. Naruto couldn't think straight. He was stricken with grief and anger. How could she die? Why was he alone again? He wanted this man to pay, but what could he do against him? Come to me, boy. I can give you your revenge. We will kill him and destroy everything he loves. He will feel the pain you feel now. A deep voice echoed through his head. Naruto suddenly found himself in front of the Nine Tails cage. He felt so hollow. What was left for him at this point? What was he even doing all this time? It was all so useless. Boy, remove this seal. I will take away all of your pain. You won't have to feel it anymore. Can you really make it all go away? Yes. Now rip away this accursed seal. He was sweating hard. The last thing he had expected was for this boy to be a Jinchuriki, let alone that of the Nine Tails. This was bad. The boy was already up to 6 tails. The younger Jinchuriki was tossing him around like a rag doll. It was likely that his beast had taken complete control of him. He didn't know if he could keep this up. Han was never one for using jutsu. He mostly used his boil release to bolster his taijutsu. However, desperate times called for desperate measure. He channeled the chakra of the Five Tails, gathering as much as he could, and he ripped through the hand seals. The other Jinchuriki was at 7 tails already. Earth style. Sandwich jutsu. Bro had a woman moment. Two enormous rock formations formed on either sides of the rampaging Jinchuriki, closing in on it with tremendous force and smashing the beast caught in between. But by the way, that was a joke. Calm down. No need for angry comments. Han sighed in relief as it cursed the enemy. He had been worried. His eyes went wide. No way, he thought. This is bad. The almost complete form of the Ninetales ripped through the earth with a mighty roar. Screw me, he said aloud, struck with fear and awe at the power of the Ninetale fox. It had completely negated his most powerful jutsu, and he wasn't even at the full 9 yet. Naruto lifted his hand to the seal and began to pull. There was nothing left for him here. That Iwa Jinchuriki had just taken from him. Remove the seal, boy. A hand caught his arm and tossed him to the water a bit away from the cage. A figure landed in front of the boy, hand extended to help him up. Taking the hand, the boy stood with the assistance of the figure. He stared at the man, who he idly thought looked a lot like himself, before fully realizing exactly who it was. Fourth Hokage? The deceased Hokage looked back at him. I worked it into the seal that I would appear in your psyche if it were ever unraveled to the point that you had sprouted the 8-tail. Truth be told, I'd hoped that it would never come to this, since I'd hoped to never have to see you again. 9 tails. The massive fox responded with a mighty roar as the man looked back at it before he turned back to the boy. But then, again, I was looking forward to seeing the young man that my son had now become. I guess it evens out. Fourth Hokage, come here, I'll tear you apart, the massive beast roared. Oh, if that's the case, then I think I'll just stay over here. Wouldn't you agree, Naruto? Wait, why do you know my name? I know it because I named you. The truth is, you're my son. The boy began to laugh loudly, tears beginning to spring from his eyes. A massive roar interrupted the two. Fourth Hokage. He's still as rowdy as he was the day I sealed him. Let's go somewhere quieter, huh? The blonde man snapped his fingers and he and the boy appeared in a clean, open area inside Naruto's psyche. Reason didn't tell you much of anything, I guess. If people had known you were my son, you would have been in extreme danger. I had quite a lot of enemies. The man smiled lightly at the young man before him. Dad? Minato experienced a shooting pain expanding from his stomach as his son rammed his fist into his gut. Why? Why would you ever seal that thing inside of me? I'm your son, how could you? Do you even understand what kind of things I went through because of it? All of the villagers looked at me with contempt and fear. I couldn't make any friends. I just wanted people to accept me, or at the very least not hate me. The boy was screaming now, tears falling down his face. Minato could see the pained expression that consumed his son. Then, I met Iruka Sensei. He taught me so much. He made me take my training seriously. I made friends with Sasuke and Kiba, even Shika and Choji. I was friends with most in my class. I even tied for Rookie of the Year with Sasuke. Sasuke, Sakura, and I were on Team 7 under your student Kakashi. I was so happy. Then this group called the Akatsuki comes after me, and I find out they want the Ninetales. Now I have to deal with knowing I have a group of S-rank missing in after me, and that puts everyone I love in danger. Minato couldn't help but feel his chest tighten at his son's words. Seeing what he had caused, he really was a bad father. He wished he could have done more. We've been at war with Aragakure, and I finally found a girlfriend. A girl who actually liked me, and I liked her. I think I loved her. I was happy I could be on a mission with her. It was a routine patrol, but it ran along the Iwa border, and we ran into the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails. We'd accidentally crossed the borders, and he killed her team in seconds, and he killed her right in front of me. I watched her die, dang it. The boy ran his hands through his hair, showing the extreme mental stress he was experiencing with such a simple movement. I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. I just lost my partner. Minato held back a tear seeing his son like this. Naruto, how old are you now? I'm 15. Oh, I see. 15 already. Must have been hard for you. I'm sorry, my son. Though I suppose it's not worth much, me apologizing now, after everything I put you through. No, it's fine. After all, I'm the son of the 4th Hokage. I'll deal with it. You know, I had my suspicions, and I had these crazy ideas that maybe you could be my father, the one man I looked up to more than any other, but I always thought that no, I couldn't be the son of someone so great. It's true, you are my son. Since you asked, I sealed half of the Nine Tails inside you, because I believe you could either use the extra chakra, or maybe one day master its power. I did it because you're my son, though I suppose how you chose to be a ninja is up to you. Minato's face became serious. 15 years before now, when the Nine Tails attacked the village, I learned something. A man orchestrated the whole thing. He was a formidable shinobi. He possessed the Rinnegan Eye. I believe he will attack the leaf once again. Father, was it the Nine Tails or the man that killed Mom? Minato's eyes went wide. You know of your mother? That was the one thing the old man told me about. I see. I suppose I have time. Not much, but enough. The man with the Rinnegan, he had a jutsu to extract the Nine Tails. Your mother, Kushina, she was the Jinchuriki before you were. He showed up and ripped it from her after your birth. He put the Nine Tails under some sort of genjutsu. He is the mastermind behind the Akatsuki. Between keeping you and your mother safe fighting him and the Nine Tails, I was stretched too thin. I couldn't do it all. I was strong enough to protect our family. Your mother desperately wanted for me to not seal the beast inside of you, as she knew what you would go through, but we had to save the village and preserve the balance. For that, I am sorry, Naruto. It makes me wonder why he chose to use the fox to attack. Maybe he wanted me out of the way. It's possible. Minato felt a pang in his chest, thinking of the way things might have been if he had been stronger. Minato looked at his son, sadness filling his eyes. I tried so hard just to protect you, but I failed. Because of my failure, you've lived this painful life. I made a sacrifice and forced a bigger sacrifice on you. Father, yes. I forgive you. The boy smiled up at the man. I could never blame you for thinking of the village as your family. I want to protect it too. There is so much hate in this world. I want to fix that, but I've also seen what we are as people, and that to me means no matter what, the village and my family comes first. I'd love to work with the other villagers to find peace, but if they intend to hurt my family, my village, then I will have no choice but to stop them. I don't ever want to be not fast enough again. Minato smiled down at the boy. You have something important to protect, my son. As much as I also wanted peace, I too felt hate, and I killed without so much of a second thought. This is our life, and I trust you to forge ahead, Naruto. Minato placed his hand upon his son's head. I entrust the will of fire to you, kiddo. Be the next step in finding peace. Even if you cannot find it yourself, I know you can protect the village and all of your loved ones. You think I can protect all of them? Do you think I can be that strong? Minato ruffled the boy's hair, smiling down at him. Of course I do. I believe in you completely. It's a parent's duty to have unconditional faith in their child. The older blonde pulled his hand away, seeing it start to fade. I have to go now, Naruto. My chakra is beginning to fade. What? No, you can't go yet. The elder man smiled. I'll rebuild the seal now, but this will be the last time I can. Steel your will, and be strong, my son. I believe in you. I love you, and so does your mother. Forever and always. The boy cried again, smiling at his father. Love you too, Dad. If you can, tell Mom the same. Of course, if I can, I will, Naruto. Tell Jiraiya Sensei to take you to my northern safe house. You said you don't ever want to be not fast enough again, so that place holds that very ability. And with that, Minato faded away, and Naruto steeled his resolve once more. Northern safe house. Got it. Goodbye, father, Naruto said aloud. His eyes snapped open, seeing the five-tailed Jinchuriki crouched before him, exhaustion evident in his body language. The man craned his neck to look at the blonde. I hate you. I hate you with every fiber of my being, Han. The Jinchuriki of the steam release. But I won't take revenge. That's not who I am. However, if you ever attack Konohagakure or my fellow Konoha shinobi again, I won't hesitate to strike you down. He walked away from the man, following the route of the destruction he had caused when in his Jinchuriki state. He found the location of the original ambush. He sealed away the bodies of the Jonin and twins in a scroll. At least he could take their bodies back for a proper funeral, and then turned to the lifeless body of his girlfriend. He crouched before her, staring blankly at her limo form. She was deceased. It hurt a lot. He was still so mad, but this wasn't the time, and he was still in an enemy territory. I'm sorry, Ryuka. I wasn't strong enough. More than that, I wasn't fast enough. He cried silently for a few moments before picking her up, bridal style, and looking to the sky. I'm sorry. With that, Naruto was gone, rapidly flickering back to grass country, and later Konohagakure, her body held gently in his arms. Kotetsu and Izumo were currently playing a card game, trying to pass the time during their gate guard duty. They suddenly heard heavy, shaking, breathing, and Izumo stood to check it out. As he exited the guard shack, he was greeted with the sight of a physically exhausted Naruto, covered in blood and holding a girl in his arms. Naruto, are you okay? Kotetsu, go get help. Right, yelled the second Chunin, flickering off. Izumo ran over, as Naruto collapsed in his knees. Naruto, what happened? Naruto looked up at the Chunin slowly. Izumo took in the sight of the exhaustion gripping the boy's face, the red, puffy eyes from what must have been a day's worth of crying. The sadness and guilt was evident in the boy's expression. I wasn't, he said, choking in a sob. Along the way home, having so much time alone to his own thoughts, even the reassurance Minato had placed in him couldn't keep the boy from turning into an emotional wreck. I wasn't fast enough. He began to fully sob for about a minute before the exhaustion caught up with him and the boy passed out. Naruto had been in the hospital for 2 weeks. After he had given his report on the events of the mission, he had locked himself down completely. He had left everything about his father and the Nine Tails out. The boy had simply said that after she died, he had blacked out. He hadn't spoken since. He couldn't stop thinking about how he could have saved her, how he could have been faster. She plagued his dreams, so he barely slept. He hadn't been eating other than the foods Nari literally had to force him to consume. A knock at the door moved Naruto's empty, blank gaze from the ceiling to the door. The door handle turned and Ryuka walked in. Naruto. The boy stared at his first mentor blankly. The scarred Chunin approached the bed and sat beside it. How about we go out for a bowl of ramen? My treat. Sensei, he spoke for the first time in 2 weeks. His voice was a raspy, jumbled mess. Why do we form bonds if it hurts this much when they break? Naruto, the scarred man, had no answer. The boy lay still. His eyes shifted back to the ceiling, and the only thing he could see was her, with a massive hole through her chest. The twisting and pain inside his stomach from the thought was almost unbearable. Naruto, you can't stay in here forever. It's so unlike you to sit here like this. Is this what Ryuka would have wanted you to do? Of course not. But I can't move myself. Even when a small part of me says, hey, get up, I can't. I feel like my will is broken. Eureka sat the boy up in his bed before turning around in the gesture of offering a piggyback ride. Here, get on. For today, I will be your will, Naruto. The blonde stared at his sensei a moment before he nodded solemnly. He slowly and sluggishly climbed onto Ryuka's back. Ramen? He whispered. Of course. After they ate in silence, Naruto asked Iruka to take him to Eureka's home. It would be foreclosed soon enough, considering her not aliveness, but he wanted to stay just a little while. As the Chunin set Naruto in a chair in the kitchen, he began to make tea. Naruto, what happened? The man finally asked. Immediately, Naruto's eyes darkened in sadness. I wasn't fast enough, Sensei. She died and I watched from mere inches away. I couldn't stop it. I gave everything I had to be as fast as I could, and I was still too slow. He immediately broke down into a full sobbing mess. He could barely even stay seated. Iruka quickly ran over and caught the boy as he fell from his seat. Naruto, it's alright. It'll be okay, the man said as Naruto buried his face in Iruka's cheating vest and sobbed. It'll be alright, I promise. I know it hurts, but eventually that pain fades, and it may always hurt, but you can't let it overtake you. Yeah, the boy stuttered through sobs. Eventually, the boy fell asleep as his segregated brother/father/first friend held him. Iruka picked up the boy and carried him up the stairs, laying him in the bed. Iruka had placed a blanket over the boy and made his way downstairs. He drank a cup of tea, hanging around to see if Naruto awoke. Once he was confident the boy would remain asleep, he made his way to the door. Kakashi can speak to him on a much more personal level when it comes to this. As much as I want to help, this might be something only Kakashi can do, he thought as he left the house. The next day around 12 o'clock, Naruto woke to the smell of bacon and eggs. He shot up in bed. It couldn't be. Ryuko? He thought, as he bolted down the stairs in the kitchen, only to find his sensei standing there, fresh bacon and eggs cooked and set out on the table. Even a freshly pot of coffee was ready. Naruto, have a seat. Yeah, he said, sitting at the table. I heard all about it, and I read the book. I read the report. Naruto, you can't keep yourself locked up in here. It's not even your own house. This is all I have. Her scent is still here. Our memories are here. I just want her to be here. Just want her back. Naruto, in this lifestyle, in the shinobi world, you're gonna watch a lot of comrades die. Kakashi, I can't stop seeing her. The image of the man's hand through her chest is buried in my mind. When I dream, I see her, except she turns her head and she asks me why I didn't save her, why I wasn't better. I'm supposed to be a skilled shinobi. I'm supposed to be fast. So what is wrong with me? He said through gritted teeth as his emotions took hold and his anger bubbled to the surface. Why? Why was it her? Why did she have to die? It should have been me. She was special. She was perfect, he screamed, standing and quickly slamming his hands into the table. Naruto, do you know why I stand at the memorial stone every day? No, Sensei. Minato Sensei, his team, my team. We were the generation of Team 7 that came before you, Kakashi said with a sigh, as he set a cup of coffee before Naruto. He sat at the table across from the boy and continued. I had a friend named Obito Uchiha. He was a lot like the younger you. He wanted to be Hokage. He was loud and brash and a total idiot. But like you, he cared immensely for his friends. Me, I was a lot like Sasuke. I was cold to those around me. I thought that to be a shinobi meant to follow the rules, Kakashi explained. Naruto stared intently at the man. He was not fully absorbed in the white-haired Jonin's story. Kakashi sighed and looked down before he continued. Obito taught me the phrase I told you when you became Genin. Those who break the rules are scum, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than scum. I'm sorry, Sensei, but I don't get where you're going with this. I'm getting there. Be patient, please, Naruto. Anyway, Obito died the same day he taught me, Dad. My first and best friend died because I wasn't strong enough, and if I hadn't been so self-absorbed with the rules, he would still be around. I wish he could be the one to train you, not me. but I made one promise to Obito when he died. I would protect our teammate, Rin. I've never met her, so I'd assume that... Yeah, you're right. But, you see, Naruto, I killed Rin. Naruto's eyes, which had been locked on the cup of coffee in front of him, shot up to stare at Kakashi. With Obito's eyes, I watched as my hand burst from her chest, the same way you watched Ryuka. The masked Jonin explained the whole mission to the blonde, all the details of Rin's death. But it's not your fault, Sensei. Just like it isn't yours. Naruto made to argue, but he realized his sensei was right. He had just put himself through all of the pain he had gone through as a child, just to prove a point to Naruto. So, I'm guessing you knew? Knew what, Naruto? About my dad. He was your sensei after all. Upon hearing those words leave the boy's mouth, Kakashi's lone eye widened in surprise. How did you find out? It's a long story, I'll tell you, but I ask you to keep it a secret from the Hokage. I'm dealing with enough right now. I promise I'll tell Jiraiya soon, and have him tell her. Alright then, kiddo. I promise, the Jonin said, and Naruto had begun to fill him about meeting his father. He left out the part about the man with the Rinnegan. I see. I'm glad he got to meet you, Naruto. He loved you very much, Kakashi said, staring at the table a moment. I told Lord Third that the only way I would take a Genin team was if you were on it. I wanted to train you, the same way Sensei trained me. A long pause filled the room, the students and teachers sitting in silence before Naruto spoke. Sensei? Yeah. What does it mean? What does it mean to be a shinobi? To be a shinobi, huh? Kakashi stood, walking to the kitchen window. He stared at the midday sun. A shinobi is one who endures. I don't know why I haven't given up, but Obito would never forgive me if I did. And I'm sure Ryuka wouldn't be too happy if you did either, Naruto. Sensei, thank you. Of course, if you ever need to talk, Naruto, you know where to find me. Yes, sir. And with that, Kakashi was gone, leaving Naruto alone to his thoughts. Eventually, he cleaned the house up. He collected all of his things and put his gear on. As he left the building, he closed the door to the house for the last time. He took his things and dropped them at his home before heading to the training ground. One who endures, huh? He thought to himself. Never again will I not be fast enough. I will become the fastest shinobi on this planet. He quickly began flickering to the training ground. He would make it as fast as possible, and once he did, he would finish the resistance seals, and he would make his physical speed second to none. Anyone who walked by this training ground over the course of the next month would be greeted by a blonde boy disappearing and reappearing all around the clearing. He moved almost non-stop, training all day until he dropped. When he awoke, he would start anew. At the end of his month, his resistance seals had him to the point that if he released, he was on par with 5th Gate Lee. The only problem was Naruto had completely thrown himself into his training. He had hardly slept and was just going non-stop. Finally, one of his friends had decided to take action. She couldn't stand this anymore. She was sad over Ryuka's death as well, but she knew the boy blamed himself. Naruto. Hey, stop for a minute. I can't, I've got to get fast. Shut up. Come here and listen. Fine, he said, appearing before the girl, staring into her red eyes. Naruto, it's not your fault. Rika, I wasn't fast and... He was immediately cut off by a loud echoing slap. She grabbed him and hugged him. I miss her too. She was my best friend. But it's not your fault, Rika said, tears welling up in her eyes. If I'd have been fast, once again found himself cut off by a slap. Shut up. She chose to be a ninja. She chose to try to save the twins. And she chose you. And she would never want you to destroy yourself like this. You can't keep this up. It's literally stupid. Rika, are you stupid? What? He asked. That had caught him off guard. Are you stupid? She said, looking him in the eyes. Rika wouldn't want to see you doing this to yourself. If she was here right now, she would tell you to do the same thing I'm saying. Forgive yourself, Naruto. Forgive yourself and move forward. Naruto looked to the ground in shame. He knew she was right. His father had told him to steal his will, and now Rika, Iruka, and Kakashi were all telling him to do the same thing. It was time to move forward. Thank you, Rika. Of course. Now I have a mission, so go home, sleep, eat, and for Kami's sake, take a shower. She laughed as she walked away. Later that night, Rika stopped by Naruto's apartment to check up on him. She still had Ryuka's spare key. She had planned to return it, but she heard screaming from inside the house. In moments, the girl had the door open and was trying to find the source. Ryuka, please don't go. I'm sorry I couldn't save you. I'm sorry. The screaming was loud and coming from the bedroom. Rika quickly ran in, and what she saw saddened her. Her heart hurt from the loss of her best friend, and now her heart hurt for the poor boy she was currently looking at. Naruto was kicking and thrashing in his bed. It was clear a strong nightmare had a grip on his mind. He screamed her name and cursed everything he could. She was very surprised such a nightmare hadn't woken him up, but she guessed from his lack of sleep his body was too exhausted to wake up. She quickly jumped atop his bed. She straddled him and grabbed his face. Naruto, wake up. It's a nightmare, it's not real. The boy continued to thrash and scream, and she saw no other choice. With one hand, Rika firmly grasped the side of his face, and with the other, she delivered a slap that would make Sakura proud. Naruto, wake up. It's okay. He shot up into a sitting position and almost headbutting the brunette in the process. Riko. One more mighty scream split the evening before the boy was fully back to the real world. His gaze shifted to the girl that sat atop him, and stunned expression filled his face. Rika? He questioned. At this moment, the girl took notice of his physical condition. The boy was drenched in sweat, and shivers and shakes racked his body. He gasped for breath, the terror of relieving the worst day of his life still evident on his eyes. She quickly wrapped her arms around his head and pulled him into her chest. It's gonna be okay. Everything will be okay. One hand began to slowly pet his head. I can't stop, he said, sobs beginning to break through. I can't stop seeing her. She keeps asking me why I didn't save her. I wanted to save her so bad. I tried. She's always there when I close my eyes. At this point, he had broken into a complete sobbing mess. It's okay, Naruto. You'll be okay, she said as she continued to run her fingers through his hair. Eventually, the boy had fallen back asleep, and Riko left the small apartment, sad thoughts plaguing her mind. A few days later, Naruto had just stepped out of the shower when he sensed it. It's not possible. He's not due back for another month, he thought before Jiraiya appeared in his window. Hey brat, Jiraiya-sensei. In the flesh. Why are you back? I came when I heard what happened, the sage said solemnly. Oh. Yeah, say brat, why don't we go grab a bite? Okay. Ichiraku Ramen currently held a master and apprentice as they conversed about Naruto's disaster mission. Wait, what? Did you say the seal broke? Jiraiya-sensei. I met my father. You met him? Namikaze Minato, the yellow flash of Konoha. Yes, he repaired the seal and told me a bunch of stuff. Naruto then proceeded to explain the whole story of meeting his father to the Sannin. Nagato, that sure sounds like you, but I thought you had died. I'll have to tell Naruto about you later, the Sannin thought to himself. I see, Naruto. I know I wasn't there when you were little, but I'm your godfather. Yeah, you are my godfather. A really bad one, Naruto said, laughing. You know I gave you Gama-chan, right? Your frog wallet? Wait, what? That was you? Indeed it was. Thanks, sensei. Say, sensei. Jiraiya turned his gaze to the boy, smiling. What is it? Can we go on the training trip now? I don't want to wait. Jiraiya grinned widely before letting out a loud chuckle. Of course we can. That's the guts I expect from you. Oh, Naruto said, smacking his fist into his palm. I almost forgot. Dad said to take me to the northern safe house. Also, I left that out of my report. Could you tell Tsunade for me? I guess. And oh yeah, I have a map of all those safe houses, so it should be easy enough to find. Alright, let's get going, the large man said, laughing before he stood, laying money on the table. Yes, sir. About 15 minutes later, found the Sanin and the boy standing outside the smallest shack on the outskirts of Konagikure. Unknown to both shinobi, this was one of the fourth's most important and well-secured safe houses. Jiraiya stepped forward to the door, and when he attempted to open it, he was pushed away by a barrier. Dang it, Minato liked to use barriers for locking buildings. Jiraiya stood in thought, but Naruto had begun to investigate the barrier, finding a sealing formula applied beside the door. Jiraiya, it's a level 6, high-grade barrier seal. I read about it in the book you said that helped you, right? It takes familiar chakra or blood to open. I can open it, he said, immediately waving a few hand signs and pushing his chakra into the seal. Wait, Naruto, you don't know. He was cut off when the barrier fell and an audible click of the door unlocking was heard. Man, that sure was good with seals. To set it up that the door would unlock if the barrier was turned off properly, Naruto thought. As they walked in, they were met with a decently large room. A large desk on a side, with a bed beside it. The desk's shelves and drawers were filled with books and scrolls. On the other side of the room was a set of 3 shelves with 3 large bags on each one. To complete it all, dangling from a piece of rope attached to the ceiling, was a singular tri-pronged kunai. Naruto, why exactly did Minato want to bring you here? I told him I never wanted to be not fast enough again, and he said the best answer to that problem lies here. Why? Well, I just remembered exactly what this specific safe house is for. This is where Minato stored most of his notes, technique books, and kunai, all of it for the flying Raijin jutsu. Naruto sighed. So you want me to learn it then, Minato. Huh. The Naiden Kiro Senko, or the second Yellow Flash. He'll make a great successor to your legacy. Wait, you mean the flying Raijin? As in the one that made him famous as the Yellow Flash? Naruto asked, shock overtaking him. That's the one, kid. Seems your dad is leaving this jutsu to you. Once you master this, well, I've no doubt you will be the fastest shinobi in the world. Jiraiya said, his voice now fully serious. Dad is entrusting all of this to me, Naruto asked and wondered. Naruto, this isn't going to be easy. This will take everything you've got. If you want to master it, I'll help you all I can. But even I only helped Minato to learn to use it in combat. The complex chakra and seal theory that goes into this jutsu is ridiculous. Don't do this unless you're ready to give it everything you've got. Jiraiya Sensei, I'm sure. I will master this, and I will be the fastest shinobi in the world. Alright then. Now, Naruto. When Minato finally somehow convinced Sarutobi Sensei to let him have access to the second Hokage's jutsu, it took him over 5 years to master it, so don't just expect it to go quickly. I won't, Sensei. Now want to help me gather what I need from here so we can bring it along? The young man asked. Yeah, but first, here, Jiraiya said, pulling his scroll from his back. He made a hand sign, and in a puff of smoke, a scroll as big as the one it came out of popped into existence. He smiled, he pulled it open, and motioned for Naruto to come closer. This is where we will seal all of this gear for storage. You will carry this sealing scroll on your back during the duration of your trip. You will not, under any circumstance, let this get out of your sight. Got it? Yes, Sensei, Naruto said, serious tone completely overtaking him. Good, now let's get to collecting, the sage said. The two moved around the small shack for hours, collecting every bit of information pertaining to the flying Raijin. They collected over 200 scrolls full of notes on the theory behind the jutsu alone. Another 100 scrolls were collected that contained notes on the execution of the jutsu. 50 more scrolls were found on how the jutsu was incorporated into the hummingbird fist, and on multiple techniques Minato had named specifically most used in conjunction with the Rasengan. Another 10 scrolls were found on space-time sealing theory. Those would be the building blocks to start with, and Naruto would have to become much more adept in sealing jutsu in the future. There was a long path to walk, and Naruto was ready to take the first step. The final things they collected were the 9 bags on the shelves. Inside each bag were a set of 10 scrolls. Each scroll contained 12 of the inscribed three-pronged kunai. Although the last bag had the same number of scrolls and kunai, but the kunai did not have the flying Raijin marker. These were left over from Minato's training. They had been used to get him adjusted to the heavier weight and longer blade they possessed. Naruto would replace his entire kunai arsenal with these, and Jiraiya ordered him to collect all of his kunai after a battle if possible. With that, they were finished cleaning the place out. They sealed it up once again, leaving an empty shack with only a bed and a desk, as well as a lone kunai rocking slightly in a rope attached to the ceiling. Chapter 18. Yeah, we're pretty far. Chapter 18. Rika, Shikamaru, Kiba, and Sakura stood before Naruto and Jiraiya. Tsunade was there as well to see off her favorite brat and the stupid pervert. A common thought was running through the heads of the ninjas seeing them off. Naruto sure looks a bit more serious. His smile was still as bright as ever, but there was something about him that was gone. It had died with Ryuka and would never return. Naruto had seen the true nature of the shinobi world, and it had forced his mind to grow up and accept it. He stood before the group. Black shinobi pants sagged almost like Kakashi's, tuning west unzipped and swaying gently in the wind. A massive scroll the size of Jiraiya strapped to his back. "I'll be a lot stronger when I get back, so you guys train hard too," he said to them. "Obviously we will," Kiba shouted. "Sounds like a drag to me," Shikamaru spoke out against the idea. "I'll be a lot stronger when you get back, Naruto," said Sakura. "Write me a letter every month," Rika said blankly. She and Naruto had bonded over the loss of Ryuko, and they had spent some time together right before Jiraiya arrived. She was one of his closest friends as of now. He kind of let everything out when he talked to her. She knew almost everything about him. Alright, I see a relationship building here. She still had the bland and monotone outer personality that made her who she was, but she was a lot more when you looked deeper. Naruto was honestly interested in trying to figure out how to get her out of her shell more. "Of course, I'll make sure to write. Jiraiya, I want monthly status reports as well. Be ready for any missions I may send you as well. The war is still technically ongoing." "Yes, ma'am," he replied as Tsunade had a look promising pain if he disobeyed her order. "Naruto, you try to not get into too much trouble, and be safe." "I will, Lady Hokage," he said, addressing her with seriousness. But you could see the bright smile on his face as he said it. "Well, we need to get going then," said the sage. "Bye everyone, see you in 3 years," Naruto called as he walked off into the horizon with the Toad Sage. The only one who knew of Naruto's new jutsu project was Tsunade. It was an important secret to keep, that all the secrets behind the Flying Raijin would be traveling the elemental nations. "Oi, sensei," Naruto asked, looking over a scroll on space-time theory. "What's up, brat?" Jiraiya asked as he slurped up a large bowl of noodles. "Summoning jutsu is just a low-scale space-time jutsu, isn't it?" Yeah, I guess it is." "Space-time theory is wild. There's so much to pore over," Naruto said, standing and forming 4 shadow clones. "All of you study this until it's carved into your brain, then dispel. Sensei, mind sparring with me? I'd like to get more practice with the new kunai." "Jeez, we've only gone a week, brat. No need to rush." "But I suppose we can." A few weeks later found the two outside of a small village on the border of wind and fire country. Naruto was walking beside Jiraiya, examining one of the marked kunai. "So I believe it or not, sensei, father packed a genius amount of sealing formula into this kunai. The kanji reads Sword of Love and Endurance, but each kanji is actually the container for a separate jutsu formula. He has notes in one of the scrolls detailing Lord Tobirama's original jutsu formula. The extra work that put into his formula allowed him to eventually create the Flying Raijin second step. It's pretty impressive, kid. How'd you figure that all out? I've been slowly dissecting each formula to try to better understand it. The first kanji contains a formula pertaining to speed. The second has a formula for space. The third having formula for time. The fourth is where I'm running into trouble, Naruto said, his face scrunched up in thought. What's the issue? The sage questioned. I can't figure out what the formula does. It'll have to wait for last, I guess. I'll focus on dissecting and unraveling the first three, he said, giving out a sigh. A toad popped into existence on Jiraiya's scroll. Hey dudes, got a message from your Hokage. The small green toad said. See ya, he said, disappearing after handing the sage a scroll. Heads up, Naruto, you've got a quick solo mission. Already? The boy questioned. We're out in the field already, which means anytime a mission is requested and we're nearby, if we can do it without it getting in the way of something important, then we have to do it. But in this case, we is you, the white-haired man explained. I see. I guess that makes sense. What's the op? Illuminating a rogue tuning. He left the village about 5 years ago and is on the run still, but he was sighted in a nearby village hanging around with a group of mercenaries. Name? Ichiro, no family name. Threat level? Just a C rank nin. You won't have trouble, the Sannin said. Got a picture? Naruto asked. The Sannin responded by handing the boy a photo. He was a simple black-haired male with a scar across his right cheek. It was rather large so it would be a defining trait and helped Naruto find him much easier. I'll be back, sensei. Meet me in Neba village in 4 days, brat. We're gonna do some serious training in the fields there. Got it. Naruto stood up top of a building in a small village. He was crouched low, watching over a group of mercenaries that had congregated in a warehouse. A large percentage of the men were drunk and they stood around talking amongst themselves. Black hair? Check. Deep scar on right cheek? Check. Must be a guy, Naruto thought to himself. Now, he had to figure out how exactly he planned on getting to this guy. He was one of the few that wasn't plastered, so he would be more alert. There were only 30 or so guys, all non-shinobi except for his target. Naruto decided speed and stealth were his best options. He body flickered himself behind the drunken group. 5 men collapsed, but were caught and carried away by 5 shadow clones. A second body flicker took him to a pair of mercs. Drunkenly swaying beside the fire, both passed out on their own, falling to the ground in a drunkard's stupor. Well, that was easy, he thought. He then took out 4 guys who were sober. They had been patrolling around, so he knocked them out and hit them away. The rest seemed to be all gathered into their makeshift mess hall. I wonder. Maybe if I wait this guy, we'll split off from the others for a bit, the blonde shinobi thought to himself. So Naruto settled on waiting a few minutes. And sure enough, the missing nin left the warehouse. He stepped outside and took a... something. And soon enough, as he zipped up his pants, Naruto appeared beside him. The man's eyes widened as he moved to grab a kunai. Unfortunately for the nin, his throat was caught before his hand reached his holster. Naruto looked at the man sadly for a moment before regaining his emotions reining his emotions in and disappearing into the night. 6 months later, Naruto had made slow progress with the Flying Raijin, but still hadn't fully cracked all the theory behind the 4 formulas. His training with Jiraiya had been coming along nicely. His chakra control was now leagues above what it had been. He had finally been able to up the amount of times he could use his kunai substitution. As it had turned out, Minato's kunais were all made of chakra conducting metal, meaning Naruto could coat them in wind chakra to make them sharper. But the real advantage of this had been that if he channeled a small bit of chakra into one before he threw it, the amount of wasted chakra dispersed from him was lowered. This meant that the damage that chakra slamming into his chakra coils would cause was lowered by half as well. His recovery time after hitting his limit was also lessened. He now only needed to get actual rest over an 8-hour period with 16 opportunities if he played his cards right. He was actually able to push the Sannin to be serious during a spar. His main goal now was to beat the man. Jiraiya and Naruto had made a bet one night after an argument. If Naruto could beat Jiraiya on a spar before the 1.5 year mark of their trip, Jiraiya would refocus his writing. He would put a halt on work of his interesting books, as Naruto had called it, and start a new book like the tale of the utterly gutsy shinobi. Naruto was determined to win. He had read Jiraiya's first novel and fallen in love with the book. The Toad Sage had later told him of how it had inspired Minato and Kushina to name him after the main character. Many times along their journey, they would set up camp as they were too far from a town and were in no hurry. These nights by the campfire were spent with Jiraiya recalling stories of training Minato and stories about his mother and father together. Serious, kid. Minato was terrible at naming jutsu. Well, there's no way the fourth Hokage, my dad, would ever come up with stupid, lame, or long names for jutsu, Naruto shouted with a laugh. He pointed his finger at the sage accusingly before shaking his head wildly in the negative. Not possible. I'm serious. How about this? He had a technique named Rasen Flash Super Circle Dance Howl Stage 3. How is that not lame and way too long? Are you kidding me? It's a super awesome name, the young man yelled at the Sannin. Jiraiya simply laughed loudly in response, and soon Naruto joined them. So, it seems he will most likely have the same weird way of naming jutsu. Like father, like son, they say, the Sannin thought to himself. Soon though, the elder male realized the boy had gone silent. He turned to the blonde and saw the sadness and self-doubt radiating off his facial expression. Naruto, what's wrong? What's wrong? Sensei, how do we not hate? When someone takes something precious from us, how can I possibly hope to not want to take revenge on them? I hate that Jinchuriki-han with every fiber of my being. If I see him again, I just don't know what I would do, the blonde said, his fist clenched at his side. It's well known that I've been in love with Tsunade all my life. Although I did just once love another woman. During the Third World War, I was deployed alongside some of Suna's forces in the Land of Stone to combat Iwa. Anyway, during all of this, Kirigakure tried to flank through the Land of Rivers to attack Konoha. A group of Sunanin accompanied me to support our forces against them, Jiraiya said in remembrance. He sighed sadly before giving a sad smile to Naruto. I met a Suna Kunoichi named Miku. Boy, let me tell you, she was beautiful. She was an incredible woman, an extremely skilled fighter, probably one of the best. Anyway, her and I were split from our forces for over 6 weeks. We had to fight together against a lot of enemy shinobi to survive. It was harsh, and in that harsh environment blossomed love. The sage glanced from the fire to see Naruto staring intently. How long were you together, like as lovers? The boy asked suddenly before Jiraiya could continue. 4 of those 6 weeks were spent together, and we were together for another 3 months as well. What happened? The blonde questioned sadly. After the 3rd month, she was redeployed to Iwa front. I got word 2 weeks later that Iwa shinobi had captured, tortured, and killed her. Naruto's eyes shot from the ground to the Sannin. What did you do? He asked quietly. Silence settled over their camp, and Jiraiya stared into the fire for a few minutes. Finally, he answered his student's question. I tracked down the shinobi. I found their camp, and I slaughtered them all. You slaughtered them? Yup, every last one. None of them even had a chance, and after I was done, I stood amidst the bodies and blood, and then I fell to my knees and wept, because not only had I just lost my lover, but I had just killed so many nin. Maybe they had families, some waiting for them at home. Naruto stared at the flames for a while. They sat in silence before the Sannin slapped his hand on his knees and said, "Well, why don't we get to bed, huh?" "Oh yeah, it is pretty late," Naruto said, moving to his bed. As Jiraiya did the same, but the Sannin looked to Naruto one last time. "I know that you will have to forge your own path and follow your own ideals, but Naruto, If there ever comes a time when you find yourself in some sort of situation I was, don't take revenge. It's not worth it. I can't make you any promises, Sensei, but what I can promise is that when I become Hokage, I will do everything I can to make peace with the other villages, no matter what grudges I may hold, Naruto said. He had started off shakily, but as he went along, determination filled his voice. The older male laughed loudly, smiling at the boy, before he walked over to him and ruffled his hair. You know, I'm really happy I made you my student. Training trip, month 11. Jiraiya Sensei. Let's have a match, the blonde said to his master, loosening his body in a lightning stance. He stood before the stage, unmarked tri-pronged kunai in hand. One foot firmly placed on the ground, the left bent at the knee, resting lightly on its toes. Think you can keep up? Brat, you're still about 10 years too early to challenge me. I'll see about that, Sensei. Now, come. Have it your way, the sage responded with a chuckle. Jiraiya sped across the field, grass swaying as he rushed by. He slammed into the blonde knee first, which sent him flying, but he turned into a log. Jiraiya quickly flipped around. As the boy appeared behind him in a handstand, his legs spun around him, aiming for the sage's head. The Sannin caught the offering appendage, hurling the boy away, only to hear a thunk next to him. When he looked at what the boy had just thrown, the blonde smirked. A kunai appeared where he had been, and Naruto landed his first blow on Jiraiya in weeks. His first impact the side of the elder male, shooting him back slightly. Unfortunately for Naruto, he himself caught a leg in the chest. It's great that you can use that to hit your opponent, but don't over attack when it will leave you open, unless you have no other option, the sage continued. Right, the blonde replied, launching back at the man. The elder struck out with a punch, but with the boy caught, he quickly rolled over the man's back, coming down the opposite side with a kick to the ribs, which was blocked and tossed away. The old man stuck out with a kick that sent the boy into the air. His eyes widened when a clone came into existence behind the boy, catching him and slinging him back at the Sannin. Naruto came in with a heel drop, the elder man sliding out of the way. The boy body flickered into existence beside the man, pressing his attack. He landed his second blow this match in the man's lower back. The Sannin skidded away a few feet before he opened his mouth and spoke. My turn. The sage launched across the field and caught Naruto by the coat, hurling him into the air. The boy righted his body only to be hit in the chest by Jiraiya's knee. Ouch! Naruto grasped as the air was forced out of him. The Sannin swung his leg around, intent on hitting the boy in the ribs, only to kick away a kunai. The man leapt back, knowing that the kunai would become an experienced blonde ninja at any moment. Over here, Kame yelled, and as the white-haired man spun around, he saw 10 shadow clones staring him down. Let's go, one called, the group charging towards the teacher. Her hair needle senbon, the sage called, hundreds of needles shooting from him, dispersing the clones before they could do anything. Fire style, fireball jutsu. A large ball of fire burned through the remaining senbon, barreling its way towards the Sannin. Water style, water wall, yelled the larger male. His eyes widened when a massive Fuma shuriken came bursting from the water wall. He smirked, jumping over it before hearing a pop behind him. He turned quickly and was met with a blonde who hurled a handful of kunai at him. He quickly deflected these, only to hear the impact of 3 new kunai thrown from behind him. One landed directly to his rear, the other 2 landing at his sides. He spun around quickly only to watch all 3 disappear, as 3 blondes appeared in their place. The 3 boys kicked him into the air, before throwing 2 kunai at him. One came dangerously close to Jiraiya's, while the other flew past his head. The closest knife disappeared, a blonde taking its place, who landed a harsh kick to the Sannin's midsection. He flew further back into the air only to be sent to the ground by a heel drop. The sage impacted the ground, and Naruto smirked. He then face vaulted as he watched Jiraiya disappear in a puff of smoke. The boy's shoulder sank before he felt a hand rest on his shoulder. Not bad, kiddo. Not only did you manage to take one of Minato's techniques, and made it work with your little trick, but you also managed to beat one of my clones. Thanks, Sensei, but how am I ever going to beat you if it takes so much just to beat your clone? Naruto, even you can't expect progress too fast. You may have a cheat and you're dang prodigy for sure, but things take time. We've been gone almost a year and you've already improved by leaps and bounds. Be proud of your progress and don't rush too much. The man advised. I know you're right, but how can I ever hope to reach Dad's level? Naruto, when you have those resistant seals released and you combine them with your kunai trick and your body flicker, I'd say you're already on par with speed of the likes of Shisui of the body flicker, and I bet you could even give Kakashi a run for his money. But with that speed, you need experience. No matter how fast you are, inexperience will still get you killed. There's going to be a point in this trip where you're probably going to be the best you can be speed-wise until you fully unravel the Flying Raijin. And at that point, the only way you'll have of getting strong will be spreading out your ninjutsu arsenal and gaining a lot of experience, the sage explained. He sighed and ruffled the boy's hair. Kiddo, I've watched strong ninja with tons of jutsu and huge amounts of skill fall to ninja who have nowhere as much to work with. The reason they win is because they usually have years of experience over the enemy. I'm sorry, you're right, Sensei. Of course I am. Now how about we get something to eat? The older man asked, and the boy simply smiled in response. Lapsed time since departure from Konohagakure, 1 year and 6 months. Naruto, come here. Yes, Sensei? The boy appeared beside the Sanin, who had a toad perched upon his head and a scroll in his hand. You have a mission, kiddo. What's the job? A platoon of Suna shinobi have encountered a large amount of Oto shinobi on the border of Wind Country and River Country. They're pinned down, we're the closest. There's a high chance that if there is that many enemy nin or Ichimaru could be there. The sage briefed the boy. Alright, let's go then. When Jiraiya and his apprentice arrive at the rendezvous point. Nah, I swear this is misspelled. That's not how you spell rendezvous, is it? Nope, he spelled it exactly right. When Jiraiya and his apprentice arrived at the rendezvous point, they were met by two Suna Jonin. That was embarrassing. Lord Jiraiya, pleasure to meet you. My name is Tabuchi Hisato. Nice to meet you too. What have you got us for? Our platoon was on its way to one of our outposts on the border of River Country. Long story short, we encountered and engaged a group of Oto shinobi, only to be met with at least an entire company of enemy nin. I see. This is strange, especially all this way from Sound Country, the sage replied. So then, what do you need us to do? The platoon is pinned in the canyon. The only shinobi we have as backup are me and my partner. That's why we called for reinforcements. We need you to liberate our platoon and then we can find and assault the enemy's compound, the Suna Jonin explained. Sounds reasonable. Alright, show me the layout of this canyon. Also, if he's still alive after this battle, you should strip the idiot who led your platoon into a dang canyon and in prime ambush position of his rank. The Sanin said he couldn't believe they had managed to get an entire platoon stuck in a canyon. The Suna Jonin explained to the two Konoha shinobi that the canyon was only carved about 60 feet into the ground, on one end where it opened up slightly more. The Suna platoon was pinned around it, along the edges above them, and in the canyon directly in front sat the Oto nin. There were only about 2 platoons of Oto nin now, the rest having pulled back wherever they had come from. Naruto, what do you think? The Sanin asked the boy. Let's take a closer look. Lead us there, please, he said to the Suna Jonin. The 4 shinobi found themselves on a rocky outcrop a few hundred yards away from the beginning of the canyon, where the Suna nin were pinned. Naruto had placed his finger to the ground and had begun counting aloud as soon as they had arrived. The Suna Jonin had stared at the blonde in confusion. When he looked to the sage for answers, the white-haired man just smiled. I count 80 enemy nin, sensei. The good news is most of the Suna nin are still alive. Maybe not for long, but they are alive, the blonde reported. Good, so what do you suggest? The sage asked his apprentice. He knew the only way to truly make the boy better was to give him as much experience as he possibly could. Around the ledges atop the canyon, there's only 10 nin. The rest are based in the canyon. I'll take care of the 10. I should be able to do it with 5 kunai. They are based in pairs of 2. That will also leave me with 11 chances left. The blonde explained to his sensei. While he had spoke, he had laid out a group of unmarked tree prong, all the while Suna nin stared at him in confusion. Alright, so what about the nin in the canyon itself? Asked the eldest male. Well, A, we could drop a toad on him, but I've been using that so much in this war it's kind of boring. B, you and I could drop down and most likely manhandle all of them. Auto jonin are crappy if not grouped together, and I'd bet half would run at seeing you in the first place. C, I can form a bunch of shadow clones and I can just drop a load of Rasengans on them, the blonde said. Oh, sorry kiddo, I'll drop in and handle the main force after you've taken out the surrounding nin. Afterwards, you flicker down behind them and start taking them out while they are either distracted or running. Leave one alive. I have questions, the battle-hardened Sarnin ordered. Alright, fine, he replied, 2 clones bursting to life behind him. He looked at the Suna nin. You just sit here and watch, alright? With that, the 2 clones were off, and the Suna nin watched in awe as they threw kunai at each pairs of auto nin. Naruto's eyes flashed open and he disappeared. The friendly foreign nin looked confused as a kunai appeared where the boy had just been. Jiraiya chuckled lightly. Just watch. Naruto appeared next to the first pair, and before they could even recognize his presence, he had already buried a kunai in one's neck. He swept the feet out from the other, landing in a crouch above his target's chest. He quickly shoved the knife down into the man, and he was gone. A new kunai appeared where he had been, and it fell harshly onto the ledge. Rasengan echoed through the canyon as another ledge where a pair had been disappeared entirely. The next pair had begun to look over, distracted from their inspection of the kunai that had landed before them only about 40 seconds ago. They turned away before they could watch it disappear, and both were dead before they could even feel the special shaped kunai buried itself in their necks. The next pair were still inspecting the strange kunai when they saw the pair slightly below and across from them fall dead. What the? One was cut off as he was kicked in the wall, his tanto pulled from his holster and buried into his comrade's chest. The blonde kicked the hilt of the tanto, shoving it deeper into the man and launching him off the ledge. He swung his hand around and buried his now oh so familiar blade into the other nin's temple. He flicked the blood off before he sighed and disappeared once more. The last pair had watched all of this, and one quickly grabbed the unusual kunai and threw it away from the ledge. As it got about a foot out, Naruto appeared, and seeing he was not on solid ground, he body flickered behind the 2, kicking one off and throwing a kunai after him. He quickly turned to the other and he planted a kick into the man's chest that sent him upward. He body flickered up the canyon wall behind him and stabbed the blade into the man's spine. Didn't expect them to pick up so fast, he thought, and he substituted with the kunai he had thrown after the man he had kicked off. The man righted himself into the air. He saw the kunai coming and moved to deflect it, only to be met with a blonde Konoha Chunin, who held a blue ball of chakra in his hand. Rasengan, the boy yelled as he slammed it into the man's chest and launched him to the ground dead. At that moment, Jiraiya leapt down in front of the Suna shinobi in the canyon. He leapt into the air before them towards the Autonin. Ultra big Rasengan! He shouted, a massive Rasengan forming into his hand, which he slammed into the front line of the Autonin. Some Autonin immediately fled. They knew they had encountered Jiraiya of the Sannin, and they had just watched him wreck 10 shinobi in one move. Fire style, flame bullet. The sage shot a massive concentrated bullet of fire from his mouth, burning many of the shinobi to a crisp. As Jiraiya dealt with the shinobi that had stayed to fight, Naruto landed before the retreating group, immediately used his body flicker to take the advantage of their shock and dispatched all of them but one. He landed before the last enemy nin and spoke one simple line. Surrender. The nin's eyes went wide as he felt an unexpected amount of killing intent swirled around him. Stay hydrated, guys. He slowly dropped the kunai he held and got to his knees. Hey, yo. He said surrender to fight, not your body. Disarmed and will to fight broken, Naruto placed the man's hands behind his head and held them there. He craned his neck to look at his approaching sensei. Oh, you're a sensei, the boy said as Jiraiya grabbed the man. Naruto, go check up on the Sunanin. Yes, sir. Naruto and Jiraiya now found themselves sprinting through a corridor of an underground bunker constructed by Orochimaru. They had located the base, and as the Sunanin took on the shinobi defending the exterior, the Konoha shinobi had slipped in. They had full intentions of wiping out the Autonin inside, searching for Orochimaru, and then leveling the base. Sensei, let's stop a moment. I can probably find him. He stopped and placed his finger to the ground. He's here. How can you be sure? It's simple, really. Naruto smiled at his sensei before continuing. Sasuke's here. Jiraiya sighed as they took off running once again, this time guided by Naruto's slightly better understanding of the base. They finally came to a large throne room. In the chair sat Orochimaru. Beside him was Kabuto and Sasuke. Oh, Jiraiya, how unexpected. I didn't think you'd be crashing my party with the Sunanin. Oh, come on now, Orochi. That is disgusting. Don't ever call him that again. I wouldn't miss any party of yours, Jiraiya retorted. Uzumaki, came the voice of Sasuke. Uchiha, Naruto replied. All three Konoha nin played out their acts perfectly. Sasuke, why don't you deal with your little friend? The snake Sanin said with a sneer. Orochimaru, I came to you for power, not to fight Konoha nin. But for this one, I'll make an exception, Sasuke said with a sneer of his own. Sasuke launched at the blonde, sword drawn. He swung down at him, but the blade was caught in the prong of Naruto's kunai. Sasuke looked at the strange knife in confusion. That's new. That it is, Naruto said, as he looked toward his sensei. The sage was seen to be in battle with the snake Sanin. They struck at each other with harsh blows. Impacts hit so hard they each echoed through the room. Both shinobi flew through hand signs summoning their bosses. Gamabunta and Manda's immense size ripped through the hideout, the ceiling destroyed around them. The sun now bearing down in the room as the Sanin battled. Naruto turned back to his own fight. Sasuke made the unison sign at Naruto, a sign that agreed that if they encountered each other once he left would signal the necessity to pass along intel. He looked into the Uchiha's eyes as he tried to see what the next move would be. The Uchiha's Sharingan flashed to life, and Naruto found himself in a calm forest clearing. Naruto, this is a unique genjutsu I created just in case I needed to talk to you. I call it Sharingan Slow Time. He's fucking awful at naming things, man. That's the dumbest thing you can name it. 1 minute in the world gives us an hour to talk here. Oh, Sasuke, it is pretty impressive. Naruto, something's different about you. What changed? I lost someone close. Nobody you know, though. It's a long story, and we don't have time. What have you got for me? The blonde asked, his face serious. In a year and a half, Orochimaru plans to gather his forces and try for a coup d'etat in Kusagakure. He has a hideout in Fire Country just on the border of Grass Country. I plan to kill him then, but his forces under him may still try to enact this plan. I could see maybe Kabuto doing it. Either way, I'll probably need help, and then I plan to immediately go after Itachi as soon as possible. Let the Hokage know that I insist on being given a mission to do so, the black-haired shinobi explained. Fair, I'll be there. Let me know 2 days beforehand via that hidden toad summoning formula. I'll get our forces on site, the blonde responded. Alright, let's make a believable fight, huh? Sure, let's, the Uchiha said, and the two immediately found themselves battling in the room once more. As the Sannin fights dragged on, Jiraiya was quickly gaining the upper hand. Sasuke appeared behind Naruto in a body flicker, prompting the blonde to comment. "Oh no, you certainly got fast," he chuckled afterward before he flickered behind Sasuke at great speeds. "But I'm still faster." The, the Uchiha grunted before swinging his sword around on his friend. Naruto quickly countered with his kunai, holding the sword at bay. "Think I'll have Orochimaru raise the bounty on your head," the sole survivor commented. "Oh, you suddenly acknowledged my skills," the blonde replied. "No, I just want you dead." To anyone else nearby, it would have sounded like Sasuke meant it, but to Naruto, who knew the truth, it was just a sarcastic jab. "Oh, how very Sasuke of you," he replied. They flew at one another again, only to be interrupted by a loud yell. "Sasuke, we're leaving," Sannin said. "Not if I can help it," Jiraiya yelled, moving through hand seals. But the Uchiha appeared behind Orochimaru, and the two were swallowed. Hey, yo. Oh, by a snake. Not still, hey. That then dispelled. "Crap, they got away," the Toad Sage said as he stood beside Naruto. "It's fine, Sensei. He'll be dead soon," Naruto said with a cryptic smile. Jiraiya's face fell slightly at the thought of his once great friend's death, but he knew it was for the greater good. He hated to leave it in the Uchiha boy's hands, but it would probably be the only option. A loud explosion was heard later that day, as the entire complex collapsed on itself. Orochimaru's experiments and note all blasted and burned away. The blonde and his sensei set up camp later that night, and as Jiraiya settled down to sleep, Naruto prepared to write yet another letter to Rika and his friends. "Dear Rika, this is the 18th letter. A year and 6 months is a seriously long time to be gone. I missed all of you a lot, but I'm getting seriously strong. I've done 20 missions for the village during our trip. Jiraiya Sensei trains me till I drop. I ran into Sasuke today during an operation. Tell Sakura I'll definitely bring him back to the village once I come back. Anyway, I'm curious how you've been doing. I wonder if you've changed at all. You're definitely just as close of a friend to me these days as Sasuke was and Sakura is. I hope we can spar when I get back. Don't worry, I haven't gotten injured at all lately, and I promise I am being careful. I want to come back fast enough to protect you all. I'm stupid fast already, but it's not enough. Anyway, I definitely miss you, and don't worry, Jiraiya Sensei's pervy ways haven't rubbed off on me. Still a decent person. Same old Naruto. But I don't know, Rika. I killed 10 men today in under 2 minutes. They probably had families and loved ones. I've been taking them away, sending them to the afterlife without a second thought. It's starting to weigh on my mind. Maybe I'll talk to Sensei about it. Anyway, I have to go to sleep now. Jiraiya and I plan to travel across river country for the next few days. Uzumaki, Naruto. P.S. Tell Kakashi that Jiraiya is releasing a new book soon, so I'll try to get him a signed copy. Chapter 19. Training trip duration 2 years. Since Naruto had encountered Sasuke, he and his sensei had traveled across many of the minor nations. The two had stopped at many villages along the way and helped them out if they were ever in need. Eventually, they had made their way to Waterfall Country. Jiraiya intended to stay here for the rest of the trip. There were many waterfalls scattered across the country, and they had found one that Jiraiya had said would be perfect for training Naruto's wind style. Because of this, through all of his hard work, Naruto had finished his wind style training. It was also a very scheduled part of the country. Secluded part. I am stupid. I will blame it and the fact that it's morning, and even though I woke up like an hour ago, I'm still not fully awake. So Jiraiya felt comfortable training some of Naruto's ability to harness the Ninetales chakra. Jiraiya had also stated that the waterfall would help for training Naruto's water style, and it did, a lot. Naruto had completed mastery over every water jutsu he had possessed. Jiraiya had taught him quite a few more as well, just to give him something to do. The waterfall also given away to what Jiraiya had decided was probably one of the most powerful and deadly jutsus known to man, the Rasen Shuriken. Upon informing the boy of the fact that the Rasengan had never been fully completed, the blonde struck out to do what his father could not. The brutal technique used heavy amounts of chakra, and as Jiraiya had come to figure out, was extremely damaging to its user. After the boy had used it a few times, he had complained to the sage about pains in his arm. After looking over notes and eventually even having the Toads inform Tsunade, they had discovered the reason behind the pain. The Rasen Shuriken cuts at a microscopic level, destroying chakra pathways themselves. Although the backlash was lower on the user than the damage caused to the target, Tsunade labeled the jutsu as an S-rank forbidden jutsu. Naruto was not to use it unless there was really no other option. In the sage's opinion, the boy's natural speed at this point was just ridiculous. Most of the enemy nin Naruto would face in his life wouldn't stand a chance. Only strong nin who could properly enhance their body with chakra would be able to keep up. In terms of pure speed, Jiraiya was sure Naruto could hold his own against Kakashi or Rock Lee, and to a point even Guy. The boy spent one entire week sitting at a makeshift table working on seals, especially that of the Flying Raijin. He had deciphered in full the first kanji hidden formula. The first hidden formula had been a massive set of complex seals that formed the basis for speed. He had broken into the second seal completely and had deciphered that it entirely pertained to space. Although he was not done reverse engineering it, he had found that it was this sealing array that provided the technique the ability to move through space. He had also been able to lightly dab into the third kanji array. This one had been time. He hadn't gotten far along on it, but he figured it was what caused the teleportation to be almost instantaneous. The last he had determined was the array for tear, the very part of the seal that allowed the technique to rip a hole in space-time for the user to pass through. Oh, tear, not tear. But he had made no more progress on this array. In fact, compared to the others, it was like trying to learn a new language while drowning and not being able to see. None of it seemed to make any sense. It was oddly specific. Sensei, what up, Naruto? I'm gonna push my limits again. Care to share a few shadow clones? Sure, kid, and I don't see why not. But listen, I've got to go meet a contact of mine outside Takagakure. I'll be gone for 2 days, so be careful. If you run into big trouble, summon a toad and get my attention. Got it? Yes, sir. Alright, see you around, kid. Two of Jiraiya's shadow clones appeared, and the sage took off. Naruto looked at one clone. Alright, let's get started. Sure thing, kid. The white-haired man stood in the middle of the clearing across from Naruto. The blonde popped open his kunai holster and quickly drew a few sets of kunai and threw them at Jiraiya. He quickly appeared behind his master via body flicker. Excuse me. The blonde drew another set and he used them to encircle the Sanin's clone as well. Try to keep up, sensei. The boy appeared beside the Sanin and swung his leg up in a savage kick. The Sanin blocked the kick and the boy appeared once again behind him. This time, Naruto slammed a foot into the man's lower back, sending him flying. Before the clone could exit the circle of kunai, Naruto appeared once again, kicking him backwards towards them. As Jiraiya flew back to the boy, appeared again and slammed the kunai into his back, and the clone was dispatched. The boy then turned to the other clone on the sidelines. Sensei, you can dispel. I decided I'm gonna try to see how fast I can take out a large group. Suit yourself, kid, the clone said, before he popped out of existence. Naruto then quickly performed the clone sign himself, and formed 40 clones. He littered the area in and around the large group with kunai before he addressed them. "Hit me as hard as you can, and try to not to dispel," he said, before he appeared in the middle of the group, a kunai palmed in hand. He quickly ducked under a spin kick and slammed the kunai into the offending clone's side. He turned quickly, shoving one through another's chest. The three of them came at him at once, and he quickly disappeared and popped into a different section of the small battle. He had started training like this recently. He would form clones that would fight against him while he had his kunai in place. They were forbidden from using the kunai substitution as they were taking the place of an enemy nin. He slid under yet another kick and slid his kunai through the offending leg as he did. 1 minute, 10 down, 11 moves left. Gotta get more in one go, he thought to himself, as he planted a kick in a clone's chest, leaping back off of him. As he came down, he slammed the kunai into yet another clone, dispatching 2 more as they came at him. 4 minutes and 28 clones later, Naruto stood still. He took heavy breaths and let himself settle. "Well, that wasn't bad. I managed to save 3 moves as well." He humped to himself and walked back over to his camp. He pulled out a fish he had caught the other day and begun to cook. Naruto suddenly stopped eating the fish halfway through. He casually leaned back and placed his finger to the ground. "This chakra," he thought, as he felt the presence of the 5 Iwa shinobi that observed him from the tree line. "Gotta let Jiraiya-sensei know. Dang it caught me right after I used most of my substitution capability." The boy casually walked over to a tent, crawled in, and acted like he was looking for something. He quickly made hand signs and summoned a small green messenger toad. He put his hand over the toad's mouth as soon as it appeared and began to speak. "Shisugen? Dispel and tell Jiraiya I need help. It's very important." The toad gave him a small salute and disappeared. He opened his large scroll and sealed a large bag full of unmarked tri-prongs. He walked out of the tent and into the clearing. He set the bag down and formed 4 shadow clones. All of them collected the kunai, and the 5 blondes littered the field with kunai. Naruto keeping extras in his pouch. Finally, he addressed his unwanted company. "What do you want?" he asked the unknown shinobi. "So, you knew we were there." "Nine Tails Jinchuriki," spoke the leading Iwa nin. The group of 5 landed before him. 4 of them were Iwa Anbu, but the 5th filled Naruto with rage. Just the presence of the man alone had Naruto subconsciously drawing on the Nine Tails. "Han," he said, rage filling his voice. "I let you go once, and you come back for more? You're gonna show your face to me?" He quickly calmed himself before looking at the apparent leader. "So, what do you want?" "Not exactly in Iwa territory now. In fact, this is Taki, and they're allied with my village." "Simple, really, Nine Tails. We want your power for our village," the leader said simply. "Conflict should be avoided at all costs. What you're doing is provoking a war that would drag on the entire shinobi world. Back off now, because you don't exactly know what you're dealing with," the blonde said. "You were weak when you faced Han. The only reason you lived is because of your beast. I'm a whole different shinobi now. Don't test it," he cautioned. "We'll take our chances." As the Iwa nin began to move, 3 shadow clones of Naruto ran forward from the tent beside them, each substituted with a kunai to put themselves besides an Anbu. 2 of them managed to dodge away, but the other 2 fell to the ground with kunai embedded in their chests. Han quickly barreled forward at Naruto and rammed into him, only for the blonde to disappear in a puff of smoke. It turned out he never felt the tent sending out a shadow clone and hiding himself in the tent so he could ambush the Iwa nin with shadow clones. "You coward, show yourself," the Iwa commander yelled after the 3 dispatched Naruto clones. "If you don't want this to become a problem that I bring up with Lady Hokage, I suggest you politely screw off," the blonde said as his anger got the best of him. He stood up top the waterfall that overlooked this camp. "Hashimaru, Han, we're pulling off," the leader said. "No, I'll fight him. You go. Either come back with him or I'll..." probably be dead, the steamed Jinchuriki said. You really want to die today, don't you, Han? Naruto said. I'll make you pay for what you did 2 years ago. The leader and his subordinate gathered the two fallen Iwa. He nodded to Han and they disappeared from view. The steamed Jinchuriki faced the blonde and took a fighting stance. The blonde growled lowly. He remembered exactly how he felt when he watched Ryuka die to this man. Naruto was more than angry, more than he had ever been before. The fox tried to whisper its lies to him, but he ignored it. He opted to face this man completely with his own power. The two nin moved to attack each other when a new set of voice split the air. Oh, Kakuzu. Lucky day for us, huh? Found two Jinchuriki in one place. Shut up, Hidan. You're wasting time, the former talking nin said. Kakuzu, just sit back and let me sacrifice these two to Joshin, the maniac said. Great, first Iwa and now the Akatsuki, Naruto said, his voice gave an annoyed tone. Han, do you know about this group? No, stated the large man. They're out to capture all of the world's Jinchuriki for an unknown purpose. This organization is comprised of only S-rank missing nin. Jiraiya managed to find out a lot about them, and I've been studying them so I can fight them. This is the immortal duo, supposed to be impossible to kill. If you don't want to die, we should probably work together. I hate you, but I hate this people just a little more. Fine. Pick one, Naruto said. I'll take the talking nin. Alright. With that, the two nin, who moments before were enemies, leapt into battle. At least that's what Naruto thought, until he realized Han had run for Iwa immediately. Han, you bastard. Kakuzu, get him. No, Hidan. This blonde one is the Nine Tails anyway. Let's focus on him. Naruto knew that he was in a bad spot. He might be much stronger due to Jiraiya's training, but he wasn't that strong. He'd have to fight smart. He quickly formed two clones and the blonde quickly executed sets of hand signs. Wind style, great breakthrough. Wind style, vacuum bullets. Wind style, open destruction. Super wind hurricane combination. Massive overwhelming force of wind ripped apart everything in its path towards Hidan and Kakuzu. 200 clones burst to life in the battlefield, forcing Hidan and Kakuzu to take on the small army. Naruto, yelled a familiar voice. The Toad Sage landed next to the boy. Got your message and came quick, but it looks like you went from fighting Iwa to fighting the Akatsuki, huh? Glad you're here, sensei, Naruto said, drawing a kunai. Naruto, have a clone run off with mine. We need to talk, the Sannin said. With that, a clone of both men appeared and ran into the tree lines. You think you have room for side conversation when you're facing us? I'll sacrifice you to Lord Joshin. Hidan ran at Naruto while Jiraiya went straight at Kakuzu. The cultist swung at Naruto with his scythe, and the boy quickly flickered away from its blade. You're fast, but I know your secret. Shikamaru really wanted to get to do this to you, but I'll do it for him. You killed Saratobi Asuma. You will die here. Jiraiya's clone had informed Naruto about a message he had received from Konohagakure. During Hidan and Kakuzu's bounty hunting to gather funds, they had come across Team 10. When the former talking nin had recognized Asuma, the battle had begun. Shikamaru's analytical skills had not been fast enough to figure Hidan out, but he had deduced after Asuma's death that as long as Hidan never drew blood, you were safe. Just shut up and hold still, yelled the cultist as Naruto flickered away once again. The blonde only current options was that during his training, he had burned most of his substitutions. He only had 3 goes before things went bad. I just gotta cut off his head and make sure it can't get replaced, he thought. You did well, Asuma. I'll take it from here. With this, Naruto sprung into action. He tossed the kunai at Hidan, who uncaringly let it stick into his chest. Suddenly, Hidan felt the pain of a knife disappeared and felt a big ball of Rasengan impact his face. The missing nin was launched away, slamming to the base of a tree. He stood and glared at the blonde. That hurt you, he yelled before laughing. I'm gonna kill you. Alright, I'm not gonna bother holding back. Sorry, sensei. I know you forbade me. You forbade? I don't think it's Is that a word? Whatever, you forbade me from using this jutsu. I need to end this quickly. The blonde thought, leaping away again. Two clones burst to life next to the blonde, and he began to form a Rasengan. Hidan, I'll tell you once. Surrender. Screw you, you're gonna die by my hands. The nin yelled, rushing at Naruto. The two clones moved forward, and in seconds a screeching sound filled the field. Naruto, don't use that jutsu, Jiraiya yelled from his own battle. Sorry, sensei, no can do. Hidan rushed by a kunai that was stuck in the ground, and in seconds Naruto was behind him. He swung his jutsu down and focused all of its cutting power into removing Hidan's head. When the head left the body, Naruto tossed the body away with the jutsu in tow. Wind style, Rasen Shuriken. Hidan's face spoke in a slow, raspy tone. Never felt pain on this scale. Naruto walked over to the head. He formed a Rasengan in his hands and turned his face away as he grounded the severed head into a bloody red paste. With Hidan out of the picture, he quickly assisted his sensei. He flickered quickly to his sensei's position and the Sannin leapt away from the former Taki-nin. Naruto, you're gonna ruin your arm. It's fine, sensei. I can do it once more. I'm gonna be pretty messed up, but I can do it. By this time, Jiraiya has already destroyed 2 of Kakuzu's hearts. The missing nin leapt away. His remaining 2 masks lined up in front of him. Wind style, open destruction. Fire style, searing migraine. Oh, searing Oh my god, bro. I need to go back to school. Both jutsu came roaring from the mast. They created a massive firestorm that charred its way towards Naruto and Jiraiya. The white-haired man quickly jumped in front of his students. He slit through hand seals and slammed his palms to the ground. Earth style, mud wall. A massive wall burst from the ground, leaving Naruto and his sensei unscathed. Sensei, pin him down. Naruto, you can't use that jutsu again. Sensei, you and I both know we can't let this guy keep fighting, so please, pin him down. Dang it, kid, fine. Jiraiya formed another set of hand signs and called out a different jutsu. Earth style, swamp of the underworld. Kakuzu suddenly sunk into the ground. The earth around him turned into a swamp and he now struggled to move. The blonde and 2 clones formed a Rasen Shuriken and Kakuzu saw what was about to happen. His arm extended, it shot out and grabbed hold of a tree, which he then used as leverage to pull himself out. He was surprised by the 2 clones that appeared beside him and both grabbed his leg. The headhunter jutsu is amazing, Naruto thought idly. The blonde quickly flickered across the field at the zombie-like men, but the clones were suddenly dispatched. Black tendrils shot from Kakuzu's body, destroying everything close to him. Unfortunately for the former Taki-nin, one clone had been quick enough to shove a kunai into the man's knee. That was the only opening Naruto needed. He appeared behind him, slamming the massive spinning jutsu into the bounty hunter's back. Kakuzu was launched away and he landed with a crash as the jutsu expanded. The boy shot across the field to where the body of Kakuzu lay. The boy stood over him as the missing nin attempted to get back up. He knew there were no hearts left to resurrect, so he plunged a kunai through the man's back, killing him instantly. The blonde turned back to his sensei, giving him a tired grin. Sensei, told you I'd take care of it, he said, trailing off. The physical exhaustion for all the fighting, along with the massive amounts of damage that Rasen Shuriken had done to his arm, caught up with him. He still had chakra left, but his body couldn't take it anymore. Jiraiya shot across the clearing, catching Naruto as he collapsed. You did well, kiddo. Looks like we'll have to go back to Konoha now, though, he said, looking at the boy's mangled arm. You really have become strong, Naruto, the Sannin said as he laid the boy down. He quickly began to gather their things and pack up to move them back to Konoha. Tsunade, in a day's time, Naruto and I will be returning to the village. Early, I didn't expect to cut our training trip short though. You remember the massive hidden mountain complex I used to train Minato? I intend to finish our year there. Please meet me there to heal the kid. This stupid brat used that Rasen shuriken twice, so his arm is screwed up. Tsunade sighed loudly as she finished reading Jiraiya's letter. She really was too old for this. She needed a drink. Naruto woke up a few days later in bed. He stared up at the wood ceiling for a moment, before he swung his legs over the side and stood. He walked to the door of the room and opened it. Stepping through, he found himself standing in a long wooden hallway, his brow raised in confusion before he reached out and placed his hand on the wall. He felt the familiar feeling of taking in every nearby chakra signature. He could feel that off in the distance at the very edge of his sensory range was Konohagakure. Closest to him though was Jiraiya. He followed the long hallway down and finally came to a door. He quietly opened it and was greeted with the sight of the large kitchen with a connected dining table. At the table eating a bowl of noodles was the Sanin. Sensei, where are we? Naruto asked in confusion. Oh, you're up, huh? Well, kiddo, this is a pretty special place to me, and to your father. What do you mean? This training ground is where your father truly became the Yellow Flash. Originally, it was a small-scale cleared training ground with moving targets. This complex is actually built into the side of a mountain. Anyway, after Minato mastered the Flying Raijin, he desperately needed to develop and hone his ability to use it in combat, thus the full creation of this training ground. There is more complex moving parts in this training ground than there is in the entirety of Konoha. Once you master the Flying Raijin, you will use this place as well, but for now you and me will finish out our last year of training here. Oh, I see. Care to show me around my new temporary home? Sure, but eat first. Not to drag Tsunade here just to fix your arm, brat. Sorry about that. For the rest of their year, the student and teacher spent their time in the training complex. The mechanical targets and sparring posts helped hone Naruto's reflexes into something that had begun to surpass even Minato's. The boy had even gotten to the point that he could actually put Jiraiya down in a spar. The sage was extremely proud of the development of his student. The boy now being 18 and likely one of the strongest shinobi in all of Konoha. He was honestly under the opinion that he didn't really have anything left to teach the boy. Maybe sage mode, but the Sannin was unsure of that. The boy definitely needed to focus on the Flying Raijin. After all, Minato had done just fine without it. The boy had been absorbing all the information he could as well. He had extensively studied every known bingo book and all the shinobi that contained. The boy had been forced to increase his knowledge in science and mathematics to continue his work on understanding space-time theory. His skills in Funjutsu also nearly doubled, although he had fully decoded the first two sealing formulas of the Flying Raijin and even gotten most of the way through with the third. He was still struggling with understanding the fourth and final seal formula. He was also having trouble with how exactly they were supposed to work in conjunction to form the actual technique. The Sannin had no doubt that when the boy finally mastered the technique, he would be nearly unstoppable. His chakra reserves would place almost no limit on how many times he could use the jutsu. He truly would be an unstoppable force on the battlefield. Hey sensei, mind if I go grab some ramen and meet you there? The blonde asked as he and the sage approached the village gate. I guess, but hurry up kid, I don't want to be there all day. Oh, so you mean you don't want an excuse to hang around Lady Tsunade? The boy asked, raising an eyebrow. You know what, kiddo, you're right, take your time, he replied, as they walked right past the guard shack. Hey, you can't just walk into Konohagakure like it's nothing without signing in? Came the voice of Izumo as he trailed off. Lord Jiraiya, Naruto, he asked, as recognition took hold. In the flesh, the Sannin said, who Izumo noted didn't look nearly as tall standing next to the now much taller Uzumaki. Naruto, you got taller. Huh, oh yeah, I guess I did. Izumo, you haven't changed at all, he said, laughing. Anyway, we've got places to be, so see ya, he said, and the sage disappeared. That was rude, said the Chunin sulking. One Uzumaki special, please, Naruto said loudly as he entered the Ichiraku ramen shop. Naruto? Ayami said as she witnessed a tall blonde enter. That's me. Look, big sister Ayami. I've been gone 3 years, and that's too long to go without ramen. You never change, Naruto. Dad, Naruto's back. Start him a few bowls. Welcome back, kid. 3 Uzumaki specials coming right up, yelled the chef from the back room. Thanks, Suechi, he replied loudly. Suddenly, the sound of loud running outside rang in the ramen shop. The feud came skidding to a halt as the person entered the ramen shop. Naruto? The blonde laughed nervously, remembering the mistakes he had made over the last 3 months of his training. Hey there, Rika. Chapter 20. Naruto? Oh, hey there, Rika. The blonde shinobi earned a fist to the face in response. Before he could fall, the girl caught him in a tight hug, holding him close to her. He had forgotten to write her for the last 3 months, and she had been driven wild in worry. You promised you'd write, you idiot, she said. He slowly wrapped his arms around her and held her in his embrace. I know, I'm sorry, I forgot. Jiraiya had me very caught up in our last training bit. I promise to make it up to you, he said with a smile. You better, she trailed off before pulling away and punching his arm. Wow, you've grown a lot. The girl looked in the appearance of the secret Namikaze. The 18-year-old was tall now, standing at a solid 5 foot 8 inches. I can already see the comments. He still wore his Chunin vest, unzipped and lazily swaying in the wind. The only change to his outfit was the fact that his standard Konoha shinobi uniform was now dark blue in place of the black he had once worn. His hair had grown slightly more, the spikiness now almost out of control. Unknown to Rika, although the idea was present in the very back of her head, the man before her was the complete spitting image of Namikaze Minato. Thanks, Toechi. Let me get another bowl for Rika, please. Coming right up, kid, the chef yelled from the back. You've changed a lot as well, Rika, he said, taking in her appearance. She was now dressed in a standard Konoha shinobi top with short sleeves. She wore a pair of black shorts and sported her very own Chunin vest. The woman now stood 5'6" and had grown out a lot physically. Right. That's where we're going to leave it with that. He blushed gently, turning his head away from her. Dang, perverted sensei made me start acting all weird. Naruto, were you just checking me out? She questioned teasingly. No, I swear I wasn't, he said, panicking. The girl simply laughed in response before looking him over. Oh, you're not too bad either, she broke with. She quickly realized what she had said before she blushed and turned away. You're still wearing that orange scarf. It must be special to you, he observed. She blushed harder and took a step back from him. Are you stupid? She questioned, her face very red now. I feel like I'm missing something here, he said, scratching his neck. Anyway, let's eat really quick. After quickly eating and catching up, Naruto promised to find her soon so they could talk more. He then quickly made his way to the Hokage Tower. Jiraiya, another word and I'll punch you to the moon, Tsunade said as Naruto opened the door and stepped in. Am I interrupting something? The blonde asked. No, brat, you're just in time to get this guy off my back, the Sannin Kage answered. Right, so I'm back. You are. Heard a lot about your new skills, especially that one that ruined your arm to the point I had to fix it. Don't use it again. Got it, brat? Yes, ma'am. Now, I was planning on having you and Sakura do an evaluation against Kakashi, but I've decided that it might be overkill. So I think I'll have you and Kakashi duke it out one-on-one, the Hokage said with a smirk. I won't go easy on you, Naruto, the masked Jonin said from the window, unknown to the other shinobi. Kakashi had actually almost fallen out the window at the sight of his student. He hadn't expected the blonde to look that much like his old sensei. Ah, Kakashi-sensei, how are you? I brought you a present, the blonde said with a smile, handing a book to Kakashi. It's the last Icha book Sensei will be writing for now. I beat him in a spar, and now he has to write a decent novel like his first one. Thank you, Naruto, but The last? Really, Lord Jiraiya? Kakashi used the dang door, Sonata yelled loudly. Anyway, tomorrow at 8, meet at the training ground 7 and we will get started. Yes, ma'am. As the morning breeze floated through the forest, two highly skilled shinobi stared each other down. The blonde could sense the chakra signatures of his Sannin teacher and the blonde Hokage hiding in the trees. He could also sense 20 others among them were Sakura and Rika's. He assumed Tsunade had started a betting pool as most people would likely bet on Kakashi. Smart woman, he thought idly. Alright, Naruto, Kakashi said, drawing bells from his pocket. I'm not going to go easy on you. I'd assume I'm going to need this, he said, pulling his headband up and letting his eye take in the battlefield. You're gonna need a lot more than that to beat me, sensei, the younger man said, drawing a kunai. At the sight of the tri-prong, Kakashi's eyes widened. His entire body tensed up, along with that of a few of his fellow jonin in the trees. Naruto, you... Maybe. You'll just have to find out, sensei, the blonde replied with a smirk. Begin, shouted the Hokage, and the two shinobi immediately leapt at each other. 4 clones burst from Naruto, quickly engaging Kakashi as the younger male made for center field. He quickly prepared the surrounding trees with kunai before Kakashi had finished dispatching his clones. The masked jonin flickered to the boy, engaging him in a hand-to-hand. First test taijutsu, he said. The blonde dropped low, swinging his fist up at the jonin's face. The man quickly leaned back to avoid, only for his eyes to widen slightly as a new clone appeared and came rolling over Naruto's back, poised to cut him open with a kunai. He backpedaled and dodged aside before bringing his leg around to impact Naruto's side. He was slightly surprised when this resulted in Naruto dispatching in a puff of smoke, signaling the use of a shadow clone. Did he substitute with his clone that quickly? Over here, yelled Naruto as Kakashi spun around. He was greeted with Naruto and 2 clones finishing hand signs. Wind style, great breakthrough. Wind style, vacuum bullets. Wind style, open destruction. Super wind hurricane combination, the 3 yelled in unison, prompting everyone observing the match to sweat drop at the terrible name. That's a terrible name, but Sharingan slow time or whatever isn't? Nah, bro, you guys are tweaking. The massive gale force ripped through the clearing, intent on ripping Kakashi away. The Jonin knew he couldn't counter with a fire jutsu, so was forced to retreat to the tree line. Wrong move, sensei, Kakashi heard Naruto's voice from behind him. How he started, but he was shot out of the trees into the... Oh, he was gonna say how, nah. Not hot, that would have been weird. He started but was shot out of the trees into the clearing by a solid and harsh kick to the spine. He landed roughly in the clearing but quickly regained his footing. As he stood, he found himself face to face with a kunai. Said kunai became Naruto's foot, and Kakashi almost lost a few teeth. He impacted the ground but transitioned quickly back to his feet and shot off a jutsu. Fire style, Dragon Flame Jutsu. The fire quickly ignited everything in its path, and soon a large section of the field was set ablaze. Second test, ninjutsu. When the first started to die down, Naruto was gone. It's like fighting Minato sensei all over again. Naruto appeared on a tree branch across the field. He smiled at his sensei before throwing a handful of kunai at the man. The jonin deflected them and jumped away, not willing to stay near the continuously dangerous knives. Naruto flickered to life in the group of a kunai staring down at his teacher. The third test, Genjutsu. He was cut off as Naruto appeared behind him, moving through hand signs. Funjutsu, limp limb seal, the boy called out, smacking his palm against the jonin's arm. The limp limb seal was a Funjutsu technique that the boy had developed during his training trip. It did exactly what the name implied, causing the target's affected limb to go numb and become useless. The only downside was it had a range limit. This meant that unless Naruto stayed close, the seal would deactivate. Kakashi leapt back from the blonde, his left arm dangling uselessly. He stared at it in confusion before accepting his situation. Unfortunately for you, Naruto, I can do this. His single arm came up with a few one-handed signs. He shot off a jutsu. Earth style, mud river. A massive current of mud swept across the field, intent on taking the blonde with it. Water style, great waterfall technique. Naruto shot a huge amount of water from his mouth into the air, which then cascaded down with enough force to completely dissipate the mud river, along with a chunk of the clearing. Gonna go ahead and end this with that jutsu, Naruto thought. He had been working on a particular pet project of a sealing technique during his trip. It had been the technique that allowed him to finally beat Jiraiya in a spar and get his way with the sage's next novel would be. 6 clones burst to life besides the boy, and Kakashi was suddenly encircled with kunai. But before he could react, he was still regaining his bearings from the waterfall. The kunai were all replaced with a blonde clone. No matter what way he dodged, 3 of them managed to slap a palm on him, leaving behind a large sealing formula. The Jonin quickly dispatched the clones before turning his attention to the original. So, what'd you do to me? A good shinobi would never reveal his secrets to the enemy, wouldn't you say, sensei? Fair enough. As soon as the Jonin made his reply, the younger man was on him, kunai in hand. He swiped at the masked man's head, who quickly ducked under the swing. However, as Naruto's hand passed over Kakashi's head, he dropped the kunai. A few seconds later, Naruto was behind the man again, striking out to kick his sensei's foot out. The older nin jumped over the leg sweep, swinging his foot down into the blonde side. The blonde man flipped the kunai up in the air as he fell before peering above Kakashi. The whiskered Chunin caught the copy nin in the back with a heel drop, but he disappeared, and in place was a log. Kakashi appeared across the field from him, an eye smile. You won't get these bells at this rate, Naruto. Sorry, but it's over, sensei, the blonde replied. This immediately piqued Kakashi's interest, so he readied himself, but he also resolved to see what happened next. The Chunin stood still, closing his eyes and focusing his chakra with a single hand seal. It took a lot of concentration to pull off this technique. Had Kakashi decided to not let him do it, he would have had shadow clones hold off the masked Jonin. Funjutsu, reverse summoning. Naruto whispered, and he was behind Kakashi. The Jonin hadn't been around any kunai, and one simple move had put him in this spot. Naruto now stood behind the man, a kunai pressed to the Jonin's neck. His left arm slinked around the Jonin's chest, a second kunai poised to be buried in the masked man's heart. Sorry, you lose, sensei, the blonde finished. Seems like you finally got me, Naruto, the Jonin agreed. Finally, at this moment, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and a selection of Jonin came out from the trees. Rika, Sakura, and a few nin who had come to place bets also joined them in the clearing. So how exactly did you do that, Naruto? The Jonin asked, curiosity getting the best of him. Well, after looking at summoning contracts and studying them, my other new jutsu, I was able to form a contrast seal that essentially summons me. Instead of summoning a toad or a slug or a snake, it summons me. It's essentially a low-level space-time seal, and I couldn't come up with a name for it. I probably won't be using it much. The seal is so large, I either have to have a lot of time to apply it or have to use clones to apply it all at once. One of the 3 hadn't touched you, the seal wouldn't have been applied, the blonde shinobi elaborated. Don't worry, Kakashi. The technique is how the brat managed to beat me in a spar, Jiraiya said. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised you managed to create something like this, Naruto. Well, it takes a lot of inspiration and theory from Lord 2nd and Lord 4th Jutsu, he said, not mentioning Minato as his father, considering all the nin surrounding them. It's not nearly as fast, nor does it have the range. It also will dissipate after some time, and on top of that, it takes a lot of chakra control. In fact, I can barely execute the technique in the first place. It takes quite a lot of concentration in combat. Well, dang, that's pretty impressive, Naruto. Good work, the masked man replied. Thank you, sensei. Sakura chose this moment to join in as well. I can't believe you beat Kakashi sensei one-on-one, Naruto. Well, I did, so you have to believe it, the blonde man replied. Naruto, Tsunade spoke up. Yes, ma'am. Your test is over. I now promote you to Jonin. Wait, what? He asked. This was a Jonin exam? That's right, and you passed. I think everyone else here would agree, the Hokage stated. Well, thank you, ma'am. It's an honor, he replied with a bow. You're welcome. All of you are dismissed, except for Kakashi and Jiraiya, she yelled at the nin. Yes, ma'am, came the responses all around. Come find me later, Naruto, Rika said before leaping off. Naruto. Yes, Lady Hokage? Make sure no one is around. At this statement, the man knelt down and placed his finger on the ground. We're alone, Lady Hokage. Good. Now Sasuke should be getting in contact with you sometime soon, correct? Yes, ma'am. I request a decent force to lead the assault against Orochimaru's forces. After the situation is dealt with, Sasuke will come back for a debrief. However, we request a mission to go after Itachi Uchiha. If you quell the problem, and Sasuke is gauged to be strong enough, I will grant you your mission. Thank you, ma'am. Rika was currently cutting carrots up to make stew when she was interrupted by a knock at the door. She walked briskly to the door and looked through the peephole. Her eyes were greeted with a mop of blonde hair, and she quickly pulled away to pull open the door. Hey, Naruto, she said flatly, but with a smile. Hey, what's up? He asked her. I was making dinner. Would you like to come in? I have some time, so sure, he replied. The woman quickly stepped aside and let the man into her home. Please, have a seat, she said with her familiar monotone voice. Naruto never concerned himself with it. He knew the girl well enough to know that it was just a part of her personality. Unless it was super emotional situation, the girl's voice never tended to change from her usual monotone. Rika? Yeah? There's something I wanted to ask, but I've been avoiding it. It felt wrong to try to ask it in a letter. You're here now, so you might as well just get it over with, she replied still, happily working away at her stew. My training trip gave me enough time to come to terms with Ryuka's death. I still have the nightmares sometimes, but for the most part, I'm there. The thing is, well, just spit it out, Naruto, she said flatly. There was no attitude, just a blank statement. Do you blame me for her death? This actually managed to catch the marked girl off guard. That was the one question she hadn't expected. The woman quickly turned around and stared at the blonde Jonin blankly. Do you really think you could even be blamed? How would anyone have saved her? You're an idiot. Of course I don't blame you. Thank you. Shut up, idiot. If you ever blame yourself again, I'll burn you, she said blankly. The blonde gulped slightly in response and quickly nodded his head. Good. I'll hang around a while. This stew should only take about an hour or two. The shinobi stayed in each other's company until the stew was finished. They chatted about things, and the blonde told short stories about his adventures with his sensei. The woman informed him of the story behind her becoming a chunin, and of many other interesting experiences she had during his absence. As they continued, a thought slowly crept into the back of the blonde's head. Rika was... Oh my god, we're doing this again. Rika was cute. But he couldn't help but feel terrible. This was his dead girlfriend's best friend. This is some domestic girlfriend level of interesting. How could he possibly betray Ryuko like that? It was so wrong, but he knew Rika so well now, and she was amazing. It's been 3 years, you stupid idiot. She'd want you to move on, he thought to himself angrily. But would she really? He thought sadly. Rika had a heavy dilemma. On one hand, she knew she loved the boy from her childhood. He might not remember, but they knew each other long ago. Long before Naruto had met Rika, she had been his actual first friend. Only the whispers of the villagers and other children had kept their way soon after their meeting. On the other hand, this boy was the former boyfriend of her deceased best friend, the girl who had cared for her since the day they met in the first day of the academy. She couldn't help but wonder how Ryuko would feel about her pursuing the raven redhead's boyfriend. Not only that, but Naruto would be so angry that she couldn't just forget about Ryuko in favor of him. She was disgusted with herself. Naruto's curiosity had finally gotten the better of him now. He had to ask about the orange scarf. It just seemed more like something he would wear more than something she would. Rika, how did you ever get a hold of... He was cut off but a loud pop and a puff of smoke as the messenger toad Shizujin appeared. Yo, Master Naruto, got an urgent message from a friend. He trailed off, realizing that another person was in the room. Naruto's eyes narrowed seriously at the toad. From him? Is it time? Yes, sir, he said, handing Naruto a scroll. Got it. Thank you, Shizujun. You can go now. The toad nodded before disappearing in a puff of smoke. Naruto, what's he talking about? Rika asked. I'm sorry, Rika. It's an S-rank secret. We gotta go. We can talk again another time, he said, moving quickly to the door. Naruto, wait. What's going on? The blonde turned his face to face her and flashed her a smile. Don't worry about it, Rika. I'll be back soon, he told her before disappearing out the door. A single shinobi appeared, kneeling before the Hokage. Yes? It's time, ma'am. He sent his message. Yes, ma'am. He's requested my assistance in taking out the target. Shinobi will be needed to deal with the rest of the enemy forces while we battle. I understand. I'll be sending a Chunin platoon with a few Jonin mixed into to go with you. You will explain everything to them as you go and inform them not to attack Uchiha Sasuke. Yes, ma'am. Go on with it. Naruto, Kakashi, and Yamato stood before a platoon of Chunin. Naruto had been introduced to Yamato earlier that day, and the two shinobi had taken a liking to each other. Kakashi had been happy to see that the blonde was able to get the wood user to lighten up a bit. Among the Chunin platoon stood some of the survivors from the Otagakure massacre. They were happy to serve under the leadership of the Uzumaki. Others among the platoon included Team 10, Rika and her team, as well as Team 8. Naruto had been assigned to lead the assault, as Kakashi thought it would be a good experience for him. However, the blonde had assigned Yamato to take over leadership while Naruto and Kakashi joined Sasuke to battle Orochimaru. Naruto looked over the platoon and spoke loudly. Listen up. I don't want to repeat myself. Orochimaru intends to try to overthrow the leadership of Kosagakure. This will not happen. We will be joining with some grassmen to battle his forces. Once contact is initiated, Yamato will take over command. Hatake and I will be joining Uchiha Sasuke in battling Orochimaru. Yes, you heard that right. Uchiha Sasuke is a spy and still an asset of Konohagakure. Do not engage him by any means. He is friendly. Understood? Murmurs spread through the platoon quickly, and small conversations began to pop up. I said, is that understood? Yelled the blonde Jonin. Yes, sir, came the joint call of the platoon, having been reeled back in by Naruto's commanding tone. Alright, let's get a dang move on. Kabuto, bring me Sasuke here. I'm tired of waiting. Yes, my lord, the silver-haired man said before approaching the Sannin. Kabuto, I said go get him. He's already here, my lord, said the man as his hair began to bleed into a black color, a sword appearing from thin air, and he was swung towards the Sannin's neck. A snake caught the blade in its jaw, but was fried to death by electricity as a lightning coating burst down the blade. Orochimaru managed to put distance between him and his attacker before immediately counterattacking. I should have known you would betray me, you vile Uchiha. No matter, you will make a wonderful vessel. How can I betray you if I was never loyal in the first place? This was all a plan to assassinate you, the youngest Uchiha shouted. The pale male quickly drew his sword from his stomach, and the two began a slightly unusual sword battle. It wasn't every day you saw someone fight with a sword that struck out of their throat. They crossed blades once again, and Sasuke's eyes burned to life. His Sharingan blazed as they predicted each of Orochimaru's moves. His Chidori ignited down the length of his sword and moved to take the man's arm off. His sword cut clean through, but the limb shifted to a pile of snakes, and Orochimaru appeared behind him. You never cease to impress me, Sasuke. However, you're still too young to defeat me. On top of that, I have this, he said dangerously as he drew a mask from his robe. I found out about this. I intend to take your body, but I had a feeling you might betray me, so I had my loyal Kabuto retrieve it for me. He quickly placed the mask over his face and cut open his own abdomen. Kabuto, come. Yes, my lord, the silver-haired man said as he appeared beside the Sannin and began healing him. What did you just do? Asked the very Uchiha. I've got my arms back, boy, he said, flushing through hand seals at an alarming rate. Wind style, vacuum blast, he yelled, and a massive blast of air carved a destructive path towards Sasuke. Wind style, great breakthrough. Wind style, vacuum bullets. Wind style, open destruction. Stupid wind hurricane combination. shouted the three voices of the same person. The massive combination completely overtook Orochimaru's technique, blasting the Sannin across the room. "Sasuke," came a loud shout as figures landed next to the Uchiha. "You're late, Naruto." You just got impatient. After which, all hell broke loose. Konoha Shinobi burst through the walls and sections of the compound were destroyed with explosives. "You two remind me sickly of your mothers." "How fitting then," the snake said spitefully. "What are you planning?" questioned Sasuke. "Summoning impure world reincarnation," the snake yelled, slamming his palms to the ground. The two coffins burst out of the ground, slamming to a halt as they breached the surface. The coffins shook slightly before the lids fell open. As the two figures stepped out, the Uchiha and the Uzumaki could only ask one thing as they stared in disbelief. "Mom?"